Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, from the Sleepytime archives, the remarkable true story of Álvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, a Spanish nobleman and explorer whose journey across the wild interior of 16th century North America became one of the most astonishing feats of endurance in history. Born 2 years after Columbus first set sail, de Vaca grew up in a world that, for Europeans, was suddenly larger, wilder, and ripe with promise. He began with grand intentions, seeking fortune and fame to claim the vast and uncharted lands of what the Spanish referred to as La Florida. But what was meant to be a glorious conquest unraveled into a nightmare. Storms scattered his ships, starvation set in, and almost all of de Vaca's 600 men were lost to the swamps, the heat, and disease. From the low, marshy shores near present-day Tampa Bay to the rugged highlands of northern Mexico, de Vaca and his 3 remaining companions traveled more than 3,000 miles over 8 long years, unarmed, half-starved, and often at the mercy of strangers who spoke a language they could not understand. Along the way, de Vaca shed the trappings of a conquistador and began to see the world differently, eventually returning to Spain, not as a triumphant conqueror driven by greed, but as a man utterly transformed, humbled, and determined to speak for those whose stories were seldom told. But what did he discover out there, so far from everything he knew, that the conquerors before him never could? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow in his footprints, through tangled forests, vast plains, and sun-scorched canyons, tracing the quiet strength of a man who crossed the unknown through patience, learning, and a curious grace. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. In the final years of the 15th century, Europe stirred with the thrill of new discovery. Maps were being redrawn, old certainties were loosening, and rumors of distant shores reached even the quiet stone lanes of Castile. Into this shifting world was born Álvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, just 2 years after Columbus had been commissioned by Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand to sail westward. De Vaca came from a family of modest nobility, proud of its lineage, but not wealthy. His forebears had earned honor on the battlefield, and that legacy followed him throughout his youth. As Spain expanded its reach across oceans and empires, men like de Vaca were taught to believe in their own destiny, as if greatness might be found simply by stepping into the unknown with the king's seal in one hand and a sword in the other. He served briefly in Spain and abroad, learning discipline, gaining rank, and proving himself as both a soldier and a man of courtly bearing. But behind the formal training and polished manners, a restless energy stirred. He was not born to idleness, nor content to wait for glory to come knocking. When an opportunity arose to join an expedition bound for the unexplored reaches of La Florida, he accepted without hesitation. It was to be a grand conquest, a sweeping claim over lands unseen, with riches whispered on the wind and honors sure to follow. De Vaca was named treasurer and second in command under the appointed governor. It was, by all accounts, a respectable post for a man of his standing. In 1527, they set sail from Spain with nearly 600 men, several ships, and dreams that gleamed too brightly to question. There were dangers, of course, unknown peoples, treacherous waters, and the ever-looming spectre of failure. But such hunger for glory tends to silence such concerns. The journey was slow. Weeks at sea gave way to months among the islands, repairing and resupplying, until at last they could press on. From the Caribbean, they turned north, toward the unsettled lands along the Gulf. De Vaca stood on the deck, watching the green ribbon of the Florida coast grow near. If only he had known what lay beyond it. The shoreline was deceptively tranquil as they stepped ashore near present-day Tampa Bay. The sea behind them lapped gently against the sand, but the land ahead breathed a different rhythm, dense, humid, and humming with life. They arrived in early spring of 1528, guided more by royal orders and ambition than by any real knowledge of where they were. They stepped onto the shores of La Florida, a name given years earlier by the famed explorer Juan Ponce de Leon, who had only briefly explored its mist-covered, unfamiliar coast. They expected the land to bow before them, but nothing here would come easily. The landing was followed by confusion and delay. Governor Narváez made a fateful decision to split the expedition, sending the ships along the coast, while the majority of the men, including De Vaca, marched inland in search of a fabled native kingdom said to be rich with gold. It was a decision that would sever them from their supplies, their communication, and any real hope of reunion. They pushed into the interior, into cypress swamps and tangled forests, through sharp palmetto and ankle-deep mud. The heat clung to them, their food spoiled, and the native communities they encountered did not cower. They resisted. They vanished. They offered false directions, or none at all. The Spaniards, with their fine titles and polished steel, were now intruders in a place that refused to be claimed. Weeks passed. Their supplies thinned. So did their resolve. The land gave little. The rain came hard, and yet they marched, searching for something they couldn't name, and slowly realizing they had no true idea where they were headed or how to get back. At last, when their bodies grew too weak and their spirits too thin, they turned southward, hoping to find the coast again. But the sea, like the land, had become elusive. By midsummer, the once proud expedition had become a scattered procession of hollow-eyed men, trudging through knee-deep water and mosquito-thick air. Their polished armor, so carefully strapped on in Spain, now hung rusted and slack. Rations had long since vanished. Horses, once symbols of command and prestige, had been eaten. The forest closed in around them, green, endless, and unforgiving. They had expected resistance, perhaps even battle, but they had not expected this, a landscape so vast and unknowable that it swallowed maps and swallowed men. Each turn led to more confusion. The rivers curved in ways they hadn't imagined, and the inland terrain offered no landmarks they could understand. De Vaca kept careful records, trying to impose order where there was none, but even his notes could not hold back the disintegration. Illness soon followed. Fevers rose quickly and took men without mercy. In the morning, a man might march without complaint, keeping pace with the rest. By evening, he would fall wordless and sweating into the muck. Others simply walked away into the trees, silent and lost. Some drowned trying to cross swollen streams. De Vaca tried to hold them together. As treasurer, he had little authority, but he bore himself with steady discipline. He knew the cost of letting fear take root. Still, even he began to question whether survival was possible. When they finally stumbled back toward the coast, the ships were nowhere to be seen. The agreed rendezvous had passed. Either the ships had moved on, or they had been lost to the Gulf, and in their place stood only the wind and the rising tide. There was no shelter, no food, and no way to send word. They could not stay where they were, but they could not go forward as they had. They worked in silence, or close to it, bones showing beneath their skin, hands blistered and shaking. De Vaca and the remaining survivors felled trees with rusted tools, stripped bark, and scavenged nails from broken gear. There was no true shipwright among them, no canvas and no tar, only desperation and the slow understanding that if they stayed on land, they would perish. 5 rafts were built in total, lashed together from green wood. It was a final gamble. Now they would try the sea. The men had very little food and water, and no real means of navigation. They loaded what they could and pushed off into the Gulf, hoping the current might carry them to Spanish settlements in the west. What followed was a drifting unlike any they could have imagined. The sun beat down during the day, merciless and absolute. Salt dried on their skin, lips cracked. They rationed water in thimblefuls. At night, the wind would rise, and the rafts creaked and groaned as waves lifted and dropped them like toys. One by one, the rafts fell out of sight, lost to currents, to storms, or to the slow collapse of their makeshift frames. Among them was the raft carrying Narváez himself, swept out to sea and never seen again. On De Vaca's raft, they caught fish with bare hands when they could. They chewed leather to keep their hunger at bay. Some slipped quietly beneath the waves, too weak to hold on. Others whispered prayers and clutched their knees until the sea took them. Then one day, land suddenly appeared. Not the rolling coastlines of civilization, but a thin, low ribbon of sand. The raft broke apart in the surf, and the men dragged themselves ashore with what strength remained. Only a handful were left. They had reached an island near present-day Galveston. Which way the mainland lay, or how far, none of them could say. All they knew was that they were still alive, and that this strange new land would offer no welcome. The place was desolate. Low dunes, scattered brush, and the cry of gulls overhead. They had washed ashore weaponless, starving, and lost. They could no longer imagine rescue. The waves had given them back to the land, but at a cost few could bear. Soon they were found. The people who emerged from the forest were cautious, watching the strangers from a distance. They spoke no Spanish, and the men had no words for them in return. But the island's inhabitants knew what starvation looked like. They offered them food and a little warmth, and in return they observed. The Spaniards, proud men who had once marched under the king's banner, now bent their heads and ate without speaking. But survival came with terms. Over the coming days, the balance shifted. The survivors, too weak to leave, were absorbed into the rhythms of the people around them. Some were taken in, while others were enslaved. De Vaca, separated from his companions, now lived as a captive, stripped of the command he once held, subject to new customs, and dependent on others for his life. The land was unfamiliar, but it was not empty. He was now a guest, or perhaps a prisoner, in a world that had no interest in the titles he once held. Over time, he would learn its patterns. He would come to understand the language, the cycles of food and weather, and the expectations placed on him. And though he would suffer still, through illness, isolation, and grief, he would not die. Something in him had begun to change. In time, he learned to carry what was needed, to gather what was useful, and to disappear when it was safer not to be seen. He moved between groups along the Texas coast. Sometimes he traded, sometimes he was allowed to stay, but always he was aware of how little control he truly held. He thought of escape, but there was nowhere to go. The interior was vast, and the coastline stretched endlessly in both directions. De Vaca observed carefully. He learned to distinguish plants, to follow water, and to read the weather in the trees. And slowly, his presence shifted from burden to asset. He became a trader of goods between communities, trading shells, hides, pigment, and flint. He knew who had what, and what could be exchanged. He was allowed to move more freely, and in that movement, He found a kind of deep purpose, but more than that, he began to heal, not just in body, but in the way he was seen. He learned of herbs and rituals, and when he treated the sick, however humbly, some recovered. News of these recoveries traveled between camps. In places, he was welcomed not as a prisoner, but as a healer. People came to him with ailments. He blew gently across wounds. He spoke soft blessings over the fevered. He did not know whether it worked, only that those who believed it did. And perhaps, in that belief, something sacred stirred. He moved with them, ate with them, slept under the same wide sky, and came to understand that survival was not something one did alone. It was a lesson he would carry for the rest of his life. Years had passed. He no longer dreamed of galleons or gold. Instead, he thought of water sources, safe shelter, and which direction the herds were moving. The empire he had once served felt impossibly far away. And then he met others like himself. It happened far in the interior, perhaps by chance, or perhaps, according to them, by providence. De Vaca crossed paths with 3 other survivors of the Narváez expedition. Like De Vaca, they had lived among various indigenous groups, surviving because of their usefulness and humility. Their reunion was not triumphant, but it was profound. Together, they resolved to try for Mexico, not by sea, but overland, through thick forests, vast plains, and sun-baked deserts. They relied on the goodwill of those they encountered and the growing reputation that followed them. Word had spread far ahead of 4 strange men who healed the sick, who came unarmed and asked only for passage. They followed rivers when they could, used mountain ranges as guides, and stopped only when the land demanded it. And always, De Vaca walked at the center of it. By now, the 4 men were no longer seen as outsiders. They were travelers of great renown. Their Spanish names meant little to the people they met, but their presence stirred whispers. They were said to carry healing with them. They spoke many tongues, or at least enough to be understood. And unlike the soldiers who had come before, they brought no harm. They crossed vast stretches of what is now northern Mexico, Durango, Chihuahua, and Sonora, where the land rose and fell in dusty ridges and scattered thorn brush. In some villages, people came forward bearing gifts, woven mats, handfuls of maize, or gourds filled with water. Their journey became less a flight and more a passage. At times, they were joined by small bands of people, moving alongside them for a day or 2, sometimes longer. It was a far cry from the expedition they had begun with, now just a slow movement through land that no longer seemed foreign, and among people who no longer seemed strange. De Vaca saw these communities not as subjects or obstacles, but as stewards, keepers of knowledge, survival, and of memory. He listened closely. He watched the way children were taught, the way disputes were settled, and the way plants were gathered only with thanks. And somewhere deep within, he began to understand that the world was not shaped solely by those who held power, but also by those who held patience. They were drawing nearer now to Spanish territory. The mountains whispered of it. The language began to shift. But de Vaca was no longer sure what return meant. He had travelled so far, in distance and in spirit, that he no longer knew if he could step back into the life he once claimed. Still, they kept walking. It was in the foothills near Culiacan that they met the first Spanish settlers, armed men on horseback, their helmets gleaming beneath the sun. The moment should have felt like salvation. And yet, de Vaca hesitated. The soldiers were stunned. Before them stood 4 figures draped in woven garments, sun-darkened and barefoot, with no armor, no horses, no sign of rank, only the slow, sure bearing of those who had endured. They were not what Spain remembered. The men were taken in, given food and clothing, and ushered toward the colonial outposts of New Spain. From there, they were sent to Mexico City. There were questions, there was disbelief, and in the months that followed, de Vaca gave his account to the authorities. He described the journey, the suffering, and the deaths of all but 4 of the 600 who had set out. But he also spoke of the people they had lived among. He spoke of their kindness, their customs, and their strength. He told of healing, of cooperation, and of the land's unyielding rhythms. Eventually, de Vaca sailed back to Spain. The crossing was smoother this time, but his heart was unsettled. Home felt altered, or perhaps it was he who had changed. The court received him with some respect, but also with suspicion. He had not returned with riches. He had not claimed new territory. He had only survived. He would later be sent to govern in South America, but even that post ended in controversy. He never again wielded real authority. His last years were lived in the shadows of greater names, and his death passed without much notice. In the long annals of conquest, Álvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca remains an anomaly. There were no cities named in his honor, no empires built upon his return. He left no monuments, but he left a voice. In La Relación, the account he later wrote, de Vaca reflected on a journey that had tested him, reshaped him, and taught him what power could not. And perhaps that is why we remember him. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, Thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Genghis Khan, an outcast from an obscure clan who rose to carve out a land empire so vast it would dwarf that of Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, or any other conqueror in all of history. The oldest chronicle of his people says the future Khan was born to a minor chieftain of the northern steppe. Bearing a fateful omen, the elders believed all but guaranteed he would grow into a formidable warrior and great leader of men. But fate did not relinquish such a promise willingly. When the boy's father was assassinated by a rival clan, the future Khan was cast out of his tribe and left to the mercy of the open steppe. Years of misery and near starvation passed in this way, until the very clan that had abandoned him, sensing the boy was a growing threat, hunted him down and locked a heavy wooden yoke about his neck. But it would not hold him for long. Soon, he would unite the feuding tribes of the steppe beneath a single banner. In time, his rule would stretch from the Sea of Japan to the Caspian, and from the black forests of Siberia to the towering mountains of Tibet. And yet the great Khan did all this with a fighting force, barely 100,000 strong, swallowing empires with millions. All because fear rode ahead of him like a herald. He made such a grim example of any city that dared resist, that soon the rest flung their gates open at nothing more than a rumor of his coming. But for all the terror, this supposed savage gave many of his people their first code of law, their first written script, and a peace so complete that a lone traveler could journey across the empire without escort. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow Genghis Khan from those windswept plains to lordship over an empire without equal. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. Long ago, on the cold grass of the northern steppe, a boy was born to a wandering clan sometime in the middle of the 12th century. In a year no one can now fix with certainty. There was no writing yet among his people, and the day was never set down, so the date slipped away into the grass, along with 1,000 other forgotten days. The land into which he came was vast and unforgiving, a country of endless horizons and of wind that rarely rested. The people there lived in tents of felt and followed their herds across an ocean of grass, and they counted their wealth in horses and in loyal men. They raided one another as well, and a family's whole fortune might turn on the luck of a single season. The boy's father was a chieftain named Yesugei, a man of modest standing and considerable courage. In the days before the birth, he had ridden to war against a neighboring people called the Tatars, and he had come home victorious, with a captured enemy of some renown riding bound in his train. His wife, Hoelun, gave birth to her first son, while the triumph was still fresh in the camp. The child arrived with his small fist clenched tight, and folded within it lay a clot of blood about the size of a knuckle bone. The elders came to look upon the strange thing. A knuckle bone was an object they knew well, a small bone cast upon the ground in their games to read what fortune held in store, and here was a newborn who seemed already to grip his fortune in his hand. Among the people of the steppe, a child born clutching such a clot was a child marked to grow into a warrior, and so the elders murmured over the boy and told his mother what the sign foretold. When the time came to give the child his name, Yesugei looked upon the beaten foe he had carried home, and he gave the boy that captive's name. And so the child was called Temujin. He grew as the children of the steppe grew, on mare's milk and open air. There were brothers and a small sister in the tent, herds to be watched, and the slow round of the seasons turning over the grass. He learned to sit on a horse almost before he could walk, and to read the weather in the color of the morning. For 9 years, the boy knew something close to peace, a chieftain's son with his father's arm to shelter him, out on the open plain beneath the enormous sky. Temujin was still a child when the first great blow fell. His father had taken him riding to his mother's people to seek a bride for the boy, as the custom was, and there a girl named Berta was promised to him. On the long journey home, Yesugei stopped to rest among a band of Tatars. They offered him food and drink, as travelers on the steppe did for one another, and he sat and ate with them. But these were Tatars, and they knew his face, and they had not forgotten the wars of years before. Something had been worked into what they gave him. Yesugei rode on, but by the time he reached his own tents, he had fallen gravely ill, and within a few days he was dead. With the chieftain gone, the family's world came apart. Yesugei had held his followers together by the strength of his own name, and now that binding was cut, the clan looked upon his widow and her small children and made a cold reckoning. To them, a woman and her children were nothing more than mouths to feed, and offered little in return. And so one morning the people struck their tents, gathered their herds, and moved off across the grass, and they left Hoelun and her children behind with almost nothing. What came after was survival worn down to the bone. Hoelun walked the riverbanks and the hillsides and gathered whatever the land would give up. There were wild onions and roots prized from the hard earth, berries and the small fruits of the steppe, and little fish drawn from the cold streams. She fed her children on what the river and the hillside gave, and she would not let them sink. Hunger sat at the edge of every day, but the family endured, and the children grew tall and lean and watchful. In the camp with them was Begta, Yesugei's son by another wife, and as the boys grew, a friction rose between him and Temujin, over food and over the small spoils of the hunt, and over which of them might one day lead. It sharpened month by month until it came to a head. Out on the grass one day, Temujin and a younger brother named Kasar took up their bows, and together they turned upon Begta, taking his life. When Herlun learned what her sons had done, she was seized with fury and with grief, and she berated them without pause, mourning the boy who was lost, and fearing the hardness that had come into her own tent. It was a lesson he never unlearned, and when in later years he came to make his laws, no Mongol was ever again to spill Mongol blood over food or a woman. Word of the growing boy began to travel, and it reached the ears of those who wished him ill. A clan called the Taichiud, who had been among those that abandoned the family, grew uneasy at the thought of Temujin coming to manhood with his father's blood in him and old scores to settle. They resolved to deal with him before he was full grown. A party of their riders came down upon the family's camp, and Temujin fled, but they ran him down and took him captive. About his neck they fastened a heavy wooden yoke, a frame that held a man's arms apart, and marked him for a prisoner, and they carried him back to live among them in shame. He bided his time. On a night of feasting, when the watch had grown careless, he struck the man set to guard him, and slipped away into the dark. He came to a river, and lowered himself into the cold water, until only his face showed above the surface, and there he lay, while his captors searched the banks, and called, and passed him by. When they had gone, he made his way back over the open steppe to his mother's tents, free once more, and harder than the boy who had been taken. In the years after his escape, the young man set about building a life from the little he had. Temujin now rode to claim that old promise. He found Berta grown and willing, and she became his wife. She brought with her a dowry of rare worth, a long coat of fine black sable, the kind of garment a great lord might envy. He was still a man of almost no standing, with a bare handful of followers and few horses to his name, and he knew he could not climb alone. So he took the black sable coat and carried it to the most powerful lord within his reach, a steppe ruler named Togrul, who years before had sworn brotherhood with Yesugei. Temujin laid the coat before him as a gift and asked for his protection in return. Togrul was pleased by the offering and by the young man's boldness, and he promised to gather Temujin's scattered people and to hold him as a son. A wedding coat had bought the friendship of a king. There was another bond, dearer still. In his boyhood, Temujin had loved a companion named Jamuka, and the two had sworn to one another the oath of blood brothers, a vow the steppe held sacred above almost all others. As boys, they had traded gifts and sworn themselves to each other for life, and now, Grown to young men, they renewed the oath and rode and camped together as brothers born. Then came the morning that broke the peace. Before dawn, a thunder of hooves came down upon the tents. The riders were merchants, and they carried an old grievance. For years before, Yesuge had stolen Hurlun away from a man of their people, and now the merchants had come to repay the theft in kind. In the darkness and the scramble to escape, Berta was seized and carried off into the grasslands, and Temujin, outnumbered and unready, could only flee and watch her go. He would not leave her lost. He went to Togrul, and he went to Jamuka, and he called upon both bonds at once, and both men answered him. Between them they raised a great host of warriors, far more than Temujin could ever have summoned alone. The gathering of it was slow, and Berta had been the better part of a year in merchant tents, before at last they rode hard against the merchants and fell upon their camp. Temujin rode through the confusion, calling Berta's name, and out of the fleeing crowd she heard him and came to him, and they held one another amid the wreck of the raid. She was his once more. But she came back to him carrying a child, and before long a son was born, and the boy was given the name Yochi. Whether he had been fathered by Temujin before the raid, or by a merchant during it, no one could rightly say. Temujin took the boy up and raised him as his own, and spoke no word against him. Yet the doubt was never wholly answered, and it settled somewhere in the marrow of the family, a matter left unspoken among them for many long years. For the moment, though, there was gladness in the tents. His wife was restored to him, a great lord stood as his protector, his blood brother rode at his side, and the name of Temujin was passing from mouth to mouth across the plain. For a time, the two blood brothers lived as one people, sharing the work of leadership as once they had shared the games of childhood. Their tents travelled together, their herds mingled, and to the tribes around them they seemed a single rising power. But a coldness crept in between them over the seasons, slow and hard to name, and the old warmth began to thin. The break came on an evening when the two camps were on the move together. As they looked for a place to halt for the night, Jamuka said, "Let us camp by the mountain, and the horse herders will have their tents. Let us camp by the river, and the shepherds will have their food." Berta turned the words over and read in them a shadow, for Jamuka was sorting the two of them, one high and one low, and she urged Temujin to part from him at once, that very night. And so, under cover of darkness, Temujin gathered his people and his herds and drew away from his sworn brother, and after that night the two never rode as friends again. From then on, they stood apart as rivals, and the scattered tribes of the steppe began to gather, some behind the one and some behind the other. Jamuka, proud and gifted in war, drew to himself many of the old and noble families. Temujin drew the restless and the overlooked, the men who prized loyalty and a fair share of the spoils over the accident of noble birth, and he bound them to him with a plain and even-handed justice they had not known before. In one of those battles, he came very near to death. In the heat of the fighting, an arrow flew from the enemy ranks and struck down the war horse beneath him. The great animal fell, and Temujin went down among the trampling hooves. The shot had been meant for him, and it had missed him only by a hand's breadth. When the battle was won and the enemy scattered and taken, the prisoners were brought before him. Temujin asked them plainly which man among them had loosed the arrow that had felled his horse. For a long moment, none of the captives dared to speak, for such a confession seemed a certain road to death. Then one man stepped forward out of the crowd. He said that the arrow had been his, that he was the one who had loosed it, and that Temujin might do with him whatever he wished. He stood there in the open and waited for his end to come. But Temujin looked upon the man who had chosen to own his deed rather than hide among his fellows, and something in that plain courage moved him. Rather than order his death, he took the fellow into his own service, and he gave him a new name as well. He called him Jabi, a word that meant the arrow, after the very shot that had so nearly ended him. And this Jabi repaid the mercy 100-fold, rising in time to become one of the finest generals that Temujin would ever command, carrying the Mongol banners into far countries that had never known them. Men heard of such things, and they came. For years the balance swung between the two. The Tatars were broken, and the Merkits, and the proud tribes of the West, and battles were won and lost, alliances made and broken, and more than once Temujin was beaten down almost to nothing before he gathered himself and rose again. Slowly, the years began to favor him. His following grew steadier, his enemies fewer, and one by one the great tribes of the plain came over to him, some beaten by his warriors and some won by his welcome. One man still stood above him. Togrul, who had taken the sable coat and called him son, grew jealous of the young man's rising, and at Jamukha's whispering, he turned against him. In the end, the two of them met in open war, and after 3 days of fighting, the old lord's people were beaten and scattered. Togrul rode west with almost nothing, past the edge of everything he had ever ruled, and at the Naiman border, a patrol pulled him from his horse. He told them who he was. They had never heard of him. Only Jamukha was left. His allies fell away from him, his strength drained into the grass, until he was a lord almost without men, a hunted figure crossing the wide lands he had once seemed born to master. His fall was finished by his own followers. The few men still with him seized their master and carried him bound to Temujin's camp, thinking to trade him for reward. But Temujin had no love for men who would sell their own lord, and he had those betrayers put to death in front of the very man they had hoped to give up. Then he turned to Jamukha, the brother of his boyhood, and offered him back his life and his friendship and a place at his side. Jamukha would not take it. He had lived as a great man, he said, and he had been beaten, and 2 sons could not share a single sky. He asked instead for the death owed to a nobleman of the steppe. He asked only that his going be clean, and that his bones be laid to rest with honor. Temujin, grieving for the friend he had truly lost long before, granted what was asked. Jamukha was given the bloodless, honorable death he had wanted, and his body was laid to rest. Temujin turned his horse for home. Behind him, the last rival of his own people was gone, and the wide grasslands lay open beneath a single hand. The tribes that had spent whole lifetimes raiding and feuding had all been brought under one ruler. In the year 1206, they marked it with a great assembly. They met by the headwaters of the Onon River, in the heart of the old grazing lands, and there the chieftains and the warriors and the heads of the great families came to raise Temujin up above them all. A revered shaman stood before the gathering and declared that the eternal blue sky, the vast heaven the Mongols honored above everything, had given this man the right to rule. Temujin was seated upon a broad felt carpet, and the greatest lords of the steppe took hold of its edges and lifted him high, and the plain rang with the shouting of his people. There, in that hour, he laid down the name of his boyhood. He would no longer be Temujin, a dead chieftain's son named for a beaten foe. From that day, he took a title instead, and the title was Genghis Khan, as his own people said it, the name the wider world would come to know as Genghis Khan. The words carried the sense of a fierce and universal ruler, a lord as wide and as boundless as the sea. It had not been given to him at his birth, nor handed down from any father. He had made the name himself, across 40 years of hunger and struggle and war. He set about binding his people into something they had never been. The old tribal names, which had for so long set man against man, he pushed aside, and in their place he raised a single people who answered to him alone. He forbade the old raiding among his own, so that no Mongol might carry off another's herds or women. He broke apart the old tribal bands and set his warriors into fresh companies of tens and hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands, each with a captain who owed his place to the Khan and to his own merit, rather than to the blood in his veins. A herdsman's son might rise to lead 10,000 if he had the worth for it. He gave the new nation laws as well, a body of rules the Mongols called the Yasa, and by them he bound high and low alike, so that men learned his word, once given, would hold. Under his hand, the fractured plain, which had known nothing but warring camps, became a single ordered realm. Now that the whole of the steppe answered to him, his rule held a breadth that startled those who knew him only by the terror of his name. Among his people there lived followers of many faiths, worshippers of the eternal sky, and Buddhists and Christians and Muslims alike, and he let every one of them keep to their own way unhindered. He declared that all religions should be free within his lands, and he lifted the weight of taxes from the priests and the monks and the holy men of every kind, so that they might tend to their prayers in peace. He gave his people, too, a thing they had never before possessed. In all their long history, they had carried their laws and their old tales only in memory and in speech, for they had never held any letters at all. In the last of the tribal wars, his warriors took a learned scribe who kept his records in a borrowed alphabet, and the Khan saw the worth of the thing at once, and he had that script set to the sounds of the Mongol tongue. So his people gained a way to set down their words and keep them, though the Khan himself never learned to read a single line of it. He bound his wide dominions together with roads and with riders. All across the vast reach of the empire, he set out a chain of way stations, each a hard day's ride from the last, kept always stocked with fresh horses and food and shelter. A rider bearing the Khan's word might gallop from one station to the next, hand on his message, or climb upon a waiting mount, and press onward without rest, so that news could fly across thousands of miles in only a handful of days. Along the roads of this great relay, there moved not only the messengers of the Khan, but merchants and envoys and travellers out of many lands, so that word and goods passed between the far ends of the earth more swiftly than they ever had before. He laid the first lines of it himself, and his sons would carry it to the far edges of the world. First, he turned east. Beyond the desert lay the Tangut kingdom, and beyond that, the great realm of the north, and his horsemen, who had never in their lives seen a walled city, learned to throw down walls. The Tangut king paid him tribute. The northern capital was taken and burned. The settled world now knew the Khan. For all the wars that he had waged, the Khan did not always reach first for the sword. Far to the west of his grasslands, there lay a great and wealthy realm, a land of famed cities and rich caravans, ruled over by a mighty Shah. The Khan looked toward it and saw the promise of trade rather than a foe to be fought, and he sent out to the Shah a vast caravan of merchants, some hundreds of men with their camels laden down with silver and silks and precious goods, bearing his wish for open and peaceful commerce between the two great realms. The caravan came in time to a frontier town called Otrar. There the governor of the place, a grasping, suspicious man, looked upon the great wealth that these strangers carried, and he declared them to be spies sent to prey upon his master's lands. On his word alone, the merchants were seized and killed, very nearly every one of them, and all of their cargo was taken. When the news of it came to the Khan, he did not answer straight away with war. He sent envoys to the Shah to protest the killing and to ask that the guilty governor be handed over to answer for what he had done. But the Shah, proud and unwise, would not so much as hear the plea. He had the chief of the envoys put to death, and he sent the others away shamed and disfigured, and by that act he slammed shut the very last door that might have held back the storm. After that, there could be no turning back. The Khan gathered up his armies and turned the full weight of his power to the west, and what followed was among the most terrible reckonings the world has ever known. The great cities of the Shah's realm, Bukhara and Samarkand and all the rest, were surrounded one after another and thrown down into ruin. The Shah himself fled away before the onslaught, driven from place to place across his own crumbling kingdom, until he died broken and friendless upon a small island in a cold grey sea. The heaviest cost of it all fell upon the ordinary people of that land, and it lay far beyond any counting. Whole cities were emptied of their inhabitants, and the fields that lay all about them were left with no living hand to tend them. In some places, the loss ran so deep that the farms and the watercourses, which had been carefully kept for hundreds of years, fell into ruin and were taken slowly back by the wild. Grass and then forest crept over what had once been ploughland. The Khan withdrew from that ruined country, his long vengeance finished, and his name grown darker still in the memory of the world. The insult offered at Otrar had been repaid many thousands of times over, and the greed of one governor had in the end been answered for by great multitudes who had never once heard his name. The years pressed steadily on, and the Khan, who had taken so much of the world for his own, could not take the one thing that he most desired. He was growing old. The body that had carried him through a whole lifetime of hard living had begun to fail him, and the shadow of his own ending lay upon his mind, as it comes to lie upon every man who is given time enough to see it drawing near. Word had reached him of a holy man in the distant lands of China, a Taoist master named Chiu Chuji, who was said to be wondrously old and very deeply wise. It was whispered by a great many people that this ancient sage had somehow learned the secret of long life, and perhaps even the hidden way to live forever. And so, the Khan, from the far side of the world, sent word that the old man should be brought to him. The sage was already well past 70 years of age, and the road that was laid before him was a hard and a bitter one, thousands of miles across burning deserts and high mountains and empty plains to reach the Khan's far distant camp. Yet he took it up all the same. For months, and then for years, he journeyed on through wild and lonely country, a frail old man, borne ever onward toward his meeting with the master of half the world. When at last the sage stood before him, the Khan received the old man with warmth and put to him the question that had drawn him across the earth. He asked him for the medicine of immortality, for the secret draught that would let him go on living and never come to die. And the sage, who might so easily have flattered the mightiest man alive with a soft and a comforting lie, gave to him the plain truth instead. He had no such medicine, he told the Khan, for there was no such thing to be found under heaven. He could offer only ways to guard the health and to lengthen out a life by a little, through calm and through moderation and through the careful tending of the body and the spirit. Yet in the end, he said, death would surely come, as it came for all. It was not the answer the Khan had brought him across an empire to hear, yet he did not rage against the old man, nor did he punish him for the hope that he had so gently taken away. Instead, he honored the sage for his honesty, and he kept him near at hand, and he listened with real respect to the plain and simple wisdom that the old man offered him. For a while the conqueror and the sage spoke together of how a man ought to live, and of what he must in the end let fall away. The Khan came to hold the old master in a deep and lasting regard, and when their time together was done, he sent him home again with honor and with thanks. And the most powerful man in all the world went on his way from there, carrying a truth he had never been able to seize by force, that there were some things no army could ever win, and that death, alone of all his many foes, would never once yield to him. In the year 1227, away on campaign once more against the stubborn and defiant Tangut, the great Khan came to the end of his long road. He was an old man by then, and yet he was still in the saddle, still leading out his armies, as he had done through all the days of his life. Just how death came for him, no one has ever been able to say for certain. The tale most often told is that some months before, while he was out hunting, he had been thrown down from his horse and badly hurt, and that the injuries of that fall festered slowly within him and never truly mended, so that his great strength drained away through the season that followed. Only this much is truly sure, that in the August of that year, somewhere far out in the field, the master of the greatest empire yet built by a single man drew in his final breath. What his people did in the days that followed was as strange and as secretive as anything in that long and singular life. His death was kept hidden from the world, while his body was carried home across the grass to the northern steppe that had first borne him. There, close by a holy mountain, they gave him back to the earth, and they took the most extraordinary care of all, that no man should ever look upon the place where he lay. The old accounts tell that the men of the funeral escort cut down every person that they chanced to meet upon the road, so that none might live to speak of the way the body had passed. When the grave itself had been closed over, it is said that a great herd of horses was driven back and forth across the ground until the soil lay beaten flat and showed no sign at all of what now rested beneath it. Some of the tales tell that a river was turned aside from its own bed to run forever above the resting place, and others that a forest was allowed to spread across it, until the last trace of it had been swallowed up entirely by the land. The death of the Khan did not bring any end to the great thing that he had built. In truth, it had scarcely yet begun. The doubt over Yochi never died, and when the Khan came to name an heir, he passed over his eldest son, and the empire fell to another. But his sons and his grandsons took up the banners that he had left behind for them, and they bore them outward across the world in every direction, riding farther even than he himself had ever ridden. Under the hands of those who came after him, the empire swelled until it reached unbroken from the shores of the Pacific in the far east to the very edge of Europe in the west, the largest continuous stretch of land that any single people had ever held. Great realms that had never once so much as heard his name were brought beneath the sway of his heirs, and for a long and settled season a lone traveller might pass across the whole vast breadth of Asia in safety, beneath the ordered peace that his descendants kept. His mark upon the world ran deeper still than any map could ever hope to show. Long after the empire itself had crumbled away into memory and into legend, the traces of his own blood endured in the most remarkable fashion of all. A line of descent, carried today by perhaps 16 million men, may run back to him. So very far and so wide had his sons and their sons scattered themselves across the lands that he had won. Near enough, one man in every 200 alive on earth. And in the land of his own birth, once his name was free to be spoken again, he was never the villain that far-off peoples remembered. To the Mongols, he remains the father of the whole nation, the man who gathered up a scattering of warring tribes and made of them a single people and set them upon the wide stage of the world. His face is featured on both their money and their stamps, and far out upon the open steppe, about an hour from the capital, there stands a vast statue of him, seated high upon his horse, clad in gleaming steel, and rising 40 meters into the open sky. 8 long centuries have gone by since that far-off day. Empires beyond number have risen up and crumbled, and the whole wide face of the world has been remade many times over. And still, in all of those long years, not one single soul has ever found the tomb of the Khan. Somewhere beneath the wide grass of Mongolia, close by the mountain that he held sacred, he lies just where his people laid him down, undisturbed and unmarked, exactly as it seems that he had wished to lie. Of everything that he seized and held and lost across the length of his life, the secret of his own resting place is the one thing he has managed to keep. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, from the Sleepytime archives, the remarkable true story of Sir Ernest Shackleton, an intrepid explorer who led a band of brave souls to attempt the impossible, traverse the whole of Antarctica, the most hostile, ice-bound continent on Earth. The year was 1914. While the rest of the world was slipping into war, Shackleton and his men sailed into the frozen fog of the unknown, where drifting floes, cracking ice, and the ghostly wails of albatross were muffled by the white and desolate expanse. As their sturdy ship Endurance journeyed deeper into the ice, the drifting pack eventually closed around her, crushing the vessel and leaving 28 men stranded, entirely alone, and more than 1,000 miles from the nearest settlement. For months they lived on the shifting ice, watching it splinter beneath their feet. And yet, against all odds, Shackleton brought every last man home alive and largely unscathed. By any ordinary measure, the expedition was a failure. Antarctica was never crossed, and the men never even set foot upon it. But in truth, what Shackleton accomplished was something far greater. It was a confident and unwavering kind of leadership, tested not in moments of triumph, but in the long and uncertain spaces in between. When every plan collapsed, when hope thinned and the cold deepened, Shackleton remained steadfast, committed to the lives in his care. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we reflect not on the low and thunderous groan of breaking ice, but on the quiet strength that carried them through, and the man who led them safely home. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. As Europe held its breath in the last quiet weeks before the Great War, an expedition unlike any other was preparing to set out for the ends of the earth. Now in his 40s and hardened by years at sea, Shackleton set his sights on a goal that had been forming in his mind for as long as he could remember: to walk across the whole of Antarctica. His ship was christened Endurance, a name drawn from his family's motto: "By endurance we conquer." She was a sturdy wooden sailing ship, built with a reinforced hull to withstand the ice, a ship of strength and purpose, made not for speed, but for survival. Many had answered his call for men willing to face hardship in pursuit of something greater than comfort. This was not a voyage for the faint-hearted. It was for those who sought something deeper, a test of the self, far beyond the reach of the modern world. They departed London in August, sailing south past Lisbon, the Canary Islands, and then the coast of South America. From there, they sailed to the whaling station on South Georgia Island, the last outpost of humanity before the Antarctic ice. Grizzled Norwegian whalers warned Shackleton of a heavy ice season in the Weddell Sea. The warning hung in the cold air, but the expedition moved forward, too committed now to turn back. In December 1914, Endurance pushed away from South Georgia and entered a sea that turned colder and thicker. Icebergs floated by like drifting cathedrals of ice, ghostly in the pale southern light. By January, they had reached deep into the Weddell Sea, and the ice began to tighten. What started as loose and broken plates of frozen sea drifting across the water, or ice floes, as they were often called, soon became a slow-moving vice. The ship pressed on cautiously as the men watched the water narrow into pathways of white. And then, on the 18th of January, Endurance was finally caught. The floes closed in gently, almost politely. There was no great crack or crash, just a firm stillness, as if the sea had simply decided to hold them. They were now passengers on a frozen ocean. But Shackleton did not panic. He adjusted methodically and began shifting the mission in his mind, from triumph to survival. Endurance sat nestled within the tightening arms of the Weddell Sea. Around her, the ice stretched in every direction, a wide white silence, broken only by the low groan of shifting floes. At first there was hope that the ship might break free. The men watched the ice with cautious optimism, believing the southern summer might still open a path to shore. But the days slipped by, and the pressure built. Endurance was no longer sailing. She was drifting, a captive in a frozen current that paid no heed to plans or poles. Yet life aboard the ship carried on, and Shackleton made sure of it. He understood that survival was not just a matter of rations or shelter. It was morale, routine, and purpose. Each man had his duties, the dogs were exercised, and every meal was prepared with care. On Sunday evenings, the phonograph played gentle tunes, and the men gathered for readings, games, or conversation. Frank Hurley, the expedition's photographer, wandered the ice with camera in hand, capturing the strange beauty of their imprisonment. His images would one day become the visual memory of this frozen world. Sails rimmed with frost, men silhouetted against the white horizon, endurance standing like a relic of another age. Shackleton, always composed, rarely spoke of fear. He moved among the men with quiet intent, observing their moods, sharing small jokes, and stepping in when tempers flared. By March, the Antarctic night had at last arrived. Temperatures dropped, darkness lengthened, and the ice no longer softened. Endurance creaked and moaned under the strain, her timbers bending against the slow crush of ice. Still she held, and still Shackleton waited. He understood something vital. Control was no longer possible, but composure was. And in that composure, he preserved not just order, but hope. By the time winter cloaked the Weddell Sea in early April, Endurance was no longer a ship, but a frozen shelter locked in the ice, utterly motionless, sealed in a white plain as far as the eye could see. Snow drifted silently around her, and the wind did not howl, but whispered, low and cold, across the vast stillness. Shackleton stood often at the helm, though there was nowhere to steer. He watched the patterns of pressure on the ice, and listened to the deep groans and muted cracks rising from beneath the surface. On board the ship, routines held, though rations were beginning to tighten. The world changed slowly, and not in their favor. The pressure ridges rose higher. The ice was no longer content to sit still. Endurance began to list, her hull groaning under the strain of months locked in the ice. Shackleton inspected the damage each day. He knew the ship was strong, but the ice was older, patient, and absolute. By September, spring brought not release, but violence. The floes began to shift with a new energy, breaking, grinding, reforming. The ship shook under the strain, her beams splintering, her sides bowing slowly inward under the weight of the ice. The men were ordered to prepare to abandon ship, sledges loaded, supplies repacked, tents readied. Still, the order came with no panic. Then, in late October, with a deep moan and a shudder, Endurance was finally breached. Water poured in through the hull. Shackleton gave the order with a level voice. "She's going, boys. We've done all we can." They set up camp on the ice. The ship, their shelter, their warmth, their link to the world, was left behind. She leaned further day by day, until on the 21st of November, she slipped beneath the ice. The men gathered in silence, watching the spot where she had vanished. Shackleton did not look back for long. The ship was lost, but now only one task remained: to get them home. They were 28 men on a drifting floe, with sled dogs, 3 lifeboats, dwindling supplies, and no certainty of when, or even if, they would ever touch land again. In the weeks before she sank, Shackleton had ordered everything useful stripped away: tinned food, lumber, tools, and the ship's Bible, from which he tore a few pages and left the rest behind. Among them was the passage, "Cast thy burden upon the Lord, and he shall sustain thee." The ice became their new home. They called it Ocean Camp. Tents were pitched, gear sorted, and a routine established. Even here, adrift and exposed, Shackleton emphasized structure. And yet the men played cards, told stories, and found what laughter they could. Frank Wild, ever Shackleton's right hand, kept the men from losing heart. For even in this slow-motion ordeal, purpose was preserved. As weeks passed, cracks began to appear in the ice, jagged lines creeping closer to camp. The flow that had cradled them began to betray them. Then in December, the men shifted to a new site they called Patience Camp. For months, the men lived on a slab of ice, riding a slow, uncertain current through the frozen belly of the Weddell Sea. Beneath their feet, the ocean moved invisibly, an unseen engine carrying them northward. The great continent lay behind them now, unreachable. Their world was ice and sky, sealed off from all that once was familiar. Food was rationed. Seals and penguins were hunted when they could be found. Each fresh kill meant more warmth, more calories, more days survived. Still, the drift was not peaceful. The ice shifted unpredictably. Several times the floe broke open beneath the camp, swallowing gear and threatening lives. Each time, Shackleton responded quickly, with firm commands and swift reorganization. He walked among them daily, listening, encouraging, and deflecting despair. Every decision, from meals to movements, he weighed carefully, not just for the sake of their bodies, but their minds. By early April 1916, the ice began to break more aggressively. The floe that had carried them across hundreds of miles now threatened to shatter entirely. Shackleton knew the time had come. They would have to abandon their frozen raft and commit to the sea. 3 lifeboats, the James Caird, the Dudley Docker, and the Stancombe Wills, were readied. Supplies were loaded, water casks filled. Then, on the 9th of April, they launched the boats. Elephant Island rose before them like a crumpled sheet of slate, a jagged, wind-scoured refuge jutting out from the coldest waters on earth. There were no trees, no settlements, no shelter beyond the haphazard folds of rock and scree. But to the crew of Endurance, it may as well have been a sanctuary. After 7 days adrift in open lifeboats, buffeted by sleet and salt, tossed by heavy swells, the men rowed the final strokes toward shore. Their hands were blistered and cracked, their faces raw from cold wind and salt spray, their strength worn down to the bone. They landed on the 15th of April, 497 days since they had last stood on solid ground. They scrambled ashore through the surf, dragging their boats onto the stony beach. Some kissed the wet stones. Others simply lay down and stared at the sky. The relief was not jubilant, but profound. They had escaped the ice, and for the moment they had survived, though it was far from salvation. Elephant Island was remote in the extreme, well off any shipping route, unmarked by human habitation. No rescue would stumble upon them, and Shackleton knew this. So after allowing the men time to recover, he began to plan again, not for the group this time, but for a breakaway team. If they were to survive, someone had to reach help, and that was going to mean sailing back into the storm. The James Caird, the strongest of their lifeboats, was selected for the journey. Shackleton chose 5 men to accompany him: Frank Worsley, the navigator with a mind like a compass; Tom Crean, loyal and unshakable; and 3 others, equally resolved to face the unknown. While the others constructed a crude shelter on the island, a low hut built from upturned boats and salvaged canvas, Shackleton oversaw modifications to the Caird. They reinforced her keel, added ballast, and raised a makeshift deck to shield them from the waves across 800 miles of stormy seas. Before departing, Shackleton spoke very little. He simply reminded Frank Wild, now left in charge, to get the men through until he came back. There was no promise, no false hope, just an unspoken trust. On the 24th of April, the James Caird was launched from the rocky shore, slipping back into the grey swell. Shackleton and his 5 companions were bound for South Georgia Island and whatever lay in between. The South Atlantic in winter was no place for a boat of her size. Waves towered like black cliffs, rolling out of the darkness without warning. The wind shrieked through the rigging. Salt spray froze into icy crusts along the boat's sides, threatening to sink her with the weight of accumulating ice. Shackleton, huddled with 5 men in the cramped interior, remained calm. His clothes were sodden, his skin raw from wind and salt. He rotated watches, kept spirits up with small murmurs of encouragement, and made sure the men drank and ate when they could, even when appetite was long gone. Frank Worsley, his eyes red from cold, guided their course by the stars when they were visible, and by dead reckoning when they were not. On most days, they saw only grey clouds and sea and wind, all folding into one another. Yet his skill held, and their course remained true. The cold was unrelenting, and sleep was near impossible. Ice formed on their blankets and clothing, their boots froze, and water seeped constantly through the seams. More than once, the Caird was nearly capsized by a rogue wave. More than once, they bailed for hours to stay afloat. And yet, through it all, Shackleton never let his men see despair. He cracked dry jokes and found a word of reassurance, but kept quiet when words were too heavy. On the 14th day at sea, a dark line appeared on the horizon: South Georgia. The island they had aimed for in blind hope and skill now stood before them like a miracle, rising sheer from the sea. But the sea was not finished with them. A sudden gale drove them past the island's southern coast, forcing a desperate landing on a rocky beach on the uninhabited side of the island. They were within reach, yet still impossibly far from the whaling stations that dotted the northern shore. The boat was wrecked, the men barely able to stand. Shackleton looked inland, not toward the sea, but toward the mountains that separated them from rescue. The journey was not yet done, and so, after resting briefly, he prepared for the crossing ahead. South Georgia was a place of wild beauty and brutal terrain, a narrow mountainous island sculpted by glaciers into ridgelines, ravines, and deep fjords. Shackleton stood on its southern coast, looking up at the snowbound peaks that separated him from the whaling station at Stromness. It was only 30 miles away, but the path had never been crossed, not even by the whalers who lived there. There were no maps, no trails, only cold, jagged stone and windswept ice. Shackleton selected 2 companions to go with him, Tom Crean and Frank Worsley, the 2 men he trusted most. The others, too weak to continue, would remain behind with the boat. Shackleton left them a promise. He would return. They set out before dawn on the 19th of May, with only a length of rope, a carpenter's adze, and a few biscuits tucked into their pockets. Their boots, held together with twine and nails, slipped on the ice. The cold gnawed through every seam. Wind roared across the ridges. At times, they had to retrace their steps, realizing a glacier led to a sheer drop or a dead end. They marched through 36 straight hours without sleep. Then at one point, they slid down a slope, uncertain what lay at the bottom, a gamble made not from recklessness, but because they had no other choice. Down they went into the darkness, but somehow the gamble held, and they reached the bottom unscathed. And then, through the fog, a faint sound drifted across the valley, a steam whistle. They stopped and listened, hearts pounding beneath layers of frozen wool. The Stromness whaling station was near. Down the final slope they stumbled, ragged and frostbitten. The men who met them at the station could scarcely believe what they saw. 3 figures, caked in ice and soot, emerging from the mountains like ghosts. It had been 17 months since anyone had seen Shackleton. He asked no questions. He made no speech. He simply asked for a boat, because though they had made it to safety, 22 men were still waiting on Elephant Island. The return to Stromness marked the beginning of another kind of journey, one not through mountains or ice, but through the weight of responsibility. Safe at last on South Georgia, Shackleton wasted no time. His thoughts were already with the men he had left behind, now nearly a month alone, with no way to call for help. He tried at once to secure a ship. The whalers offered what they could, and soon Shackleton was back at sea. But the sea resisted. Ice blocked the way, fuel ran short, and each attempt failed, once, twice, a third time. Still, Shackleton did not give up. There was no frustration in his voice, only determination. He simply tried again. At last, with help from the Chilean government, Shackleton secured the Yelcho, a small steel steam tug. On the 30th of August, Shackleton sailed once more into the Southern Ocean. This time, the ice parted. As the coast of Elephant Island came into view, Shackleton stood on the bow, eyes locked on the shoreline. He raised his binoculars, scanning the beach. At first the shore was still and empty. Then, slowly, it came alive. Figures running down to the water, a flag waving against the grey. Every one of the 22 men had survived. Frank Wild had kept them together in Shackleton's absence, repeating the promise daily. He said he'd come back, and he will. Supplies had dwindled, spirits had worn thin, but they had endured. When the Yelcho arrived, they were rescued in less than an hour, without the loss of a single life. It was, in its own way, one of the most extraordinary rescues in maritime history. In the years that followed the Endurance expedition, Ernest Shackleton did not slow down, though his body bore the marks of his long ordeal: frostbitten skin, weary lungs, aches borne without complaint. His spirit remained unsettled. He returned to Britain to find a world at war, where tales of icebound survival were quickly overshadowed by the thunder of trenches and artillery. But still, he served. He was commissioned into the army in a diplomatic and logistical role. He spoke little of the Antarctic, and even less of hardship. The survival of all his men spoke louder than any retelling, but the draw of the southern frontier never left him. In 1921, now in his late 40s and visibly aged by years of strain, Shackleton announced one final expedition, the Shackleton-Rowett expedition. Its goal was loosely defined: scientific exploration, coastal mapping, and perhaps once again, a last communion with the edge of the world. Before reaching Antarctica, the quest put in at Rio de Janeiro, pausing for repairs. It was a time of gentle reflection, dinners with officers, quiet conversations, long walks along the coast. For Shackleton, Rio marked a pause between effort and departure, a moment to breathe and to consider all he had endured. Then, once more, he turned south. In early January 1922, the Quest, his final ship, arrived at South Georgia Island, the very place that had bookended his journey 6 years before. On the night of the 4th of January, he spoke softly with the ship's doctor about the future of the expedition. But in the early hours of the next morning, Ernest Shackleton passed away in his cabin. He was 47 years old. At the request of his wife, Emily, he was laid to rest there on South Georgia, beneath a simple granite headstone facing the sea, a fitting end for a man who belonged to the silence and the storms alike. He was not a man of monuments or great speeches. His greatness lay elsewhere. It lived in the loyalty he inspired, the calm he held through chaos, and the truth that even when the world turns to ice, steady hands and a steady heart can lead men home. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story and the legend of King Arthur, a man remembered by some as the warrior king who rescued a crumbling Britain in the wake of Rome's departure, and by others as a man who wielded enchanted blades, took counsel from a wizard, and was served by knights of great virtue and valor. Our story begins with a young man who draws a sword from a stone and a kingdom that kneels before him. A powerful wizard named Merlin stands by his side. A pale arm rises from a lake and offers a second, even greater sword called Excalibur. Then at Camelot, Arthur seats his finest knights at a round table, so that no man might sit above another. This gallant fellowship will one day ride out after a holy relic and be scattered to the ends of the known world. The Arthur that history permits, however, is a plainer figure, a prominent warlord who made his name fighting the Saxons in the power vacuum left by the Roman legions. Though, to be honest, the record is thin at best, and the name Arthur is barely mentioned until hundreds of years after he is said to have lived. But in either case, almost none of it leaves a mark on the physical world. Not a stone or a blade, not even a grave, leading some to argue that Arthur may never have existed at all. But what we can say for certain is that the official story of King Arthur remains largely unsettled. For why else would treasure hunters and scholars still comb the hills and isles of Britain for his final resting place? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll explore both the legend and the man, and uncover, if we can, where one of them ends and the other begins. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. For nearly 400 years, Britain had belonged to Rome. Straight roads ran from one coast to the other, laid so well that long stretches of them would outlast the empire that built them. In the towns, there were bathhouses and market squares, and courtyards warmed from below by furnaces that breathed heat up through hollow tiles in the floor. A man might have wine from Gaul and oil from Spain, wrapped against the northern damp in the comforts of a realm that reached from the cold wall in the north to the deserts of Africa. It had come to feel like something that would always be there. Then, slowly, the warmth began to leave. The trouble had begun far away, on the great rivers of the continent, where the frontier that held the Roman world together was starting to give way. Tribes pressed in from the east, and the soldiers who had once guarded Britain were called off to fight nearer the heart of things. Each departure took a few more spears from the island and left a longer stretch of shoreline, watching an empty sea. By the opening years of the 5th century, the troops who remained were few, and the coin that paid them had all but stopped coming. Around the year 410, with the city of Rome itself ringed by a Gothic army, an answer came back to the Britons who had written to the emperor begging for aid. The emperor in distant Rome, it was said, sent word to the cities of Britain that from that day forward they must see to their own defense. And so the lamps of empire went dark across Britain. The tax collectors stopped their rounds. The workshops that had stamped out fine red pottery fell still. Coins wore smooth in people's hands and were never replaced, until buying and selling slid back toward the old barter of a chicken for a sack of grain. The grand villas, with their painted walls and their heated floors, were kept up for a while by families who remembered better days, and then, as the roofs began to fail, left to the rain. Grass pushed up between the paving stones of roads that no longer led to anyone in charge. And then, out on the grey water to the east, there were sails. They belonged to the peoples the Britons came to call the Saxons, seafarers from the northern coasts of the continent, out of lands that would one day be called Germany and Denmark, drawn across the water toward a rich island that had lost its shield. At first, they came in small numbers, some as raiders, and some invited in as hired swords, paid in land for their fighting. But more followed, and then more again, and the newcomers began to want the country for their own. Years into that long unravelling, a letter went out from the Britons to a powerful Roman general, and a monk set down its words long afterward. "The barbarians drive us to the sea," it read. "The sea drives us back to the barbarians." And between those two deaths, it said, there was no way out at all. No help came. This general had wars enough of his own. This was the world into which the man remembered as Arthur would have been born. A land caught in the half-light between one age and the next, its old order fading and its new masters not yet arrived, waiting on someone who might hold the darkness back for just a little longer. After the Saxons came, and the long wars that followed them, the memory of one man outlived almost everything else. Harpers carried it in the halls of Wales, and monks set down scraps of it in the margins of their books, and though the parchment was little and the years were many, the name would not quite fade. It was written down simply, Arthur. The oldest account of any weight was a list of battles, copied out by a Welsh monk long after the age it described. It did not name him a king. It called him the leader of battles, a war captain who fought at the side of the kings of the Britons rather than above them, and it counted 12 fights in which he brought them victory. In the first, the writer said he bore the image of the Holy Mother upon his shoulders through the whole of a long day, and the enemy was put to flight. At the last and the greatest, on a hill the Britons called Baden, the book claimed that 960 men fell before a single charge of his, and that no other hand but his laid them low. That was a great many to fall to one sword in a single morning, and no doubt the tally had swelled with each retelling. Stranger was the book that ought to have named him, and did not. The same monk who had set down that despairing letter, writing nearer to those years than anyone else whose words survived, told of that same long struggle against the Saxons, and of the British victory at Baden that had held the invaders back for a lifetime. He gave the triumph pride of place and praised it warmly, and yet, for reasons he never explained, he set down not one word of the man later said to have won it. The greatest victory of the age was remembered, and its champion was left off the page. Where the sober records thinned, the older stories poured in, and there he was anything but faint. In the deep well of Welsh tale, long before there was ever a shining Camelot, he was a giant among heroes. In one such tale, half sunk in shadow, he sailed his ship into the other world to carry off a wondrous cauldron. 3 shiploads of men went with him into that country beyond the edge of the world. Barely a handful came home again, and the old song that remembered the voyage never did say plainly what became of the men who did not return. In the earlier decades of the 12th century, in or about the town of Oxford, a cleric named Geoffrey sat down to write a history of the kings of Britain and change the story forever. He was a man of Welsh or Breton blood, learned and ambitious, and his book reached all the way back to a prince of fallen Troy, who he said had founded the island in the mists of long ago. Near the year 1136, he finished it. At its very heart, given the place of honour, stood Arthur. Here at last was nearly the whole shape that later ages would know. A father named Uther Pendragon, a strange and knowing counsellor named Merlin, a reign that rose out of a broken land to conquer half of Europe before it fell. Much of it had never been told before, and the cleric told it with the calm confidence of a man reading aloud from an ancient record. That, he said, was just what he had done. He had merely put into Latin, he explained, a very old book in the British tongue, lent to him by a learned friend, an archdeacon of that same town. It was a fine and reassuring source to name. No one else ever set eyes on the book. It was never found, nor copied, nor mentioned by any other hand, and in time a good many came to suspect there had been no such book at all, only Geoffrey himself, gathering up the old scraps of legend and stitching a great deal of his own invention between them. Whatever the truth of it, the book took hold as few books ever have. It went out across Europe like fire through dry grass. It was copied and carried from one monastery to the next, until more volumes of it survived than of almost anything else written in its day. Kings read it, and poets mined it, and a beaten people, pushed back to the western rim of their own island, were handed a golden past and a hero to call their own. Not everyone was charmed. A sharp-tongued churchman named William of Newburgh, writing some years later, would have none of it, and declared that the whole history had been made up. But the words did nothing at all to slow the tale, which had already spread far past the reach of any man who wished to call it back. It ran fastest of all in France. There the poets took up the British king and dressed him in the manners of their own courts, trading the mud and the iron of a dark age for silk and candlelight and the sweet sorrows of courtly love. The rough war band of the older stories softened into an order of gentle and honourable knights. New heroes were dreamed up and folded in among the old ones, and new quests invented for them to ride out upon. And it was one of these French poets, a man named Chrétien, who wrote for the court of Champagne, who let fall, almost idly, and only the once, the name of the place where the great king kept his court. He called it Camelot. He seemed to think the word of no importance at all, a single stone dropped into a pool and forgotten. Yet from that one small sound grew the most famous castle that was never built, its towers climbing higher in the mind with every passing century. Of all the figures who gathered about the king, the strangest came before him, and by the oldest accounts, he had never been meant to serve the good at all. In one telling, that spread in the years after Geoffrey's book, a council of devils met together in anger. The powers of darkness felt cheated by the coming of Christ into the world, and they resolved to answer that great light with a darkness of their own making. They would raise a child of their own, born into the world of men, to carry their cunning unseen into the hearts of others. They chose a young woman, gentle and devout, and by a spirit of the night, a son was got upon her while she slept, without her ever having done any wrong. But the scheme slipped the grasp of its makers. She was a good and faithful soul, and the moment the child was born, she carried him to be baptized, and the holy water washed the darkness out of him before it could take root. What stayed behind was only the gift. From his shadowed father, the boy kept a knowledge of all things hidden and long past, and from the grace that had saved him, he was granted sight of things still to come. He grew wondrously quick and strange, speaking with the sense of a grown man, while yet a small child, and seeing what no one around him could see. His name was Merlin. Word of such a child travelled fast, and in time it reached a troubled king. This king had been labouring to raise a mighty tower upon a mountainside, and the work would not hold. Each day the masons built the walls up strong and high, and each night the stones slid down again into rubble, as though the ground beneath refused to bear them. His wise men gave him a dark remedy. The foundations must be watered, they told him, with the blood of a boy who had no father. So his riders went out searching through the land, and at length they came upon the fatherless child and carried him to the king. The boy was not frightened in the least. He told the king plainly that the wise men were fools, and that the real trouble lay far below their feet. If they dug, he said, they would find a pool hidden in the earth, and under the pool 2 great hollow stones, and sleeping within each stone a dragon. So the men dug, and it was just as he had told them. The 2 dragons stirred from their long sleep, one white and one red, and rose to grapple with each other in a terrible fury. The white beast drove the red back across the ground, and then the red gathered itself and drove the white back in its turn. And the boy, watching it all, spoke of what the battle meant. It was of an island long torn between 2 peoples, and of griefs and glories that lay still far ahead. Merlin's prophecies came true in their season, and out of those wars rose Arthur's father, Uther Pendragon, who held the land for a time. When Uther died, he left no son that the lords would agree upon, and the land fell to quarrelling. Every great man pressed his own claim, and not one of them was strong enough to master the rest. So the realm drifted leaderless through a hard and uneasy season. Then, on a cold morning in London, a strange thing was found in a churchyard where no hand had set it, a broad stone, and upon the stone an anvil of iron, and driven deep through the iron a fine bright sword. Around it, cut into the metal, ran a line of golden letters. Whoever could draw this sword from the stone, they said, was the rightful born king of all the realm. The mightiest men in the country came and closed their hands about the hilt and heaved with all their strength, and the blade did not stir by the breadth of a hair. A great tournament was called, and the lords tried again and failed again, and still the sword held fast in the iron, until a boy chanced by, a young squire of no name worth speaking, sent to fetch a sword for the knight he served, and finding none other near to hand. He crossed the empty churchyard, took hold of the hilt, and drew the blade out as easily as drawing a knife from soft butter, never once dreaming he had done any great thing. And so the realm learned the name of its king, though it took a long while yet, and no small amount of grumbling, before the proud lords would kneel to a boy. That first sword carried him through his early battles, and in one of them it broke. In a hard single combat against another king, the blade that had crowned him met too fierce a stroke and shattered in his hand, and he stood there in sudden peril, with only a useless hilt to hold. His life was saved that day by other means, but a king could not go about without a sword, and so his old counsellor led him off in search of another, and here the tale turned strange and lovely. They came to the shore of a wide and glassy lake, held among the hills, and out in the middle of the still water the young king saw an arm. It was robed in gleaming white, and it rose straight up from beneath the surface, and in its hand it held a sword, upright and shining. A lady came walking toward them over the top of the water, the keeper of that hidden place, and she granted him the blade as a gift. He rowed out across the lake and took it by the hilt, and the arm drew back down below, without leaving so much as a ripple behind. This was the greater sword, the famous one, and its name was Excalibur. As they rowed homeward with the prize, the old man put a curious question to the king, asking which he loved the better, the sword itself or the sheath that held it. The king answered at once that he loved the sword, for a sword could cut, and a scabbard could not. At that, he was gently told that he had chosen unwisely. The scabbard, he said, was worth 10 of the blade, for so long as the king wore it at his side, he would lose not a single drop of blood, however deep his wounds might run. The bright sword was for his enemies. The plain sheath was for himself, and it held his very life within it. And though the years of retelling would slowly blur the two blades into one, so that many came to speak only of a single famous sword, there had in truth always been two. The knights had gathered, and the first trouble came at the table. In the great halls of that age, a man's worth was reckoned by his seat. The places beside the king were the places of honour, and the lower end of the board was left to lesser men, so that every feast became a fresh weighing of who stood above whom. Proud warriors, set down among sharp knives and strong wine, did not take a low place kindly. Words passed across the table, and the words grew hot, and more than once a quarrel over a chair ended with a hand closing around a hilt. One feast was remembered long afterward. At a high gathering held at Christmas time, a dispute broke out over who deserved the seat of greatest honour, and it ran down the benches faster than the wine could be poured. Men hurled bread and cups at one another. Then swords were drawn, and by the time the peace was won back, there were men lying dead among the rushes. A hall decked for merriment defiled with blood, over nothing greater than who should sit where. The king came upon that ruin in a cold anger, and he swore the shame of it would not fall upon his house again. Word of his trouble travelled, and it reached a craftsman, a worker in wood out of the country of Cornwall, who came before the throne and offered a cure. He would build a table like no other in the world. It would be one great ring of a board, with no head to it and no foot, where the mightiest lord and the humblest knight sat as equals, none set above and none below, and it would be broad enough to seat a whole company at once, and cunning enough in its making that it could be taken down and carried wherever the king had need of it. So the round table was built and raised in the hall, and the work it was made to do, it did. Around that circle there was no highest place left to be won, and so there was nothing left to fight over. The bickering that had spilled blood fell away. A man's honour came to rest no longer on his chair, but on his deeds, and the company that gathered at the board began to grow into something finer than a gathering of rivals. Among them were seasoned men who had served the king from the first, and eager young ones newly come to their spurs, and all of them held it the highest honour in the land to sit at that board. They were bound now to one another and to their king, sworn to ride to the aid of the wronged and the weak, and to keep faith with the fellowship as long as they lived. There was one seat, though, that stayed empty. It was called the perilous seat, and it was held for a single knight who had not yet come, the one man clean enough of heart to fill it. For any lesser soul who dared to sit there, the old tellers warned, the seat would be his undoing. Year upon year it stood vacant and waited. The court itself, in the tales that grew up after, was set within a city the poets called Camelot. There the towers rose bright above the river, and the halls were hung with banners, and the king held his high feasts at Easter and at Christmas, with all his knights about him. The greatest of all the knights came to the court as a young man out of a kingdom across the sea. He was the son of a king named Ban, whose realm had fallen to his enemies. When the child was still in his cradle, and his father's cause was lost, a strange lady had taken him up and carried him away beneath the waters of a lake. And there, in a country hidden under the water, she had raised him and taught him and made him ready. From that upbringing he took his name, for men called him Lancelot of the Lake. When he was grown, she brought him to the court of the king to be made a knight, and from the first it was plain that here was something the hall had not seen before. There was no knight who could match him. In the tournament he unhorsed all comers. In the field he rode into odds that would have swallowed other men and came out the victor. He was faithful to the king, gentle to the fallen, and first into every danger. And in a little while he had become the foremost knight in all the land. But the greatest of the knights gave his deepest love where it could bring him no honor, and only grief in the end. For he loved Guinevere, the king's wife, and the lady of the court. She was gracious and lovely, and much beloved by all. Lancelot was her champion before the world, the knight who wore her favor and rode in her defense, and that much was open and fair. What grew between them underneath was not. For a time it lay concealed, and no harm showed. The feasts went on, and the quests went out, and the fellowship seemed as bright as ever it had been. One day, into the midst of a high feast at Camelot, a wonder came. The doors had not opened, and no one had entered, and yet all at once a beam of light poured into the hall, brighter than any daylight, and the whole company was struck still in their places. Into that light came a vessel, covered over with white silk, so that none could see the thing itself, and it passed through the air the length of the hall, while a sweetness filled the room, such as no man there had ever breathed. Every knight found his table laden with whatever food he loved best, and then the light was gone, and the covered vessel with it, and the hall was left in stunned silence. The knights rose from that feast, changed men. One after another, they stood and swore a great oath to ride out from the court and seek the holy thing, and not to rest until they had seen it plainly and unveiled. So the whole fellowship scattered from the hall, out across the land and over the water, each knight riding alone into the wild after a wonder he could barely name. What they had sworn to find was old, far older than that court, and it had not always been so holy a thing. In the earliest tellings, it was only a dish, a wide and precious serving vessel, borne glowing through the halls of a wounded king in a strange procession. And what it truly was, the old stories never plainly said. It was later tellers who lifted it into something greater and named it the cup of the Last Supper, the very vessel that had caught the blood of Christ upon the cross, brought long ago to Britain and hidden away. And so, the humble dish of the older stories became the holiest relic in all the world, and the finding of it the highest quest a knight could take. It was a quest that broke most of those who rode upon it. The knights who had unhorsed every foe and ridden through every danger, found that here their strength and their courage counted for little. The Grail did not yield to the boldest lance or the strongest arm. It showed itself only to the pure, and there were few enough of those, and one by one the great men of the fellowship failed of it, and turned for home no nearer than when they had set out. There was one, though, for whom the quest had been waiting. He came late to the court, a young knight without stain, and when he entered the hall, he went straight to that one seat that had stood empty all the years, the perilous seat that was death to any unworthy man. He sat and lived, and the seat received him as its own, and every knight there understood that the one they had waited for had come at last. His name was Galahad, and he was the son of Lancelot, born of another woman, the pure fruit of the greatest and most flawed of knights. Where the father had been the finest sword in the world, and had failed of the Grail through the flaw in his heart, the son was clean of any such flaw, and it was the son who would succeed. Galahad rode the long road of the quest, and two other worthy knights came at the last to ride beside him. In the end, they came into a far country and a holy place, and there the covered vessel was unveiled before them, and they looked upon the mystery no other eyes had been granted. What the young knight saw in that hour was more than a living man was made to hold. His one prayer was that he might pass from the world at the very height of it, and the prayer was answered, and he was taken up in a great light. Of the three, one alone came home again, to carry back the tale of what had been found. At the far edge of the world, in the tales, there lay a blessed island where 9 sisters dwelt, wise women skilled in the old arts of healing. The chief of them was gentle and learned beyond the rest, mistress of herbs and of remedies, able to mend wounds that lay beyond any ordinary cure. It was into her keeping, the oldest stories promised, that a wounded king would one day be given. In the beginning, Morgan was a healer and a friend to the house of the king. But later, Hans would not let her stay so. Generation by generation, they hardened her, until the gentle mistress of the healing isle had become the great and subtle foe of the court, working in secret against the king, who was her own kin. And it was her hand that loosened the first thread of his undoing. She had come to covet the king's marvelous sword, the scabbard still more, for she alone knew the secret it carried. By cunning, she stole them both away. The sword was recovered in time, but the scabbard she flung into the depths of a still lake, where it sank beyond all finding, and it was never seen again. The king had his blade back, and did not know how much he had lost, for the guard upon his life was gone into the water, and would not be there in the hour he needed it most. While that loss lay hidden, a greater ruin was gathering. The love that Lancelot and the Queen had carried in secret for so long came at last into the light, and when it did, the fair court broke upon it. Old friends were forced to take sides, and the fellowship that had held together through every danger turned its swords upon itself. The king was drawn into war against the man who had been the finest of all his knights, and while he was away across the sea at that bitter work, treachery rose behind him at home. There was a young man named Mordred, born of an early wrong the king had long tried to forget, near to him in blood and dark in heart. To this man the king had left the care of the realm, and the man betrayed him. He seized the crown for himself, put out word that the king was dead, and moved to take the queen as well. When word of it reached the king, he broke off his war and turned his army home to save his kingdom from the false king. The two hosts met at the last upon a grey field, and there the long tale came to its close. It was a hard and grievous fight, and by the end of that day the flower of the fellowship lay fallen across the ground, and the bright age that had begun in wonder guttered out in the murk of battle. The king came face to face with Mordred amid the ruin, and struck him down, and took in that same moment a deep and mortal wound. Long ago, the sheath that would have kept his blood within him was gone. So now he bled. Yet he did not die upon the field. As the last light failed, a barge came drifting to the water's edge, and in it sat several women robed in black, with their hoods drawn low, and the sound of their weeping carried across the water. Among them was his sister Morgan, who had been his enemy for so long, and who now received her wounded brother with tears, the healer come again at the end. They laid him gently in the barge to bear him away over the water, to the vale of the Blessed Isle, that his grievous wound might be healed. And the barge drew out from the shore, and slipped into the mist upon the lake, and was gone from sight. The king was carried off across the water, and there the tale might have ended. But the world was not finished with him, and in the long centuries that followed, the living went on doing a great deal with the memory of a man who may never have lived at all. Some 700 years after his supposed age, at the Abbey of Glastonbury in the West Country, the monks made a startling discovery. A great fire had lately swept through the abbey and left it in ruins, and the brothers were poor, and the pilgrims who once brought their coin had grown few. And then, digging deep in the old graveyard, the monks announced that they had found a grave. In it, they said, lay the bones of a tall man whose skull bore the marks of grievous wounds, and beside him the bones of a woman with a tress of golden hair that crumbled to dust at a touch. Above the grave, they said there had lain a cross of lead, and cut into the lead were words that named the sleeper. Here lies buried the renowned King Arthur in the Isle of Avalon, so the old inscription was said to run. It was a marvelous find, and the timing of it was marvelous too. The pilgrims came again, and their coin with them, and the ruined abbey found the means to rise once more. Long after the monks, another man gave the legend the shape it would keep. He was a knight named Sir Thomas Malory, and he gathered up the whole vast sprawling tale, the French romances, and the English verses, and the old scattered stories, and set them down together in one great book in his own tongue. He did all this from a prison cell, shut away under a long and startling list of charges, and it was there that he wrote the finest telling of the Fellowship of the Round Table the English language had yet seen. Not long after his death, the book was printed on one of the first presses in the land, and so the tale that had passed for centuries from mouth to mouth and from hand to hand was fixed at last in ink and carried to more readers than the old harpers could ever have dreamed. And still the relics multiplied. On the wall of the great hall at Winchester, there hung a vast round tabletop, shown for age after age as the very table of the legend. It was a thing of the Middle Ages in truth, made long after any Arthur could have sat at it. And when a later king wished to wrap himself in that old glory, the great disc was painted fresh for him. Round its rim ran the names of the knights. A Tudor rose bloomed at its heart, and above them all sat Arthur enthroned, his face a curious likeness of the young king who had ordered the work. So men buried him, and printed him, and painted his face to look like their own. And yet beneath all of it, the oldest hope had never quite gone out. For the truest heart of the story had always held that the king was not dead at all, but had only slept through the long ages, to come again in the hour of his people's greatest need. Mallory himself set the hope down plainly, that some men said the king yet lived and would return, and the words the old tellers set over him were these: "Here lies Arthur, the once and future king." And so the story left its king sleeping on that far shore, waiting on the hour he was promised to wake. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, from the Sleepytime archives, the remarkable true story of Jacob Waltz, better known as the Dutchman, a solitary prospector whose secretive life gave rise to one of the greatest unsolved legends of the American West, and a hidden goldmine of untold wealth, its whereabouts unknown to this day. For more than a century, whispers have drifted through the arid winds of the Arizona desert, carrying tales of an elusive treasure concealed deep within the rugged folds of the Superstition Mountains. Rumors spoke of gold so pure and plentiful that even seasoned miners found themselves astonished by its brilliance. At the center of these stories stood Jacob Waltz, a quiet, enigmatic figure who lived on the outskirts of town. Few knew where he had come from or why he kept to himself. Each winter, Waltz would disappear into the mountains, only to return weeks later, his saddlebags heavy with gold. Waltz never revealed his path. He left no map, and those who attempted to follow him often disappeared without a trace. He guarded his secret closely, speaking of it to no one, until the very end. As his life drew to a close, Waltz entrusted some of his secrets to a young man named Dick Holmes. This ignited a legacy of treasure seekers who dedicated their lives, or even sacrificed them, to the endless pursuit of a wondrous fortune. This story isn't just about what lies hidden in the mountains. It's about the enduring mystery of America's most famous lost mine. A legend that has survived gunfighters, treasure hunters, and scholars alike, echoing still through the desolate canyons of the Superstition Mountains. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll journey gently into the fading light and lengthening shadows, following the footsteps of the Dutchman into the long desert night. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. Arriving in the Arizona Territory in the 1860s, Waltz was lean and quiet. He was alone. He spoke little, but his accent betrayed him. Not Dutch as many believed, but German. His surname Waltz often softened in speech, until the locals called him the Dutchman. The name stuck. It suited him somehow. Foreign, distant, and hard to pin down. He settled on the outskirts of Phoenix, a dusty frontier town not yet tamed by time or law. He built a modest home, grew a small garden, and made just enough conversation to pass for another tired old prospector. But Jacob Waltz was different. Each winter, as the air cooled and the rains softened the land, he would vanish, alone, no fanfare, no announcement, just a pack mule, some provisions, and a slow ride east toward the Superstition Mountains, a place the local Apache had long held sacred, and others feared for different reasons. Stories clung to those peaks like mist. Men went in and didn't come out. Waltz always came back, and when he did, he brought gold. Not flakes or dust, but solid veins embedded in quartz, thick and heavy, so rich in purity it shimmered unnaturally in the sun. Those who saw it said it was nearly 1/3 gold by weight, an impossibly rich yield, unlike anything found in the region ever before. But no one could say where it came from. He never brought back maps. He never said a word about where he'd been. He lived frugally, never spent wildly, and never gave reason for suspicion. And yet, the gold kept coming. A few tried to follow him, but he always vanished into the hills, then reappeared weeks or months later, calm as ever, with just enough gold to keep himself comfortable for another season. To the townspeople, he was a curiosity, a local oddity. To the other prospectors, he was something more. Proof that somewhere in those mountains, somewhere among the buttes and ravines and ancient stone, was a mine so valuable it could change a man's life forever. Waltz never said a word to confirm it, but he never denied it either. He grew older, but he did not slow down. Year after year, he returned to the mountains, drawn like a moth to some unseen flame, and each time he returned a little more tired and a little more burdened. Those who saw him up close noticed it in his eyes, not fear exactly, but something colder, something he carried with him, like the weight of a story never told. Years passed, and Jacob Waltz became a fixture in Phoenix, a familiar figure with an unfamiliar life. He was often seen walking the edge of town, his gait stiff with age, his clothes plain and sun-bleached. To the casual eye, he looked like every other aging prospector who hadn't struck it rich. But Waltz had, and he had done it alone, mostly because no one could get close to him. But it wasn't for lack of trying. Shopkeepers, traders, and fellow miners would ask about his source. He'd smile faintly, offer nothing, and move on. He had become a man of riddles, not because he enjoyed mystery, but because he had no room for risk. His secret was too large to share. Still, one woman stood apart from the rest. Julia Thomas ran a small shop in town. She was a capable woman, independent and resilient, and she spoke German, Waltz's native tongue. In a town full of strangers, this gave her a foothold, and in time, a kind of connection formed between them. Waltz trusted her, at least a little, enough to speak freely now and then, enough to accept her care when his strength began to wane. Whether friendship or something more, their bond was one of the few human ties the old man allowed himself. In the spring of 1891, a massive rainstorm swept through Phoenix, turning the dry washes into surging rivers. Homes were destroyed, livestock drowned. Half the town was swept away, including the modest shack Waltz had called home. He was found afterward, cold and frail, his belongings scattered or lost. Julia took him in, setting up a cot in the back room of her shop, offering him warmth, food, and silence. But the flood had done more than take his house. It had taken his health. Waltz grew weaker by the day. His breathing thinned. The light behind his eyes began to dim. And still, he said nothing of the mine. Out in town, a quiet urgency began to spread. Those who had long suspected Waltz of hoarding a secret now wondered if he might die without ever revealing it. Some believed he had shared the location with Julia. Others believed he'd taken it to the grave already, locked behind weathered lips. But one man still watched from the edges, a man who had once tried to follow Waltz into the hills, a man who remembered a campfire story from years earlier about a mysterious old miner and a gold mine deep in the superstitions. That man was Dick Holmes, and as Waltz's strength ebbed in the back room of Julia's shop, Dick waited, not for gold, not for fame, but for a chance to hear the truth, before the mountain reclaimed it forever. It was October of 1891, and the Dutchman was fading. Jacob Waltz lay still in the quiet back room of Julia Thomas's shop, wrapped in a rough blanket, a single candle flickering against the wall. His breath came thin, ragged at times, as though each exhale might be his last. Outside, the town of Phoenix moved on. Wagons clattered down dirt streets, horses drank from muddy troughs, and the desert sun warmed the rooftops. But inside, time had slowed. Word had spread that Waltz was dying. Julia had done all she could, given him shelter, warmth, and a place to rest, but she couldn't be at his side forever. So one morning, when the old man took a sudden turn, she slipped outside to fetch a doctor. And that's when Dick Holmes appeared. Perhaps it was coincidence. Perhaps he had been waiting. Whatever the truth, Julia saw him and asked if he might sit with the old man until she returned. Dick stepped quietly into the room, and for the first time sat face to face with the man he had followed from afar. The man he believed held the key to the most elusive treasure in the American West. He expected instructions, directions, something clear, but instead he received a confession. For nearly an hour, Waltz spoke, slowly, in fragments, often pausing to catch his breath or drift briefly into silence. What emerged was not a map, but a history. He told of a time, years earlier, when he had been stranded in the mountains, hungry, alone, and then, by sheer chance, he'd found a camp, 3 Mexican miners, strangers, who welcomed him cautiously. They had discovered a mine beyond belief, and they showed it to him without fear. What happened after was never spoken plainly, but he returned from those mountains alone. He described the gold, veins nearly 2 feet wide, rich and unbroken, glowing with the weight of fortune. For years he had returned to that place, working it in silence, taking only what he could carry, keeping the secret sealed. But the secret hadn't stayed untouched. One season, 2 soldiers showed up in Phoenix with gold that matched his. Word was, they had found something in the mountains. Waltz went back, and soon, the soldiers were never seen again. There were others. A lone prospector seen too close to the hidden trail. A nephew from Germany sent by his sister to help him in his final years, but the old man had grown suspicious. The mine had made him paranoid, isolated, and convinced that betrayal would find him if he let his guard down. So he acted. He described taking the young man's body to a place called Agua Escondido, far from where anyone might ever stumble across the grave. And then, with something like resolve, or perhaps surrender, Waltz gestured weakly toward a wooden chest at the foot of the bed. Inside, he said, was the last of his gold, enough to prove that the mine had never been a myth, and enough to honor a final request. If Dick were to take the gold, he must promise to send money to Waltz's sister in Germany, not for profit, for peace. The gold had taken many lives. Maybe it could still do some good. Dick agreed, and then at last came the directions. A canyon running north to south, a rock shaped like a man's face, and a house built of stone. From the entrance to the mine, Waltz said, one could see the tip of Weaver's needle, but from the trail, the mine itself would remain hidden. He was fading fast, and just before Dick could ask the simplest of questions, such as whether the water in the canyon ran north or south. The old man slipped away. Jacob Waltz, the Dutchman, was gone. He left behind no map, only riddles, and a chest of gold sitting heavy in the corner of the room, glinting with the last light of a secret that had now passed to another. For Dick Holmes, the search had only begun. He had spent over a decade tracing the Dutchman's clues, combing the superstition range canyon by canyon, wash by wash. He had seen the desert under moonlight and thundercloud, walked it under stars and punishing sun. But now his knees had stiffened, his body grown heavy, and the rides he once took with ease had become long and painful. The search had taken something from him, but it had also given him something, a kind of purpose that stretched beyond gold, a connection to the land, to the mystery, to the long thread of fate that had begun the moment he first heard that story by a campfire as a boy. Now it was time to hand it over. He turned to the one person he trusted with the truth, his son. George Brownie Holmes was 16, capable, observant, and already a product of the desert. He had grown up hearing pieces of the story, never the full version, but enough to feel the pull. Now Dick entrusted him with everything. The original directions spoken by Waltz on his deathbed, the places to begin the search, and most importantly, the knowledge that some who entered those mountains never returned. But Dick didn't just pass along the clues, he passed along his caution. The mine, he explained, was not only hidden, it was watched. Just as Dick had once tracked the Dutchman, and just as he himself had later been followed, Brownie too would be shadowed if he ever got close. The advice was simple, but firm. If he ever found anything such as a landmark, a stone house, or even the mine itself, he must show no sign. He was to walk past it, leave it, and come back later when it was safe. The weight of this warning settled deep. It wasn't said with fear, it was said with experience. Together, they planned a trip into the mountains, father and son, side by side. But like so many things in this story, the plan frayed. From the moment they rode out, they sensed others on their trail, riders who moved like shadows, camps that appeared where none should be, eyes in the scrub brush, watching. Dick had seen it all before, and so they once again turned back. It was the last time Dick Holmes would ride into the superstitions. The mountains had taken their toll. His body could no longer bear the climbs, the heat, the constant sense of being followed. But in his son, the search would continue. Brownie now held the clues, and just as Dick had done before him, he began to walk the lonely path that stretched out into the desert. He took a job at the Quarter Circle U Ranch, nestled deep within the range. It gave him both access and cover. From there, he could ride freely through the canyons as part of his work, observing the land, watching the light, listening for signs. But he was not the only one. The legend of the Dutchman's gold had grown beyond Arizona. Now, every drifter and cowboy with a pickaxe and a dream had heard the tale, and many came to believe Brownie had something the rest of them didn't. Some offered trades, information, rumors, false maps, hoping Brownie might part with one of his own. He listened. Sometimes he nodded, but he gave away nothing of value. One cowboy told him he'd found a rock that looked like a man, just like the one described in Waltz's confession. He wanted to trade locations. Brownie declined. Not long after, the rock was gone. Some said it had been pried loose and thrown into a ravine. Whether out of spite or a desire to keep the secret buried, no one could say for certain. It was one more clue lost to time. But Brownie didn't stop. The mine was still out there, silent, sealed, and waiting. The trail was no longer just his father's. It was now his own. And like his father before him, Brownie would walk that trail for the rest of his life. For a time, the desert grew quiet again. Brownie Holmes kept to his rides through the Superstition Mountains, careful and watchful, always searching, but never speaking too much. He blended in among the cowhands at the Quarter Circle U Ranch, another weathered rider with calloused hands and far-off eyes. But the story never stayed quiet for long. In the summer of 1931, a man arrived in Arizona with something that hadn't been seen before, something dangerous and possibly priceless. His name was Adolph Ruth, and by all appearances, he was an elderly man past his prime, silver-haired, limping, and weary from long travel. But Ruth carried with him what he claimed was a document unlike any other. A map drawn in Mexico, handed down, he said, from a line of men who once knew the mine's location. To most, it sounded like another tale spun in search of fame. But one detail made people take him seriously. Waltz, according to the legend, had stolen the mine from Mexican miners. If the map was real, it could predate Waltz's silence. It could point directly to the treasure before it ever became a secret. Ruth made his way to the Quarter Circle U, asking the ranch hands for help reaching the mountains. The cowboys were used to dreamers and gold chasers, but something about Ruth gave them pause. He was open, too open, talking about the map, about the clues, about the mine. He shared his plans freely, unaware that secrecy was often the only thing that kept a man safe in those hills. Brownie Holmes met with Ruth, and the two men talked at length. No one knows exactly what was said, but Brownie later recalled that the conversation lingered on the Dutchman, on the mountains, and on the dangerous attention a man could attract when he claimed to have a map. Summer in the Superstitions is no place for the unprepared. The heat alone can undo a man, and Brownie warned him. Others did too, but Ruth would not be turned away. When no one from the ranch would guide him, Ruth hired two lesser-known prospectors and entered the mountains with them. Days passed, then weeks, and finally, in December, 6 months later, a bloodhound led a search party to a spot near a well-traveled trail. There, resting upright in the dust, was a human skull. It was found not hidden, but placed, carefully, some said, as though meant to be seen. The rest of the remains were discovered nearly a mile away, scattered and sun-bleached, as if someone had moved them. The cause of death was officially listed as exposure, with damage attributed to animals. but the skull had two distinct fractures, and the map, the one Ruth had spoken so confidently about, was never recovered. Suspicion turned quickly to the two prospectors who had led him in. They had returned without him, saying little, but with no hard evidence, no charges were brought. The desert had covered its tracks once again. Among Ruth's scattered belongings, a notebook was found. Inside was one final entry, written in Latin, Veni, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. Beneath it, a cryptic line, 200 feet across from the cave. To some, it was proof that Ruth had found the mine, but someone had stopped him before he could return. To others, it was just a final flourish, a man determined to say he had won, even as the desert claimed him. For Brownie Holmes, it was another reminder, not of gold, but of danger. The mine, if it existed, was no ordinary place. It carried weight, and not every man who sought it would live to tell the tale. The legend had roared back to life. Adolf Ruth's disappearance, the eerie discovery of his skull, the cryptic notebook entries, all of it breathed new fire into a story that had never quite burned out. Newspapers from coast to coast picked it up. The lost Dutchman's mine was no longer just Arizona folklore. It had become national obsession. In the aftermath of the Ruth incident, the Superstition Mountains were teeming again. Men flooded in with spades and theories, dynamite and half-truths, each one convinced they were the one to finally crack the code. And more than a few of them believed that Brownie Holmes knew something they didn't. They watched him, followed him. Some tried to befriend him, others tried to manipulate him. But Brownie had learned well. He spoke little, rode alone, and when asked about the mine, he smiled in a way that said nothing. Still, he searched. There were moments of hope. After his father passed in 1933, Brownie reviewed the old clues with fresh eyes, trying to correct what might have been misunderstood. One detail in particular haunted him. The reference to the old government trail. Waltz had mentioned it near the end, but Dick had never been sure which one he meant. There were multiple trails used by the military during the Apache Wars, each winding through the region in its own direction. Dick may have followed the wrong one, so Brownie struck out anew, following a different trail, and one day, something unexpected happened. In a stretch of ground rarely disturbed, the desert winds had blown away a layer of sand. Beneath it, burnt fabric, charred scraps of old clothing, lying just as Waltz had once described. Brownie remembered his father's words, passed from Waltz himself, that one of the victim's belongings had been burned to hide the evidence. It was a grim confirmation. Not far from that spot, Brownie found weathered timbers, unnaturally placed and half-buried. Waltz had claimed he'd hidden the mine by building a framework over the shaft, then covering it with rock and sand until it blended perfectly into the landscape. He had even said a mule train could pass over it and never know it was there. Then, even closer still, there was a crude structure that matched Waltz's reference to a stone house, one of the landmarks supposedly near the mine. Then, in the winter of 1945, everything changed. Brownie was deep in the canyons, riding a route he'd taken 100 times before, when something spooked his mount. His horse, startled and wild-eyed, reared and came down hard, crushing his foot beneath its weight. The injury was severe. He would never again ride the high canyons or scramble across the broken terrain. His time in the mountains had come to an end. Still, the story had one more chapter to offer him. Unable to search alone, Brownie turned to a younger man named Clayton Worst, who took up the trail and never truly left it. For decades he rode the range, chasing the same landmarks, turning the old clues over and over in his mind. In time, he came to believe he knew where the Dutchman's gold might lie. But he never said, not out of fear, and not to carry the secret to his grave, but because to speak it aloud would send 100 men digging into those hills. And so, like every keeper of the secret before him, he held it close, one more silence in a story built of them. But he would not be the last. In the long shadows of the Superstition Mountains, where the air turns still and the wind moves like memory through the stone, the Dutchman's secret remains. Jacob Waltz had kept it well, so well in fact, that more than a century later, no one has ever confirmed they've found the mine he once described. Not Dick Holmes, who heard the story firsthand, not Brownie, who spent decades riding the canyons, not even Clayton Worst, who may have come closer than anyone. Each found pieces, scorched rags, hidden graves, shaped rock, lost timber, bones beneath stone, and gold, always gold, glinting just enough to keep the dream alive, but never the mine itself. Some say it never existed, that Waltz spun a tale from half-truths and hard luck, and that the gold he carried came from somewhere else entirely, stolen, traded, gifted. But those who saw the ore, those who held it, often said otherwise. It was too pure, too unusual, and always the same. Others believe the mine still lies beneath the desert, carefully hidden, just as Waltz said, beneath a layer of sand and stone, timbers buried deep enough that even the rains could erase every trace. The region has been blasted by dynamite, surveyed by aircraft, scanned by ground-penetrating radar. Men have searched for lifetimes, lost fortunes, lost hope. Some have never come back. Still, the pull remains. One man, through silence and sheer will, created a mystery so enduring that it has outlived every generation it has touched. Waltz never drew a map, never left a ledger. What he left behind was something more difficult to trace, a story, passed from memory to memory, like a secret just out of reach. Brownie Holmes died in 1980, having spent 72 years of his life searching. Clayton continued after him, moving carefully, never confirming too much. Even now, in the quietest corners of Arizona, there are those who still wander the canyons, watching the light shift across Weaver's Needle, looking for the next sign. A stone out of place, a trail too worn, a whisper from the past. They still search, because the Dutchman's gold has become something more than treasure. It has become a question. What lies hidden beneath our feet? What might we find if we follow the clues left behind by those who lived and died, chasing something they believed in? The answer like the mine itself, remains buried and waiting. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the man in the iron mask. Not just a Hollywood invention, but a real prisoner whose face was concealed for decades by order of the king, and whose identity, to this very day, has never been uncovered. You've likely heard a version of this story before, a secret royal twin hidden away, unspeakable torments in the dark, a mask forged from black iron and riveted shut for life. It's a spellbinding tale, isn't it? But almost all of it is pure embellishment. The real story begins on a frosty mountain road. Picture a covered carriage climbing through the Alps in winter, its lone passenger barely more than a shape in the gloom. For years, he was moved from one lonely and weather-beaten citadel to the next, guarded and always concealed, until he arrived one brisk autumn evening within the old walls of 17th century Paris. And there, as in every prison before, the same man kept his door. The same jailer held his keys for more than 30 years, never once passing them to another, as though the crown dared trust no one else. And it's little wonder, considering his orders, which were chilling in their plainness. The prisoner was to speak to no one of anything but his daily needs. If he were to breathe a word of who he was, or why he was there, he was to be immediately put to death. But what sort of revelation could be so damaging to the crown as to have a man shut away for decades? And in that case, why not simply be rid of him? Or was there something about the identity of this prisoner that stayed the executioner's blade. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll step softly into the candlelit age of kings and into a royal cover-up that has endured for hundreds of years. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. Autumn had settled over Paris, and with it came those long blue evenings when the daylight gave up early, slipping away well before the supper hour. On one such evening, late in the September of 1698, a covered carriage came rolling slowly through the darkening streets, its lamps throwing a thin glow over the wet cobbles. The horses were weary, the journey behind them long, and ahead, black against the last grey light, stood the great round towers of the Bastille. The carriage slowed at the gates, and the gates drew open to receive it, and swung closed again behind it, heavy and final. In the courtyard, torches guttered in the damp air. A handful of men waited there in the gloom, told to expect it and ask nothing. For within the carriage sat a single passenger, and over his face he wore a covering, so that none of the men who handed him down and led him across the cold stones ever saw the features beneath. High in the fortress, by candlelight, an officer sat with a register open before him. His name was Etienne du Junker, a careful and unhurried man whose task was to record the comings and goings of the prison. He dipped his pen and wrote down what the evening had brought. A new governor had arrived to take command, he noted, and the governor had brought a prisoner with him, carried from a far-off island fortress in the warm south of France. Of the prisoner, Du Junker added only a single strange line. He keeps the prisoner always masked. His name is not spoken. A masked man, then, with no name anyone would utter. That was very nearly all the evening gave up, and very nearly all the years to come would give up too. Whatever time had since blurred away, this much was solid and true. There had been a man. He had breathed and eaten and slept behind those walls, tended with watchful care, hidden from the world as though his face were a danger to it. He had not come from nowhere. For long years before that night, he had been moved from one lonely stronghold to another, always under guard, his face always concealed. He had ridden through mountain country and along the edges of the sea, a still shape behind drawn curtains, and a presence more felt than seen. By the time the Bastille closed around him, these grey walls would be the last he would ever know. Now and then they let him out to hear Mass, and he would cross the courtyard with his face covered and climb to the little chapel, watched at every step. Those who saw him pass remembered the figure and the dark mask, and nothing more. It was that hidden face, caught only in glimpses, that would one day make him famous the world over. Later, tellers would clap cold iron over those features and bolt it fast in the imagination, though the truth was a far softer thing. As for what he had done, or knew, or why such trouble had been taken to keep him at once alive and unseen. The candle-lit register held no answer. Dujunka set down that the man had arrived, and years afterward he would set down that he had died, and between those two faint lines there stretched a whole life lived behind a mask. Into the gloom of an old Paris fortress, on a wet autumn evening, there had come a man with no name at all. Long after the masked man was buried, a story grew up over him, far grander than anything the prison ledgers could tell. In that story, he was a twin, the secret double of Louis XIV himself, the great Sun King who ruled France from the gold and glass of Versailles. As the story was always told, a king was once father to twin sons, two boys born on the same day, alike in every feature. But in a kingdom with one throne, there can be but one king. So the second child was carried from the palace in secret and hidden away from the world. To be certain his face could never give him away, it was sealed behind a mask of iron. For if the two were ever seen together, matched feature for feature, who could truly tell them apart? It was a beautiful and a terrible idea, and once it had taken root, it would not be dug out again. The grandest of these tellers worked more than a century after the prisoner died. Alexandre Dumas, who had already given the world his 3 musketeers and all their swordplay and daring, reached for the masked man and made of him the lost brother of the king. Dumas wrote to thrill, and thrill his readers he did, and the tale took such a hold that it all but swallowed the plainer truth beneath it. For a long time afterward, when people pictured the masked man, it was Dumas's brother who rose into their minds. Yet Dumas had not been the first to dream along these lines. Long before him, there had been Voltaire, among the sharpest minds France ever produced, who had himself once been shut up within the Bastille. A man who had passed slow weeks behind such walls grew curious about their secrets, and Voltaire grew very curious indeed. He let it be understood that the masked prisoner might have been an elder brother of the king, born outside the proper order of things. Out of his hints, the prisoner began to climb out of the dusty ledgers and into legend. It was Voltaire, too, who first dressed the mask in iron. He spoke of a thing of metal, fitted with a hinge at the chin and a small spring within, so cleverly made that the prisoner could take his meals without once lifting it from his face. It made for a wonderfully grim picture, the sort engravers carved with relish, and that lingered long after the book was closed. And like a great deal else in the legend, it had very probably never existed at all. The papers that survived from the prison itself told of something far gentler. The covering the man truly wore had been cut from black velvet, dark and soft, with no hinge and no catch, and no clever spring of steel anywhere about it. Somewhere in the long passage from cold fact to fireside tale, the cloth had turned slowly to metal, and softness, oddly, only deepened the strangeness. Nearly 30 years before that wet autumn night in Paris, a letter was written that would settle the whole course of one man's life. The year was 1669. France stood close to the summit of its power, a land of great armies and grander ambitions, ruled over by the king who had taken the sun itself for his emblem. And in some panelled chamber of state, by the careful hand of one of his ministers, a set of instructions was set down in ink for the keeping of a brand new prisoner. Few hands would ever touch that page, and yet it would shape a man's whole life as surely as any wall of stone. The orders were unlike those drawn up for any common wrongdoer bound for a cell. This man was to be shut away from the whole of living society, and kept so far from every other soul that he might as well have ceased to exist. No visitor was ever to reach him. No letter was ever to pass his way. No word was to be traded with him beyond the plain things his survival asked for. Warmth he might be given, and food, and a roof against the cold, a scrap of news, a moment of ordinary talk, and the simple sound of a friendly voice. Those he might never know again. And there was one instruction, harder than all the rest. The man was to be made to understand, beyond any chance of mistaking it, that a single careless word would cost him everything he had. If he spoke to a living soul of who he was, or where he had come from, or why he had been carried to that place, his life was to be ended on the spot. One sentence, one slip, and he would simply be gone. A man holding so dangerous a secret could have been done away with in a single night, and the kings of that age were rarely squeamish about such things. Yet this one the crown wished kept alive. Something about him, some thread that tied his fate to the king's own, had made his death a thing to be avoided, perhaps even a thing that could not be risked at all. He was too dangerous to set free, and too dangerous to allow to speak, and yet somehow too precious or too perilous to put an end to. So the orders stood, and the man went down into a darkness that would close over the whole rest of his natural life. He would be fed and clothed, and kept in fair enough health, tended like a candle that was never to be let go out, and yet never again allowed to shed its light. The minister folded the letter and pressed his seal into the wax, and the command passed from hand to hand. A prisoner, whose true name the records would never hold, slipped out of the ordinary world and into a keeping built to swallow him whole. Whatever he had seen, and whatever he had heard, and whatever he was, it had been judged a danger far too great ever to be let loose again. Through all of it, from the first locked door to the last, one man held the key. His name was Benigno de Saint-Mar, a soldier risen into the trade of jailer, climbing through the king's service from one posting to the next, and at his side, through every step of that climb, went the masked prisoner. Other captives changed hands as governors came and went, passed along like keys from one warden to another. This one never left Saint-Mar at all. For more than 30 years, the two of them stayed bound together, the keeper and the kept. The long road began in the foothills of the Alps, at a grim fortress called Pignerol, a place of thick walls and cold mountain air that France then held at the edge of Italy. There, in stone rooms, far from any curious eye, the masked man passed the first long stretch of his captivity. He had little need of guards beyond the mountains themselves, vast and uncaring, walling him in behind ramparts of rock and weather that no friend could cross to reach him. After some years, the road climbed onto another bleak alpine post, lonelier even than the first, clinging to the mountainside as though the world had forgotten it was there. Sanmar had risen higher by then, and his strange charge went along with him, faithful as a man's own shadow. The prisoner was handed up into a closed carriage, its curtains drawn tight against the daylight, and carried over the winding passes to a fresh set of cold rooms, where the watching and the hiding carried on as before. Then, after the long years among the mountains, came the sea. Off the warm southern coast of France, just out from the harbour town of Cannes, lay a scatter of small islands. Sanmar was made their governor, and to one of them, Sainte Marguerite, the masked man was brought. A boat carried him out across the water to a fort that looked down upon the waves, where seabirds wheeled in the air overhead, and the mainland lay close enough to ache for, just across a narrow stretch of glittering blue. For a man who could tell no one who he was, it was a lovely and a cruel place at once, fenced about by bright water, a prison with no walls at all. And at the very end, the road turned its back on the south and ran north for Paris. When Sanmar was raised to govern the Bastille, the most feared prison in all of France, his prisoner made the journey at his side one final time from the warm coast to the cold grey heart of the capital. Many years had gone by since that first carriage rolled out of the mountains. The man had grown old behind his mask along the way, carried from one mountain hold to the next, then down to the sea, and now, at the last to these final walls, he would never leave. And so, the whole of it made one long and strange procession down the years, a plain closed carriage on an endless road, a hidden figure seated within with his face forever covered, and riding always close beside it, in fair weather and in foul, the one watchful jailer, the two of them carrying between them a secret that neither would ever be free to lay down. At that first mountain fortress, the masked man did not keep his long vigil alone. Pignerol held another prisoner in those same years, a man once known on every tongue in France. He was Nicolas Fouquet, and not long before he had stood among the greatest men in the land, the keeper of the king's own purse, with the wealth of a kingdom flowing through his hands. Fouquet had been brilliant and hungry and dazzled by lovely things, and he had gathered about him the finest poets and painters and craftsmen of the age. With their help, he raised a palace so glorious that all France came to marvel at it, a wonder of fountains and gardens and gilded rooms called Vaux-le-Vicomte. And there, in the warm late summer of 1661, he made the costliest mistake any man ever made. He threw a great feast at the palace in honor of the young king, an evening so lavish its equal had scarcely been seen, with fireworks above the gardens, fountains playing in the dusk, and a banquet richer than any royal table. It had all been meant to delight his sovereign. Instead, the young king sat among that splendor and grew cold within, gazing on a subject's house far finer than his own, and a fortune that seemed to rival the throne. And behind a smiling face, he resolved that the man had grown far too large. Within weeks, the blow came down. Fouquet was seized and charged with plundering the king's money and reaching after a power that strayed near to treason. By a curious turn, One of the officers who laid hands on him that day was a musketeer who would one day become the masked man's own jailer. The trial dragged on and gripped the country, and when the judges spared the fallen minister his life, the king reached down to make the punishment heavier still and shut him away for the rest of his days. The man who had soared so high, who had feasted a king beneath ceilings of gold, was carried off into the cold of the mountains to be forgotten. He had flown too near the sun, and the sun had burned him. And it was at Pignerol, in the shadow of that ruined glory, that the masked man may first have stepped into the tale. For there are serious historians who believe he spent those years in the humblest of stations, a valet who waited at table and kept the rooms of the disgraced Fouquet. By that telling, the great riddle of the Iron Mask was of all things a servant, a man of no rank or importance, but for one stroke of terrible luck, that somewhere along the way he had learned a thing he was never meant to learn. It made for an easy and a very human picture. A servant moved through the great houses of the powerful, all but unseen, carrying dishes, laying fires, tending candles, and catching now and then a word that was never meant for his ears. Perhaps that was the whole of it. Perhaps the masked man had stood in the wrong room at the wrong hour, had overheard a secret too dangerous to be let loose, and had paid for it with his face, his name, and every year of life he had left. And if so, then the greatest mystery in all of France had grown from nothing grander than a careless word, caught by a servant with a candle in his hand. For a man sentenced to vanish so completely from the world, the daily round of his life was, by all accounts, a surprisingly soft one. There was decent food set before him, far more than a common prisoner could ever have hoped for. There was fresh linen on his bed and clean linen for his back, and in some of the old tellings there was even an instrument, a guitar to fill the long hours, so that a man without a name and without a face might sit in a stone room and play softly to no one at all. The rest of those endless days came down to a few small things, repeated over and over. A princess of the French court, writing of him to a relative long years afterward, remarked that, mask apart, he wanted for almost nothing, and that he was very devout and read perpetually. So there he was, behind the thick walls, turning the pages of his books and saying his prayers, a faceless figure at his reading by candlelight, keeping company with the only things his keepers would allow him. And yet it was a prison still, in everything but its comforts. The mask never left him whenever another living soul might catch sight of his face. Soldiers stood always near, understanding orders to act at once, should he ever lift the cloth and show his features to the world. He might have his books and his music and his good white linen, but the one thing that cost nothing at all was kept from him, which was to be known. He could not say his name. He could not tell a single person who he was, or how he had come to be there, or what he had been before the door closed upon him. So the years went by in a gentle, dreadful sameness. The meals arrived and were carried away again. The linen was changed. The same few books were read and set down and taken up once more. Then back to the room, and the door, and the long hours, while the world beyond went on without him. And the strangest part of it was how ordinary it must have looked from the outside. No screams came from behind that door, no chains, no darkness, and no horror that a passing servant might have whispered about. Only a well-kept room, a tray of good food, a few books, and a courteous prisoner who happened to wear a mask and never spoke his name. A man might have walked past that door 1,000 times and thought nothing of it, never once guessing that behind it lived one of the great secrets of the age, eating his supper, reading his book, and waiting, with no end in sight, for an end that would be the only freedom left to him. 300 years of patient digging through letters and ledgers turned up no shortage of guesses about the man behind the cloth. The names lined up over the centuries, like figures in a dim and crowded gallery, each one stepping forward in turn to be looked at, and each one fading back again into the dark, unproven and unconvicted. The one the soberest historians came to favour was the plainest of them all. His name was Eustache Dauger, a man arrested in that same year of 1669, taken near the northern town of Calais, and bundled off in secret to the mountains. The surviving letters called him a person of no rank, a mere servant. He was the favourite, for a simple reason. The very dates fitted him, the movements fitted him, and the long secrecy around him fitted him better than it fitted anyone else. The next to step forward wore far finer clothes. He was an Italian, a smooth and clever diplomat named Ercole Antonio Mattioli, who had dealings with the court of the Sun King, and then played that court false over the sale of a fortress town. He was seized for his treachery and shut away in that same chain of fortresses, and his case had one curious thing in its favour. The name carved into the masked man's burial record was close enough to his own that it tempted believers ever after, as though the grave itself offered a clue. Grander figures pressed their claims too. Some pointed to a wayward son of the king himself, a young man born outside any marriage, the Count of Vermandois, whispered to have struck the heir to the throne in a fit of temper, and to have been hidden away forever for so unforgivable a blow. Others reached further still, across the sea to England, and put forward, with a perfectly straight face, a son of Oliver Cromwell, the grim soldier who had cut down one king and ruled in his place. Why such a man should end his days masked in a French fortress, no one ever quite managed to say. And these were only the front rank of the gallery. Behind them stood others, dukes and generals, and unlucky men of every kind, each fitted to the mask by some clever argument, and then undone again by some stubborn fact. For every candidate there was a date that did not quite line up, a letter that said the wrong thing, and a death recorded in the wrong year. One by one they were brought forward into the light, turned this way and that, and set back among the shadows, still wanting their final proof. Some of the guesses were wild, and some were careful, and a few came close to convincing, yet not one of them ever closed the case for good. But the records themselves had been made to defeat exactly this kind of question. The man had been hidden so well, his name kept so far from every page, that the very thing the centuries most wished to know was the one thing his keepers had taken the greatest pains to destroy. And so the figures went on standing in their dim gallery, the servant and the diplomat, and the king's wild son and all the rest, each with a fair claim, and none with a certain one, still waiting for an answer that might never come, to call any of them by name. Where the hard facts ran dry, the old stories rushed in to fill the gap, and one of them earned a place by the fire above all the others. It was told for generations along that southern coast, and it began on the island of San Marguerite, in the days when the masked man was kept in the lonely fortress that stood above the sea. The story went like this. One day, so the tale ran, the prisoner could bear his hidden life no longer. He found something to scratch with, and he took a plate, a dish of metal from his own table, and into its surface he carved a message. No one in the telling ever agreed on what the message said, only that it was a cry for help, a few desperate words from a man the world had forgotten. And when it was finished, he carried it to the narrow window of his cell and flung it out, down the rocks and toward the water, in the faint hope that some passing soul might find it and carry word of him back to the living world. And someone did find it, a fisherman mending his nets or hauling his catch along the shore below, came upon the plate where it had fallen and turned it over in his rough hands. There were the scratched marks, the secret message, and the one thread by which a buried man had tried to pull himself back into the light. The fisherman carried it, in some versions, straight to the governor of the fort, an honest man returning a strange and curious thing he had found. And here the story turned on the smallest and gentlest of hinges. The fisherman could not read. Not a letter of it meant anything to him. The marks the prisoner had labored over, the words that could have undone a king's great secret in a single afternoon, were to that weathered man no more than scratches on a dish. The governor, so the story went, asked him fearfully whether he had read what was written there, and the fisherman answered, in all innocence, that he did not know his letters and had not understood a thing. And so his life was spared, for in the telling, a man who had read those words could never have been allowed to live. The pewter became silver as the years passed and the story travelled, the way a tale always grew finer in the retelling. The window grew higher, the sea grew wilder, and the message grew more tragic, and the unlettered fisherman became a small hero of the legend, the one who held the whole secret in his hands for one short hour and never knew it. Almost certainly, none of it ever happened to the masked man at all. The bones of the story seemed to belong to another prisoner on that same island, a preacher locked away for his faith, who really did write upon his shirt and upon a pewter plate and cast them from his window. The end came for the masked man on the 19th of November, in the year 1703, within the walls of the Bastille that had become his last home. He had been a little unwell after returning from Mass the day before, nothing that anyone thought serious, and then, late in the evening, he simply slipped away, without any great struggle or any long decline. After decades of being guarded as the most dangerous secret in France, he died as gently as any old man in his own bed. There were no last words anyone thought to write down, no deathbed confession, and no final lifting of the mask. He was carried out the next afternoon, and laid in the ground of the parish cemetery, close by the fortress. And here the long habit of hiding him held firm even past his death. The lieutenant who kept the register set the burial down in his plain hand, noting that even he did not know the name they had written over the grave. In any case, the name was not his own. They had written something close to Marchioli, a borrowed, meaningless thing, chosen so that not even his grave might whisper the truth of who he had been. There was one last detail in that record, and it was the saddest of all. Beside the false name, they had written his age, but it was only a guess, about 45, for by the end, no one truly knew. They had hidden him so well that even the count of his years was lost. They wrote it only to fill the line on the page, for there was no one left alive who could have told them the true number. A man had lived and died among them for decades, and at the end they could not even say with certainty how old the man beneath the mask had truly been. Then a stranger thing was done. The few small things the prisoner had owned were gathered up and burned. His linen, his clothes, and every soft and ordinary object that had shared his room were put to the fire and reduced to ash. And then the men set about the room itself. The walls were scraped down, and fresh whitewash was laid over the bare stone, as though the very plaster might have soaked up some dangerous word, as though a secret could hide in the grain of a wall and had to be painted out of existence. Even his furniture, it was said, was broken apart and destroyed, so that nothing he had touched should remain to be turned over by curious hands. They left no thread, no scrap, and no mark behind. A man who had been kept alive for all those years was now to be unmade a second time, more thoroughly than the first, every trace of his passing scrubbed from the world as his name had been kept from every page. There was something chilling in it, those men with their fire and their brushes, working over an empty room, afraid of what a dead man might still be able to say from beyond the grave. Whatever he had known, they wanted it gone with him, and gone forever. The fear that had shadowed him through every fortress followed him even into the ground. And so the masked man left the world exactly as he had lived in it, behind a covering and under a false name. And so, after all the years and all the searching, the man behind the mask remained a stranger. 3 centuries of careful hands turned over every letter, every order, and every dusty page that might hold a clue, and not one of them ever forced from those pages his true name. A few things, and only a few, could be said with any confidence. There was a man. He was real as the carriage that brought him in, and the lieutenant who wrote down his coming and going. He lived for more than 30 years inside a mask, guarded year upon year by a single trusted hand. A king of enormous power went to extraordinary lengths to keep this one man hidden from the world, and whatever it was that made him so dangerous, he carried it down with him into a grave that bore another man's name. Everything beyond that was shadow and supposition. The servant, the diplomat, the uncounted brother, every face ever proposed for him remained a guess, and perhaps the true one was a face no searcher ever thought to name. The men who hid him had done their work too well. They wanted him forgotten, and in the deepest and most lasting sense, they got their wish. The face was gone. The name was gone. The reason was gone. All that survived was the bare fact of him, a masked shape moving through the candlelight of a vanished age, and the question that trailed behind him ever after, refusing to lie down and be forgotten. And there was, perhaps, a strange comfort in all of it. Some stories were never meant to be solved. They were meant to be wondered at and turned over slowly in the mind on the edge of sleep, their loose threads left hanging in the dark, asking nothing but a little wonder. The man in the mask was one of those. He had kept his secret against a king, against the centuries, and against every clever soul who ever tried to wrest it from him, and he kept it still. So let him rest in his borrowed grave, his face still hidden, and his secret still his own. Whoever he was, whatever he knew, he carried it past every wall and every lock and every patient question, all the way to the very end, and a little way beyond it. And that, in its own way, was a certain kind of victory no king or historical record could ever take from him. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the origins of the Holy Grail, perhaps the most sought-after treasure in history, and, if it ever truly existed at all, the holiest relic in all of Christendom. Picture a candlelit stone-walled chamber in 12th century France. It was here that a poet named Chrétien de Troyes once committed a single word to parchment, Grail, or in English, Grail. And as if by accident, lit a fire in the human psyche that smoulders to this very day. In his telling, the Grail was not the cup we picture today, but a wide golden serving dish set with jewels, bearing a single morsel of holy bread, and blazing so brightly it dimmed the candles around it. Over the next century, other writers would recast it entirely, as the chalice of the Last Supper, as the vessel that caught the blood of Christ, or even as a great stone fallen from the heavens. And in the old legends, the Knights of the Round Table rode out from Camelot on a romantic quest to recover it. But the Grail refused to remain a story bound in ink and leather. For 800 years it tempted kings, lured crusaders, and left adventurers spellbound. Then, in the 1930s, a young man named Otto Rahn was certain he knew the location of the Grail. But once his writings found a dangerous admirer in the murderous Heinrich Himmler, Otto led expeditions from the Pyrenees to the black sand shores of Iceland, a tale that would echo decades on in the Grail hunting Nazis of the Indiana Jones films. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the dual nature of the Holy Grail. For it is at once both an impossible quest for a relic lost to the sands of time, and a sacred object that some believe endures to this very day. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. It was on a particular spring evening in Jerusalem that the sun sank low as the city's pale stone buildings turned golden. It was the season of the great feast, and the streets below were thick with travelers, the bleating of lambs, the smoke of cooking fires, and of the temple altar rising into the dusk. Above the clamor, in an upper room, as the Christian scriptures would have it, a small company gathered to share a meal. And there, a man called Jesus sat at the table among his closest friends, knowing the supper to be the last they would ever eat together. He took bread, broke it, and gave it into their hands. He took a cup of wine and passed it round the table from one man to the next. The cup was nothing to look at. It stood among the dishes and the crumbs, an ordinary vessel doing an ordinary thing. Those who later wrote down the events of that night remembered the bread and the wine and the cup that went round between them. Yet not one of them set the cup apart. None called it holy, or wondered where it had gone, or thought to follow it once the table was cleared. And for more than 1,000 years, nobody came looking for it. The faith spread to the ends of the earth. Great cathedrals climbed toward the sky. Empires rose and crumbled back into dust. And through all of it, the cup from that supper lay forgotten, unnamed and unmissed. Where it had gone, if it had gone anywhere, no one living could say. Perhaps it had been swept out with the leavings of the meal and broken on a stone floor within the week. Perhaps it had been kept and treasured and handed down through some household whose name the centuries had long since forgotten. That part of the world had seen war upon war and fire upon fire, and a great many ordinary objects had vanished into the wreck of them without a soul marking the loss. When the wanting came at last, it came from poets, and the thing they built was enormous. The tale that gathered around the missing cup grew into one of the longest stories ever told, and it was spun from 3 different kinds of thread. Some of those threads were plainly the work of imagination, woven for the pleasure of a winter's court, and never meant to be weighed too heavily. Some were lost in a fog so old and so deep that no one could mark the place where the dreaming ended and the remembering began. And one thread, thin and stubborn and very hard to break, ran all the way back toward that table in Jerusalem, and would not lie still. So the long search for the cup did not begin in Jerusalem at all, nor in the years close to that supper, but far away and far later, in a colder country and a wholly different age. It began in the halls of medieval France, in lamplight and wood smoke, with ink, with parchment, and with a single curious word that had carried no great weight before. A poet was about to take up that word and set it down in a story, and once he had, the cup that the world had managed to forget for 1,000 years would never again be left in peace. The poet's name was Chrétien, and he lived in the city of Troyes, in the Champagne country of northeastern France, in the years around 1180. He was the most admired storyteller of his age. He had already given the courts their favourite entertainments, such as the tale of Lancelot and Guinevere, the queen he loved. His verses were copied out by hand and carried from one great hall to the next, and noble lords were glad to have him at their tables through the long, dark evenings of winter, when there was little to do but eat and drink and listen to a good story well told. It was one such lord, Philip, the Count of Flanders, who set the poet his last great task. By his own telling, the Count placed a book into his hands and asked him to make from it the finest tale ever told in any royal court. Whether such a book had ever truly existed, none could say, then or since. But the poet set to work upon it, and somewhere in the writing he set down a word that would outlast everything else he ever made. The word was Grail. In the French of that day, it meant nothing grander than a wide and rather deep serving dish, the kind a servant might carry to the table, heaped with fish or with meat. Beneath his pen, little by little, it began to mean a great deal more. The hero of the new tale was a boy named Percival, raised deep in a forest by his mother. She had already lost her husband and her elder sons to the hard trade of knighthood, and she hoped against hope to keep this last child clear of it. She brought him up, knowing nothing of weapons, nothing of courts, and nothing of the wide world beyond the trees. But a day came when the boy saw armoured knights riding through the wood, glittering in the green light like creatures fallen out of heaven, and from that hour his course was set. He left his mother weeping at the gate. He rode out into a world he barely understood, and made his clumsy, well-meaning way toward the life of a knight. He was rough and innocent, and often a little foolish, and the world did not always use him kindly. In time, his wandering carried him toward a strange castle beside a broad river, and into the very heart of the mystery the whole long tale had been moving to meet. What befell him there, the poet set down in full, but somewhere in the telling that followed, Chrétien laid down his pen and never took it up again. The poet died, whether by illness, by accident, or by some plainer misfortune, the records do not tell. He left behind a marvel and a riddle in equal measure, a tale that broke off in the dark, with its deepest questions still unanswered. The castle stood beside a broad river, in country the young knight did not know. Its lord came out to meet him, a man of gentle manner and visible pain, for he had been wounded long before through both his thighs, and could no longer stand, nor ride, nor do much at all, but lie propped upon cushions before a great fire. He welcomed his guest warmly all the same. He made him a gift of a fine sword, and bid him sit close at hand. The hall was warm, the food was good, and the evening was easy. And then, as the meal began, a procession came through the hall. First walked a young man, holding a white lance upright in his hand. As the knight watched, a single drop of blood welled at the lance's tip, and ran slowly down the shaft, over the bearer's fingers. Behind him came two more youths, each carrying a branched candlestick, bright with burning candles. And after them walked a maiden, and in both her hands she bore the Grail. It was a dish of pure gold, set about with precious stones of every kind, the richest a man might ever hope to look upon, and it gave off a radiance so great that the candles paled before it, the way the stars grow faint when the sun comes up. The procession crossed the hall in front of the fire, passed through a doorway into an inner chamber, and was gone. A little later, it came again, and then once again, once more, between the courses of the long meal. Each time it went by, the young knight burned to ask what the glowing vessel was, and whom it was being carried away to serve. But on the road to knighthood, he had been taught that a well-mannered man does not pester his hosts with a stream of questions, and so he held his tongue. He let the wonder pass before him in the firelight, and said nothing at all. When morning came, the castle was empty. He found his horse saddled and waiting, the gates standing open, and not a soul anywhere to see him off. Only later, deep in the forest, did a grieving maiden tell him the true size of what he had done. Had he only asked about the lance and the Grail, the wounded lord would have been healed in that same hour, his body made whole, and his withered lands brought back to green life. The long sorrow of that house had hung upon a single question, and the question had gone unasked. A small scrap of good manners, a moment of curiosity held politely in check, and a whole kingdom had been left to wither. The cure had been carried through the room before his eyes, and he had let it walk out the door. The golden dish in the maiden's hands was the seed from which the whole vast legend would grow, but the bleeding lance that went before it carried a memory older and graver than any tale of knights. Long ago, on a hill outside the walls of Jerusalem, a Roman soldier had stood beneath a cross to make certain the man upon it was truly dead, and had driven his spear up into the side of the body. By the old account, blood and water at once flowed out. The soldier was given no name in Scripture, but in the stories told long afterward, men came to call him Longinus, And so, in the deeper telling, the lance that had wept its single slow drop of blood in the firelit hall became the very spear that pierced the side of Christ. Two wonders had crossed that floor together, the golden dish and the bleeding lance, and from that evening onward, the tale of the one would always travel close beside the tale of the other. Within a few years of the first poet's death, another took up the unfinished marvel and gave it the one thing it had always lacked, a past. His name was Robert, of the village of Boron, and he carried the story back, before Arthur and his knights, before the castles and the courts, all the way to the foot of the cross. And there he found the man who would bind the whole legend fast to the story of Christ. That man was Joseph of Arimathea. He was a wealthy and well-respected figure, a secret follower who had kept his faith hidden out of fear of the authorities. After the crucifixion, it was Joseph who went before Pilate and asked to be given the body. It was Joseph who took it down with his own hands, wrapped it in clean linen, and laid it in a fresh tomb cut from the rock, a tomb he had made ready for himself. So much had been told and retold since the earliest days of the faith. In Robert's telling, Joseph did one thing more. As the body was lowered, he took up the cup from the Last Supper, the very vessel Christ had passed among his friends, and with it he gathered the blood that fell from the wounds. And so an ordinary cup became a thing beyond all price, a vessel that had held both the wine of the supper and the blood of the man himself. It brought hard times down upon its keeper. Joseph was seized by those who wished the young faith stamped out and shut away in a cell without food or water and left in the dark to die. But he did not die. The cup stayed with him and sustained him through the long years of his imprisonment, nourishing him as no bread or water ever could, keeping him whole in body and in mind, while the seasons turned unseen beyond the walls. When at last he was set free, an old man by then, he gathered the vessel close and turned his face toward the west. The roads were rough and the years were many. The little company sworn to guard the cup grew larger as it travelled, each keeper charged to pass it safely on to the next. Generation by generation, it moved further from Jerusalem, carried in secret across sea and mountain, until in the oldest tellings it came to rest at the very edge of the known world, on a green and rain-soft island in the Western Ocean. And there, for a long age, the trail of it went cold. Robert left one gift more, an idea so neat that it shaped almost everything told afterward. He spoke of 3 tables set across the long sweep of time, each one made in the likeness of the one before. The first was the table of the Last Supper, where Christ had sat among the 12. The second was a table that Joseph raised in the wilderness for the keeping of the cup, and at it a single seat was always left empty, in memory of the place where the betrayer had once sat, a seat that no false or sinful man could ever fill. The third, ages further on, was the round table of King Arthur, fashioned in the image of the other 2, with an empty place of its own. So the cup that a French poet had dreamed up in an unfinished tale was given a beginning, a purpose, and a long line of faithful keepers reaching from a hill outside Jerusalem all the way to the green courts of Britain. And on that island, the empty chair at Arthur's table stood waiting, year upon year, for the one who had not yet come. At much the same time, far away in the German lands, another man seized on the very same tale and told it in a way that would have startled every poet in France. His name was Wolfram of Bavaria, and he was a fighting man, quite as much as a maker of verse. He was proud and a little boastful, that he lived by the horse and the sword rather than by the book and the pen, and he liked to claim he could scarcely read a word. He took the story of Percival, gave the hero a German name and a great tangled web of kinfolk, and carried the tale onward to the ending the first poet had never reached. But when he came to the Grail itself, he broke with every soul who had gone before him. For in his telling, the Grail was no dish, and it was no cup. It was a stone, a radiant and curious stone, which he called by a name found nowhere else on earth. It lay in a castle, in the keeping of an order of holy knights, and its powers were past anything a goldsmith's hand could ever fashion. Whoever looked upon the stone could not die within the 7 days that followed. No one could grow old in its presence, for it held age itself at bay. It gave food and drink without end, and whatever a man most longed to eat or to drink would appear before him, fresh and plentiful. And once in every year, upon the morning of Good Friday, a dove came drifting down out of heaven and laid a small white wafer upon the stone, and by that single wafer all its power was made new for another year. The knights who guarded it bore a name that fell only a breath short of the Templars, the warrior monks of Wolfram's own day. He was bold about where the true story had come from, and bolder still in setting his rivals straight. The Frenchman, he said, had simply got it wrong. The right of it had reached him by another road entirely, from a poet he named as Quixote of Provence, who had found the secret written in a manuscript in the city of Toledo, set down long ages before by a heathen astronomer who had read the Grail's very name written among the stars. It was a fine and learned pedigree for a story. Whether any of it was real was another matter, for those who hunted in later years for the smallest trace of this coyote never found him, and a good many came to think that Wolfram had conjured the man out of the air, the better to crown his own version above the Frenchman's. There was an older whisper, too, that wound itself about the stone. It told that the Grail had begun its life as a jewel, a single great emerald, struck loose from the crown of Lucifer in the very moment he was cast down out of heaven, falling away into the dark as the rebel angel fell. By now, the wondrous thing had been glimpsed in 2 countries, and had shown 3 different faces to the men who dreamed of it. No 2 of them had described the same object, and not one of them had ever laid a hand upon it, for no living soul had yet found the Grail at all. Not long after the German poet had sung of his stone, the tale was gathered up once more in France, this time in plain prose, and on a grander scale than any telling before it. In that new version, years had passed at Camelot, and one seat at the round table still stood empty. It was a perilous chair, and more than one bold man had tried to claim it and come to grief, for the place would suffer no one save the knight it had been made for. Letters had appeared upon it in gold, declaring that on an appointed day the seat would find its master at last. And on the morning of Pentecost, with the whole court gathered for the high feast, that day came round. A strange thing was found first, down at the river that ran below the castle walls. A great stone was floating upon the water, and fixed fast within it was a fine sword, and around the blade ran a line of writing. It said that none should draw the sword save the best knight in all the world, and that he alone would be worthy of it. The knights came down to look. The boldest among them set their hands to the hilt and pulled with all their strength, and the blade did not stir for any of them. So they left it where it was, and went into their meal, troubled and wondering. They had scarcely sat down when an old man in white robes came into the hall, leading a young knight by the hand. The youth was dressed in red, and he wore no sword at his side, and there was something in his face that stilled the room. The old man brought him to the empty seat, the perilous one that had waited so long, and there upon it the gold letters now spelled out a name. The name was Galahad. The young man sat down in the place that had destroyed lesser men, and it received him gently, as though it had known him all along. He was the son of Lancelot, finest of all the older fellowship, and he had been raised far away in a quiet abbey, knowing little of courts. Now he had come into his own. They led him down to the river, and he laid his hand upon the sword in the floating stone, and it came away as easily as if it had been waiting in his grip from the first. That evening, as the company sat at supper, a clap of thunder rolled overhead, so deep that the walls themselves seemed to tremble. Then a beam of light came down, brighter than any noonday, and every face in the hall was lit with a radiance that made each man fairer than he had ever looked before. Into that light came the holy thing itself, covered over with white silk, and borne along by no hand that anyone could see. It moved through the hall of its own accord. A sweetness filled the air, the scent of every good thing at once. The covered vessel passed among them, and was gone, and not one man had glimpsed it bare. They sat in the fading brightness, dazzled and astonished, and for a while none of them could find a word to say. One of the knights rose first. He swore aloud that he would set out the very next morning and seek the holy vessel, and follow that search a year and a day if need be, until he had looked upon the thing uncovered. One after another the knights stood and swore the same, until the whole fellowship had bound itself to the quest. And the king, hearing them, was filled with sorrow. Arthur knew his knights, and he knew the wide world beyond his walls, and he understood what such a vow would cost. The fellowship that had taken so many years to gather, the finest company ever seated at one table, would ride out at dawn and be scattered to the four winds, and many of them would never find their way home. He looked down the long table at the faces he loved, and grieved for them as though they were already lost, even while they feasted before him in the light. In the grey of the next morning, they armed themselves and mounted up. The people of the town lined the streets and wept to see them go. At the edge of the forest, the great company began to come apart, each knight choosing his own road into the trees, until the paths had swallowed them one by one, and Camelot was left behind, half empty, its bravest gone in search of a thing that had shown itself only veiled. Of all the knights who rode out from Camelot that morning, only 3 came at last to the end of the long road. Galahad was one, pure beyond any of his fellows. With him went Percival, gentle and true, and Bors, a steady and faithful man who had borne much sorrow in his time. Hidden ways drew the 3 together, across years of wandering, until their separate paths met and ran on as one, toward the place where the holy thing was kept. It waited for them in a castle in that land, in the hall of a king, long crippled by a wound that would not close, a hurt that had held him between living and dying for years. The 3 were brought into a chamber where the holy vessel stood revealed at last, and the air about it was sweeter than anything of earth, and things were shown to them there that no tongue afterward could rightly tell. Galahad took up a little of the blood that wept from the bleeding lance, and touched it to the old king's wounds, and the long hurt healed over at last. The king rose up whole, gave thanks, and his part in the tale was done. But the holy thing was not to remain in that land. The 3 were charged to carry it away across the sea, to a far city in the east called Sarras, out at the very edge of the maps. A ship lay ready at the shore, and the vessel was set aboard, and the knights went with it over the water, the wind bearing them on toward a place none of them had ever seen. A hard welcome met them in Sarras, for the city was ruled by a cruel man, and he took against the 3 strangers and threw them into prison. Yet the holy vessel was with them, and the months of their captivity passed lightly. In time, the cruel ruler fell sick and died, and the people, leaderless and seeking a worthy man, raised Galahad up and made him their king. He reigned over them for the better part of a year, and then, upon the anniversary of the day the 3 had first come to the city, the holy vessel appeared to them once again, uncovered in all its glory. Galahad knelt before it and gazed into its depths, and he beheld there the very thing his whole life had been bent toward, the secret at the heart of all of it, more than any man before him had been suffered to see. A great and trembling joy came over him. He had reached the summit of everything, and he wished for nothing further in the world. He turned to his companions and took his leave of them tenderly, and asked that he might be allowed to depart from life now, at the height of his gladness, while the wonder was still before his eyes. His wish was granted to him. A company of angels bore his soul upward, and as it rose, a hand reached down out of heaven and took up the holy vessel and the bleeding lance, and carried them away above. And from that day onward, no man would ever again dare to claim that he had looked upon the Holy Grail. Percival did not long outlive him. He laid down his arms and gave himself to a holy life in a hermitage near the city, and within a year or so, he too came peacefully to his end. Of the 3, only Bors was left. He took ship alone and made the long crossing back, and came at last to the old country and the court he had set out from, the lone survivor of the greatest quest the fellowship had ever known. He told them all that had happened, the healing of the wounded king, the far city beyond the sea, and the passing of Galahad in his joy, and his words were written down so that the tale would not be lost. And so the matter of the Grail was brought to its close, in the world of the old stories at least, and the holy thing was gone from the earth, lifted up beyond the reach of any who might come after to seek it. The poets had carried the holy vessel up into heaven and closed their books upon it, but away from the pages of any romance, in the plain daylight of the waking world, there were those who had never once believed the cup was gone. They held that it had survived. They held that it had come down across the centuries from hand to hand, real and solid and able to be touched, and the cup they pointed to, above all the others, rested in the east of Spain, in the great cathedral of the city of Valencia. It was a modest thing to carry so vast a weight of meaning. A small bowl of dark red agate, polished smooth and warm in its colour, no larger than 2 cupped palms held together. In later ages, it had been given a stem of gold, and a foot set about with pearls and fine stones, and handles by which to lift it, so that it might be raised at the altar with all the reverence due to it. But those were the gifts of medieval craftsmen. The bowl itself, the cup at the heart of the whole thing, was older by far. When learned men of a later century came to study that agate bowl, turning it in the light and measuring it against the vessels of the ancient world, they judged it the work of an Eastern workshop, carved 100 years and more before the birth of Christ, somewhere in the lands along the eastern shore of the Great Sea. It was a costly piece even then, they said, a wealthy man's cup, the sort of vessel that might have graced the table of a prosperous household in a fine quarter of a city such as Jerusalem. And the upper room of that Last Supper, by the old accounts, had stood in just such a quarter, lent for the night by a man of some means. As to how the cup had come to Spain, its keepers told a long story of flight and concealment. In the earliest days, they said, the vessel had been carried from Jerusalem to Rome and kept there in secret by the leaders of the hunted faith. When a fierce persecution fell upon the city, and the holy things of the church stood in danger of being seized, a deacon named Lawrence, a Spaniard by birth, sent the cup away to his own homeland for safe keeping. There it passed into the care of the faithful in the north of Spain. For hundreds of years more, it was hidden and guarded. When armies swept up from the south and overran much of the land, the cup was taken high into the Pyrenees, and there, in a remote monastery built into the living rock of the mountainside, it lay sheltered through the long centuries of war, handed down by the monks from one generation to the next. Only much later did it come down out of the mountains, passing into the hands of the kings of Aragon, and from them, in the fullness of time, to the cathedral at Valencia, and there it stayed. 2 popes of recent memory came to that cathedral and raised the old agate cup at the altar and said the holy words over it, as so many priests had done before them down the years. Not all of the long tale could be proven. No record carried the cup from Jerusalem to Rome. There was only a thread of tradition, a deacon's name, a story of the relic going west, and behind it, silence where the first centuries should have been. The dating of the bowl was a matter of careful judgment and comparison, but it was not the same as certainty. And yet, for all the doubts that might be raised against it, there was one thing that had never once been managed in all the long centuries of looking. No one had ever shown the cup to be false. no one had ever proven that the small red bowl in the cathedral was not the very vessel from that table in Jerusalem. Even Valencia had not ended the matter, and the longing for the Grail never faded. Every age that followed took up the search again in its own fashion, and shaped the Grail anew to fit the hopes that it carried. In the years between the great wars of the last century, a young German named Otto Rahn fell wholly under its spell. He was a scholar of old things, and from his boyhood he had loved the medieval tales, the knights, and the quests, and the German poem of the stone that was fed each year by a dove. As a young man, he grew fascinated by the Cathars, a people of southern France who, centuries before, had held to their own form of the faith, and had been crushed for it in a long and bitter crusade. Their last stronghold had been a mountain fortress called Montségur, perched high upon its crag, and there, after a hard siege, the defenders had met a sorrowful end. Rahn came to believe that those people had been the secret keepers of the Grail, and that the cup, or the stone, or whatever the holy thing truly was, lay hidden even now in the caves beneath their mountain. He wrote a book setting out his belief, and the book found its readers. One of those readers was among the most dangerous men in all of Germany. Heinrich Himmler, who commanded the dreaded order of the SS and nursed a deep hunger for relics and hidden powers, took an interest in the young scholar and drew him into his service. Rahn was given the means to search and a black uniform he had never sought, and he went down into the caves and the tunnels beneath the old Cathar mountain, looking for the resting place of the cup. His searches for the order ranged far beyond that one mountain, even at its bidding to the black sand shores of Iceland. He found chambers and passages and the cold dripping dark, but he did not find the Grail. It was not there to be found, or if it was, it kept itself well hidden from him. In the end, the bargain he had struck lay too heavily upon him. He left the order, and he fell out of favor, and on a cold day in the early spring of 1939, he walked up alone into the mountains that he loved, and did not come down again. He was found in the snow, his long searching over. Long afterward, his strange story rose up once more in another shape entirely, in the great adventure pictures of a later age, where treasure-seeking heroes raced the soldiers of that same dark order to lay hold of holy things, and the Grail itself was sought across the screen. The scholar who had crawled the caves of Montségur would come to be claimed by many as a real-life forerunner of an adventurer in a wide-brimmed hat. So the Grail went on, much as it always had. It had been a wide serving dish, glowing in a fire-lit hall, and a golden chalice brimming with holy blood, and a stone fallen from the sky and fed by a dove. It had been a treasure sought through mountain caves. Each age that took it up had found in it the very thing that age most longed for, and had filled the old empty vessel with its own desire. And through all of it, in eastern Spain, a small cup of dark red agate sat behind glass, neither proven nor dismissed. Centuries passed. Pilgrims filed in to look at it, and the wondering went on, just as it had since the night a man broke bread with his friends in a borrowed room, sent a cup around the table, and asked them to remember him. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from, And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Jeanne Baret, a young woman who slipped aboard a naval expedition ship disguised as a man and managed to become the first woman in history to circumnavigate the globe. Jeanne was the daughter of a poor French farming family. For a girl of her station, life was settled before she could walk, bound to marriage, children, and the same familiar fields her family had known for generations. But Jeanne was not like her neighbors. She had spent her life in the pursuit of what we might refer to today as botany, and her keenness for the natural world eventually drew her into the service of a naturalist, Philibert Commerson, first as his housekeeper and trusted assistant, and then as the woman he loved. When the chance of a lifetime came to sail the world as a ship's botanist, Philibert found himself troubled by a bad leg, and he would need someone to lean on. There was, of course, one difficulty. The Navy forbade women aboard its ships by royal decree, and so a daring plan began to take shape. Jeanne would bind herself in linen, dress in a man's clothes, and take on the masculine form of her name, Jeanne. And to anyone who asked, she would simply claim to be a eunuch. She would join the expedition as Philibert's manservant, taking on a false identity among sailors who could never be allowed to suspect the truth, knowing discovery would come at a heavy price. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow Jeanne Baret out onto that vast and rolling ocean, to the wind in the rigging, the salt on the air, and the steady courage of a woman who somehow kept this fragile deception alive. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. Far out on the open ocean, where the water ran grey and restless to every horizon, a store ship named the Étoile rolled steadily beneath a wide spread of canvas. She was one of 2 vessels in a French expedition, the first the nation had ever sent to attempt the whole circle of the globe, and her decks were crowded with sailors, soldiers, officers, and all the stores that so long a voyage demanded. Her hold was packed from end to end with salt pork and ship's biscuit, with water casks and powder, and with coils of rope and folded spare sail. Among the company moved a young assistant called Jeanne, servant to the naturalist aboard. Jeanne was slight of frame and plain in manner, willing at every task, and often the first to take up the heavy work that the others were glad to leave alone. He kept to himself in the off hours, made no trouble, asked for nothing, and carried his share, and a good deal besides. When there were specimen cases to be hauled up from the boats, or presses to be brought ashore, Jeanne was there with a shoulder under the load. The crew thought well enough of the lad, in the careless way that hard men think of a willing boy who stays out from underfoot. Not one of them knew, as the ship bore them on over the swell, that Jeanne was a woman. Unbeknownst to them, her name was Jeanne. Through every hour that followed, she moved and spoke, and held herself as a man among men. And the performance never wavered. It went on through every crowded watch and every shared meal, in a wooden world some 40 paces from stem to stern, where well over 100 people lived, pressed close together, with nowhere at all to be alone. She kept apart when the men washed or changed, and she slept in her clothes. A loose word or a glance held a heartbeat too long might have undone her, and what waited on the far side of discovery, so far from home, and so wholly among strangers, did not bear thinking on. Still, she rose each morning and became Jeanne again, and morning after morning the secret held. How a woman of no fortune and no name came to be standing on the deck of an exploring ship at the far edge of the earth had begun a long way from any sea. Jeanne had come into the world in the year 1740, in a small village set among the low green hills of Burgundy. Her people were of the poorest sort, day labourers who owned no land of their own, and worked the fields of others for a wage that barely carried a family from one season to the next. There were no books in such a house, no schooling, and no letters. A girl born to that life learned the world not from any page, but from the soil beneath her feet and the slow turning of the year, and Jeanne learned it well. From the time she was small, she came to know the growing things of the countryside as other children knew their prayers. She could tell one plant from another at a single glance, by the cut of a leaf, the colour of a flower, or the scent of a bruised stem. She knew which roots to dig in the autumn to bring down a fever, which leaves to steep to settle a sour stomach, and which bright berries were best left well alone. None of it came from study. It came from walking the hedgerows in every weather, from watching and from listening, and from the long inheritance of country wisdom handed down by those who had gathered the same plants in the same places for longer than anyone could say. What she gathered, she tied in small bunches and hung from the rafters to dry, until the air of the house grew thick with the green and dusty smell of it, then sorted root from stem and flower from seed against the months when nothing grew. Women like her had a name in the France of those days. They were called herb women, and they were the physicians of the poor. A labourer's family could no more send for a doctor than pay a king's ransom, and so, when a child sickened or a wound would not close, it was to the herb woman that they turned. She knew the remedies that grew for nothing in the ditches and the woods. She could brew a tea to ease a fever, lay a warm poultice on an aching joint, or sit through the long hours of a hard birth. It was humble work and needful work, and a woman who was good at it held a place of her own in the life of her village. Jeanne grew into just such a woman. She carried in her memory a whole living library that no fire could burn and no thief could carry off, the names and the natures and the uses of hundreds of plants. To any passing eye, she was only a poor country girl, of no fortune and no standing. What she held in her head, though, was not so easily come by, and its great virtue was that it could be carried anywhere on earth. The age she had been born into was a restless and hungry one, eager to name and to number every living thing upon the earth. Across Europe, the learned men of the day were sending collectors out to gather whatever grew in distant places and bring it home to be studied. Such men had need of exactly the eye and the steady hands and the patient knowledge that a herb woman had spent her whole life acquiring, and so a gift that might have served Jeanne only in her own corner of Burgundy was a thing the wider world had lately begun to prize very highly. The man whose path crossed hers was a naturalist named Philibert Commerson. He was a physician by training and a botanist by the deeper pull of his heart, one of those tireless men of the age who could lose whole days to the study of a single flower. He had made a name for himself among the learned societies of Europe, and he wrote back and forth with the great Linnaeus of Sweden, the very man then setting the whole of nature into order. His mind was quick and his ambition wide. His body served him a good deal less kindly, for he was often unwell, and a troublesome leg gave him great pain and made hard travelling a misery. Jeanne came into his household in the years after his young wife had died, taken on to keep his home and his affairs in order. A man so given over to plants could hardly fail to notice that the woman tending his fire knew more of the living world than most of the scholars he wrote to. His knowledge had come from books and from journeys. Hers had come from the living plants themselves, and the two fitted together as neatly as a key turning in a lock. Before long, she was far more than a housekeeper to him. She was his assistant in earnest, sorting and pressing and ordering his specimens, and lending him the trained eye of the herb woman that no university could teach. In time, what lay between them deepened into something tender, and they became companions in life as well as in work. Commerson even set her name down in his will and made provision for her future. But there was sorrow folded into those years as well. Jeanne gave birth to a son. She had no husband to give the child a name, and no means to raise him as a child ought to be raised, and so she did what so many women were driven to do in that difficult age. She gave the boy into the care of a foundling hospital, one of the houses that took in the children of those too poor to keep them. Then she went back to the plants and the pressing papers, and the matter was not spoken of again. And this is how matters stood when fortune came knocking at the naturalist's door. The Crown was fitting out a grand expedition to sail clear around the globe in the name of France, bound for seas that scarcely any Frenchman had ever crossed. It wanted a naturalist to gather the plants and the creatures of far lands along the way, and the post was offered to Commerson. It was the chance of a lifetime, the very dream that every man who had ever pressed a leaf between two sheets of paper carried in his breast. There was only one trouble in it. He was a sick man with a failing leg, faced with years of hardship at sea and on wild and unmapped shores, and he knew well that he could not manage alone. He needed beside him the one person who knew his work and his ways and his ailments better than any other living soul. He needed the woman who had sorted 10,000 leaves at his side and never once mistaken one for another. He needed Jeanne, and Jeanne, by the plain law of the land, was forbidden to go. The law that stood in her way was old and admitted no exception. By the ordinances of the French crown, no woman might set foot aboard a ship of the Royal Navy, whatever her purpose and whatever her skill. There was no license to be sought, no special case to be argued, and no official who could be persuaded to look the other way. If Jeanne were to sail, she would have to be, in the eyes of every officer aboard, no woman at all. And so, a plan took shape between the naturalist and his assistant, as bold as either had ever entertained. She would go as a man. She set aside her skirts and her bodice, and took up the rough clothes of a serving man, a coarse shirt, breeches, a plain jacket, and a kerchief at the throat. She wound long strips of cloth about her chest, and bound herself flat beneath the shirt. She schooled herself to walk with a longer and heavier tread, to keep her voice low, and to hold her shoulders square. She put away the name Jeanne, and became, to all the world, simply Jeanne, a manservant to fetch and carry for the naturalist. It was a station so ordinary that scarcely anyone would look at it twice, which was the whole point. The boarding called for a small piece of theatre. Rather than arrive together as the close companions they were, the two played out a meeting between strangers. Jeanne came to Commerson at the quayside as though she had never laid eyes on him before, a likely young fellow looking for honest work. He looked the newcomer over and engaged him on the spot, in front of whatever eyes happened to be watching. Should the truth ever come spilling out, no man could say the naturalist had smuggled a woman aboard, since the whole quay had seen him hire this lad off the dock. Then there was the crew, who would be living cheek by jowl with this slight and beardless youth for years on end. The smooth face, the higher voice, and the careful distance the lad kept from the other's rough horseplay, all wanted some accounting for. And so a tale began to go round. Jeanne, it was put about, was a eunuch, one of those unfortunates altered in his boyhood, and so he had no beard and no taste for the company of women. It was a story few aboard could easily put to the test, and fewer still thought worth the trouble. One piece of good fortune made the whole scheme possible. As the king's appointed naturalist, Commerson was a man of some standing, and he had been granted unusually generous quarters aboard the storeship, a cabin of his own for his books, his instruments, and his growing hoard of specimens. His servant Jeanne shared that cabin, as a servant naturally would, and in that small private room, shut away from the crowded berths of the common sailors, Jeanne had the one thing that no woman in such a disguise could do without. She had a place where, for a few stolen minutes of the day, she could close a door at her back and simply be herself. So it was that when the Étoile slipped her moorings and stood out for the open Atlantic, she carried among her crew a young woman whom not a soul aboard had marked for what she was. The plan was no longer murmured on dry land. It had put to sea, and there could be no turning back. A collecting expedition began with the ship anchoring off some far green shore, thick with plants that no European had ever set down on paper. Commerson would burn to be among them, yet his body kept failing him. The bad leg that had plagued him in France grew no gentler at sea, and there were long stretches when he could scarcely cross the deck without a hand to steady him, let alone clamber over rocks after a half-glimpsed flower. And so, more and more, it was his servant who went ashore in his stead, and his servant who did the lifting and the carrying and the digging. There was nothing gentle about the work. Going ashore meant setting out laden like a pack mule, with the specimen cases, the heavy presses that dried plants flat, reams of paper, spades and trowels, and food and water for a long day away from the ship. All of it had to be hauled up beaches, across marshland, over hills, and home again at evening, with the day's gathering added to the weight. Jeanne carried the greater part, a small figure bent low beneath a porter's load, picking a careful path over broken ground, and growing lean and weathered and hard with the effort of it. On the warm coasts of Brazil, the heat lay heavy and wet. The air swarmed with biting insects, and a day ashore left a body soaked through and stung raw. Back aboard came the evening's work of sorting and pressing by the swing of a lantern before the next shore began it again. The sternest of the labour came at the very bottom of the world, in the long and dangerous passage of the Strait of Magellan. There, the ships crept for weeks between the wild shore of Patagonia and the bleak islands beyond, through a country of grey stone and dark water, and a wind that never seemed to rest. The cold cut to the bone. Rain and sleet drove in off a freezing sea, and the great snow peaks stood white and aloof above it all. It was a stern and lonely grandeur, beautiful in one light and merciless in the next, as far from the warm hedgerows of Burgundy as a soul could be carried. Into that hard country, Jeanne went ashore with the cases and the presses, time and again, to gather the small green treasures that clung among the rocks. She was a woman of no great size, doing a labouring man's work, through cold and hunger, and the ceaseless gnawing care of the secret. For even at the close of a brutal day, she could never let the disguise fall for a moment. Yet she did not buckle. She carried loads that would have tested a strong man, and kept her feet over ground that could turn an ankle in a heartbeat, and whatever weariness settled into her bones at nightfall, she kept it to herself. She laboured for the man she loved, who could no longer labour for himself, and for the work itself, for the thrill of the search and the wonder of turning up something new and nameless in the wild. Every case carried up from the shore, and every plant pressed flat between its papers, was one more piece of a treasure the two were building together, leaf by leaf, across the whole curved face of the earth. And that treasure, gathered at such a cost, was growing into something richer, by far, than either of them had yet guessed. Through all the years of the voyage, the work that Jeanne and the naturalist did together kept on filling the hold of the ship. Wherever the expedition touched land, there were plants to be found that no naturalist in Europe had ever named, and the two of them gathered them by the thousands. Few collectors of the age had ever brought home so vast a store of the world's growing things. There were grasses and ferns from cold southern islands, and broad glossy leaves from the steaming forests near the line. There were tough little plants, prized from between cold southern stones, and tender green things from the tropics that wilted almost the moment they were cut. There were flowers of shapes and colours that the old books of Europe had no words for, and seeds and fruits gathered up to be carried home and coaxed into life in the gardens of Paris. Each one was a small discovery in itself, and behind a great many of them were the patient hands of Jeanne. Among everything the expedition carried away from the warm shores of the New World, one plant above the rest would go on to fame. It was a climbing vine that flung itself over walls and trees in a riot of colour. Its true flowers small and modest, framed by bracts of brilliant pink and purple that blazed in the sun. The naturalist set it carefully among his treasures, and in time it would be carried to gardens across the whole of Europe and far beyond, a favourite wherever the climate was kind. The world came to know it as the bougainvillea, so named for the commander of the voyage, the first European hands to gather it from the tangle, lift it free, and lay it among the drying papers, very likely belonged to a woman whose name history had yet to recognize. The naturalist was not blind to all that his assistant had given to the work, and so he did the one thing that lay within a botanist's power to do. When he came upon a plant that wanted a name, a curious new thing he had found along the way, he gave it hers. He called the genus Baretia, and set it down in his notes, so that in the language of his science, her name would stand among the plants she had spent herself to gather. For the better part of 2 years, the disguise had held, through cold seas and warm, through every crowded watch and every shore. But a ship was a small world, and a watchful one, and over so long a time, the young servant began to draw a wondering sort of attention. Among the crew, a question started to pass, half in jest at first, and then less so, about young Jeanne, who did a man's work and yet seemed somehow not quite as the rest of them were. Then the ships came at last to Tahiti, that green and gentle island in the warm Pacific, and there, by the account the commander himself later gave, the truth came undone. As the boats put into the shore, the islanders who gathered to meet the strangers looked upon the servant Jeanne, and saw at once what none of the crew had let themselves be sure of in all those months at sea. Here, they understood plainly, was a woman, and they made it known. Other accounts placed the moment elsewhere, and the full story did not survive the years. What lay beyond all doubt was that somewhere in the wide Pacific, the secret she had carried since France was a secret no more. Word of it reached the commander, Louis-Antoine de Bougainville, a man of rank and good sense, who now found a woman aboard one of his ships, in plain breach of the king's own law. He did not rage, and he made no cruel spectacle of her. He sent for her, and he heard her out, and he weighed what manner of woman it was who had done such a thing. What he found was no foolish stowaway. Here was the faithful and tireless assistant who had carried the naturalist's work across half the world, and his judgment of her was the kinder for it. He gave orders that she was to be left in peace and treated with respect, and so, in the main, she was. Still, the months that followed could not have been easy ones. The thing that had set her apart in secret now set her apart in the open, the one woman known among hundreds of men, with the long sea road home still before her. She bore it as she had borne everything else. The whispering that had dogged her had given way to plain knowledge, and she neither hid from it now, nor made any show, but went on much as before. There was still the naturalist's work to be done, the pressing and the labelling and the care of the great collection, and she asked no special quarter for herself in any of it. So the expedition turned at last toward the long crossing of the Indian Ocean, and Jeanne, who was Jeanne no longer, sailed on with it, the work unchanged in her hands, and her place among the company strangely altered around her. They soon came to a French outpost on what we now call the island of Mauritius. Set in the faraway Indian Ocean, the island is a green and humid place of sugar and spice, where ships passed often between Europe and the Indies. It lay a long way from anywhere. When the expedition put in there, the naturalist found among the colonists an old friend and fellow lover of plants, a man who pressed him to stay and make the island itself his study, for its forests were thick with growing things no European had yet described. It was a tempting offer to a man who lived for such things, and a sensible one for a body as worn as his had become. The years at sea had used Commerson hard, and so the decision was taken. He would leave the expedition here and remain on the island, and Jeanne would remain with him, the two of them setting up to gather and study the plants of the Île-de-France and the islands near it, while the ships sailed on toward home without them. For a while they kept at the work they knew, ranging out after specimens as they had on every shore from Brazil to the Pacific. But the island that was meant to mend the naturalist did nothing of the kind. His health, already frail, went on failing him, and the bad leg and the long wear of the voyage and the heavy damp heat of the place all told upon him. In the early months of 1773, he died there, far from France, with Jeanne at his side. She was left in a hard place indeed. The man she had followed across the whole of the world was gone, and with him the work and the purpose that had bound her life together for so many years. She was a woman alone on a small island, thousands of miles from the country of her birth, with little money and no certain way to get home. The great collection she had helped to gather was bound for Paris without her. Few people in all the world could ever have stood so far from everything they knew. What she did then was plain and practical and entirely her own. She did not waste away, and she did not sit waiting to be rescued. In the port town, she set herself up in a trade as humble and as old as any there was. She kept a tavern, a place where sailors and soldiers and passing travellers could buy a drink and a meal and an hour out of the heat. There would have been the talk of men fresh off long voyages, the clink of cups, the smell of cooking and pipe smoke, and the endless tide of strangers carrying news of the wider world and of the sea lanes home. The woman who had crossed oceans in disguise, who had carried a naturalist's treasures over half the earth, now stood behind a counter at the rim of the French Empire, pouring out measures, keeping her own accounts, and making an honest living. It was a far cry from the decks of the Etoile and the wild shores of Magellan, but it kept her fed and housed, and it gave her time. Slowly, the rawness of her loss must have dulled, as such things did, and as the months turned on that distant island, with its harbour full of comings and goings, the one thing she most needed began, at long last, to come within her reach. A way back to France, and a way to close the great circle she had begun so many years before, were no longer quite beyond her. In the port town, among the soldiers passing through, she met a Frenchman, a soldier passing through, and the two of them married. He was bound, in his turn, back to France, and with a husband at her side, and a passage to be had. The road home that had seemed shut to her opened up once more. A ship carried her west across the Indian Ocean, around the great cape at the foot of Africa, and north at last into home waters. When she stepped ashore on French soil, in or around the year 1775, something had been done that no woman in all the records of the world had done before her. She had gone out by way of one ocean and come home by way of another, the whole globe encircled, every line of longitude crossed. Nearly a decade had passed since a young servant had boarded the Etoile in disguise. The woman who came home had seen the far side of the earth and made her way back from it. She returned to no waiting crowds. There were no bells and no ceremonies for a labourer's daughter come back from the sea, and yet her story had not been wholly lost in the living of it. The commander of the expedition had published an account of the great voyage, and it was read with delight all across Europe, and in its pages he had not forgotten the woman found out among his crew. He wrote of her with plain admiration. In his account of the voyage, Bougainville set down that she had always behaved on board with the most scrupulous modesty, and he allowed that she would stand as the first woman ever to have circled the world. There was a harder and smaller battle to be fought first, over the will the naturalist had made for her so long before. His family contested what he had left her. She went to law to claim it, and in time she did manage to secure a portion of it. Then, some years on, came an honor from a quarter she could never have looked for. The same naval ministry, whose iron rule had once driven her into a man's clothes, now moved to reward her. At Bougainville's urging, the Ministry of Marine granted her a pension, a sum to be paid out year upon year for the rest of her days, drawn from the fund kept for old and broken servicemen. In the papers that granted it, the state of France set down that she was an extraordinary woman, and praised the courage with which she had shared the labours and the dangers of the naturalist's work. The country that had shut its ships against every woman by law had, in the end, singled out one woman for its thanks and its coin. The poor girl from the Burgundy hedgerows had become the first woman known to be granted such a pension for the advancement of knowledge. She had broken the rule and outlived the breaking of it, and the crown itself had come round to her side. With the pension settled and the circle closed, the great storms of her life were behind her now. She had her husband and a modest security, and her name set down in the records of the realm. The last stretch of her life was the gentlest. She settled with her husband in the countryside of the southwest, in a small place far from the harbours and the open water, and there she lived out her days in peace. The pension came as promised. The years passed without alarm. There were seasons to watch turn again over fields she knew, and the same kinds of plants she had gathered as a girl, growing in the hedgerows of home, asking nothing of her now but to be looked at. She had crossed the whole world and survived every danger it had set in her path, and she was granted, at the very end, the rare gift of growing old. She died at the venerable age of 67. By then, she had outlived nearly everyone who had sailed with her on that long-ago voyage, the commander, and even the naturalist she had loved. She was laid to rest in the churchyard of the village that had become her home, and for a long while afterward the world let her be, and her name slipped from common memory, as the names of the poor so often did. The little monument the naturalist had made for her went the same way. The genus he had named Baretia, set down so carefully in his notes, did not endure in the science he had served. As the years went by, and the great work of naming the world rolled on, his Baretia was studied and reconsidered, and at length folded away into other names, until it was gone from the books altogether. The plant he had meant to carry her memory had let it slip, and for the better part of 2 centuries there was nothing at all in the whole catalogue of nature that bore the name of the woman who had gathered so much of it. And there the matter rested, year upon year, while the world forgot. Then, long after every soul who had ever known her was gone, the wheel came round once more. More than 200 years after she had walked the decks of the Étoile, a botanist studying a flowering plant from the mountains of South America, a member of the nightshade family with delicate violet petals, judged it to be a species new to science and in want of a name. It grew wild and unregarded on a far mountainside, much as her own gifts had once grown unregarded in a poor corner of France, and in choosing a name for it, he reached back across all those years to the herb woman from Burgundy, who had carried the world's plants halfway round the globe. He called it Solanum Baretiae, and so her name was written once more into the living record of the earth, this time to stay. It was a fitting end to so strange a story. The woman who had once bound herself in linen and sailed the world among plants and pressed flowers was, in the end, remembered by the living things she had loved most. Among all the green and growing world she had spent her life among, a small violet flower had been given her name at last, and that name would not be lost again. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Spartacus, a slave and gladiator who, armed with little more than a cleaver and a cooking spit, ignited a rebellion, bringing the greatest military power the ancient world had ever known to its knees. The story of Spartacus is about the enemy Rome never saw coming. Not a foreign king or a rival city, but a threat from within. Picture a gladiator school in Capua, a prosperous Roman city amid the fertile plains of southern Italy. Beyond its gates lay a wide courtyard of raked sand, hemmed in by high walls and a row of barred cells. From dawn came the steady knock of wooden swords against the training post and the scuff of bare feet over sand, and over it all the southern heat, settling on the skin like a warm cloth. It was here that captive men trained for glory in the arena, or were lost to it. One night, nearly 100 gladiators overpowered their keepers and slipped away into the darkness, taking a wagon of weapons along with them. They camped on the slopes of the sleeping volcano Vesuvius, and when Roman soldiers trapped them, Spartacus did the unthinkable. He and his men wove ladders from the wild vines, scaled down the cliffs, and attacked their pursuers from behind. As word of their victory spread across the Roman world, enslaved farmhands and herdsmen left their fields and flocks to join him. It wasn't long before a handful became thousands, then tens of thousands. For 2 long years, Spartacus outsmarted and outfought every army Rome sent against him. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the daring and courageous Spartacus, from the sands of the arena to the foothills of a vast civilization in upheaval. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. The man left behind no words of his own, no letter, no memoir, nothing set down in his own hand that the years could carry forward. Every account of him was written long after his death, and by the very people he had terrified. So the Spartacus we know of today is in large part the one his enemies chose for us. And yet, from their scattered pages, a shape begins to emerge. He came from Thrace, a rugged sweep of land to the north of Greece, where forested hills rolled down to cold rivers and the winters bit hard. Its people were known across the ancient world as fierce riders and stubborn fighters, as worshippers of old gods, and as a folk slow to bow and quick to anger. From such stock came the man the Romans would learn to call Spartacus. There was a faint grandeur to his name. It echoed a dynasty of kings who had once ruled the far coast of the Black Sea. Whether any such blood ran in him, none could say, but the resemblance lingered in the minds of those who came after, and more than one wondered whether the gladiator had begun his life as a man of standing, brought low by the turning of fortune. By one account, his early years took an unexpected turn, long before Rome ever held him in chains. He may have marched beneath her standards as a soldier, serving among the auxiliaries who fought at the side of the legions. If so, then the very craft that would one day undo Roman armies had first been learned within them. Capua lay among the rich farmland of southern Italy, a city of good wine, fine bronze work, and easy living. It loved its pleasures, and chief among them was the spectacle of the arena. To feed that hunger, the city kept schools where men were bought and housed and trained to fight, and one of these belonged to a wealthy owner. It was here that in time the rebellion would stir. Within those walls, the days ran to a hard rhythm. At first light came the knock of wooden swords and the calls of the trainers. Many of them old fighters who had won their freedom and stayed on to teach the very craft that had spared them. The food was plentiful and good, barley and beans and thick stews, ladled out to lay down the muscle the trade demanded. When a man was injured, physicians tended him with real skill, cleaning and binding his wounds so that he might live to fight another day. But none of it sprang from kindness. A fighter cost good coin to buy, and a fighter who lived and won could earn his owner a small fortune. So the men were kept strong, the way a careful farmer keeps a prized beast, fed and mended and watched, and spent only when the spending paid. At night they were shut into small cells, often two together, behind doors barred from without. They could not come or go as they pleased. They could not choose the day of their fighting, nor the manner of it. Every man among them had sworn a fearful oath on entering that place, to suffer burning and binding, and the beating of rods, and to die by the blade, should his master will it. It was the darkest promise a man could make, and these had made it already in chains. They were a company drawn from every land Rome had bent to her will. There were Gauls from the cold north, with their long limbs and longer memories, Germans from beyond the great rivers, and a good number of men from the eastern provinces and the wild country beyond Greece. Each was taught to fight after a fashion of his own, the heavy fighter set against the swift, and the net and trident against the sword and shield, so that the crowds might savour the clash of styles. Among the Thracians in that school was one who carried himself a little apart. He had seen more of the world than most in the yard, had watched how armies moved and broke and formed again. In the evenings, he looked about him at the others, at the Gauls and the Germans, and his own countrymen, all of them strong, and all of them with nothing left in the world to lose. A thought took root in him, and would not let go. If men such as these were bound to die in any case, then better, surely, to die reaching for something. The thought grew slowly, and it did not stay his alone. It passed from cell to cell in low voices over many weeks, until it was no longer one man's notion, but the shared resolve of a great many. They would not wait meekly for the sand and the roaring crowd. They would instead choose their own hour. Perhaps 200 men had bound themselves to the plan. They would rise as one, overpower their keepers, and take their chances in the open country beyond the walls. But a secret shared among 200 desperate men was a fragile thing, and this one slipped. Word of the conspiracy reached the ears of the master, and the alarm went up before the appointed hour. There was no time left for the careful scheme. It was rise at once, or never rise at all. So they took up whatever lay within reach. The kitchens held knives and cleavers, and the long iron spits used for turning meat above the fire, and these became the first weapons of the revolt. Armed with little more than the tools of the cookhouse, a band of around 70 threw themselves upon the guards, fought clear of the gates, and burst out into the night. Most of the 200 never reached the open air at all, but those who did were free men now. With nothing behind them they had any wish to return to. Fortune met them on the road almost at once. They came upon a string of wagons loaded with arms and armor, bound for some other school of fighters, and they fell upon it and carried off the lot. In a single stroke, the kitchen blades were cast aside for the proper weapons of the arena, the swords and shields and helmets they had trained with for years. Escaped prisoners had become armed and practiced fighting men, and that was a far more dangerous thing to be set loose in the hills. They knew that soldiers would soon come hunting them, and so they chose leaders to see them through it. Two were named. One was a Gaul, called Crixus, a hard man with a following of his own. The other was Spartacus the Thracian, a former soldier, whose calm and cunning had already marked him out among the rest. From the first, the others turned to him most readily, for here was a man who knew not only how to fight, but how to look a week down the road, while the rest looked only as far as the next hour. They did not bolt blindly into the wilds. They took to the high ground and set about organizing themselves, posting watches, gathering food from the great estates where so many of their fellows still toiled. In Rome itself, the matter raised barely a ripple. A handful of runaway gladiators loose in the hills of the south was no work for the Senate. Slaves had run before, and slaves had always been hunted down and crucified. A few local troops would round up this rabble soon enough and set the world to rights once more. There seemed no reason under heaven to think otherwise, and the men who shrugged the business off went back to their dinners untroubled. Word of the disturbance in the south reached Rome at last, and soldiers were sent, though not the seasoned legions that fought her wars abroad. Those were far away in Spain and in the east. What marched against the runaways was a hastily gathered force of some 3,000, under a Roman commander named Glaber, who expected little trouble. By then, the rebels had made their camp high on Vesuvius, the great mountain that stood over the Bay of Naples. In those days, it slept, its slopes green and thick with woodland and trailing wild vines. For the moment, it was only high ground, and high ground suited a small force well. Glaber studied the slopes and saw them rise steep on every side but one. A single narrow path climbed to the rebel camp, easy to hold and hard to assault. Rather than spend his men clambering up into armed and desperate fighters, he chose to be patient. He set his camp across the foot of that one path and settled in to wait. There was no need to lose Roman lives over such an enemy. He had only to seal the way down and let hunger and thirst do his work for him, until the slaves were starved into surrender or driven to a hopeless charge down the mountainside. It was a decent plan, and against most foes it would have served him well. But the man leading the slaves had a turn of mind the commander had not weighed. Looking down from the heights, the rebels marked the one thing Glaber had left unguarded. On the far side of the mountain, the cliffs fell away sheer and broken, far too steep, the Romans had judged, for any body of men to climb. No watch had been set there, for none had seemed needed. And there, on that forgotten face of rock, Spartacus saw his road down. The slopes ran thick with wild vines, tough and supple and strong, and the men set to cutting them and weaving them together. They knotted the green lengths into long ladders and ropes until they had enough to reach the foot of the rock. Then, when the dark came on, they began to climb. One after another, they lowered themselves over the cliff the Romans had thought impassable, hand below hand, down into the shadows at the mountain's base, until the whole company stood gathered on the ground. What followed came swift and sure. The rebels stole around the Roman camp and fell upon it from the rear, from the one quarter where no guard kept watch. Glaber's men, certain their quarry sat penned and helpless on the summit above them, were caught wholly unready. They broke and scattered into the night, and the camp itself, with all its stores and weapons, passed into rebel hands. They came down out of the hills and across the fields, slipping away from their masters in ones and twos, and then in droves. Many were field hands who had known nothing in their lives but labour beneath the sun. A great number were herdsmen and shepherds from the southern uplands, lean and weathered men, well used to hunger and hard country, and these brought with them a gift beyond price. They came leading horses, and from such men and such mounts the rebels began to raise bands of riders, to scout ahead and to strike. Whole families came too, women and children among them, until the camp was less a war band than a whole people on the move. The host swelled past anything Rome had pictured, a small knot of escaped gladiators now numbered in the tens of thousands. Some who told the tale afterward spoke of 70,000 under arms, and others of numbers higher still, beyond 100,000 souls all told. The true count slipped away with the years and will not be found again. Yet whatever the tally, it was plain enough that a runaway fighter now led a multitude greater than many a king could muster. A multitude, though, was not an army, and the man at its head knew well the gulf between the two. A mob of the angry and the desperate might burn and plunder for a season, and then melt away at the first hard blow. So he set about giving the throng a backbone. The newcomers were sorted and drilled, and taught the patient ways of soldiers. Those who had come empty-handed were armed by whatever means could be found. The rebels gathered every blade and spearhead they could lay a hand to, and where weapons ran short, they made their own, hammering out rough iron points, weaving shields of wicker and hide, and turning even their broken fetters into blades. In the camp, there was a fairness that surprised those who later spoke of it. What the raids brought in was divided evenly, share for share, so that no man feasted while another went without. There was little in it of the robber's greed, and it bound the army to its leader more tightly than any oath could. Men who had been handled all their lives as livestock found themselves for once dealt with as equals, and they did not soon forget it. Through the rest of that year, the army moved across the south, taking what it needed and growing stronger with every passing week. The Romans sent more men against it, and each time the rebels sent them home, until the captured arms of beaten Roman columns hung about the camp like trophies. The herdsmen taught the field hands to ride. The old soldiers taught them all to hold a line and to keep their nerve when the enemy came on. When at last the cold drew in, the host made its winter camp in the open country, sharpening blades and skills alike, while it waited for the fighting season to come round again. They had been gathered from many peoples and many tongues, drawn together by a shared hatred of the chains they had cast off. For now, that hatred and the sweet strangeness of freedom was bond enough to hold them as one. The fires burned low across the great sprawling camp, and the host slept, and the year turned slowly on toward the spring. When the new season opened, Rome sent against the slaves the men it ought to have sent at the very start. 2 whole armies took the road south, and at their head marched the consuls themselves, the two highest officers of the Republic, the very men who in another year would have led her wars against foreign kings. To loose such commanders upon a host of escaped slaves was a thing close to unheard of, and it told, more plainly than any words could, how far the trouble had grown. What the consuls found, when they came upon the host, was not the ragged mob they had been promised. It was a body of fighting men who had spent long months learning to march in order, to wheel, and to stand firm, and they had been hardened now by a long run of victories. But the army did not face them whole. Crixus, the Gaul who had stood at the head of the rising since the first night of the breakout, had no love for the Thracians' caution, where the one counselled patience and the longer view, the other burned to range across the rich south and take his fill of it, and in time the strain told. Crixus parted from the main column and went his own way, a great body of the army behind him, many of them his own Gauls and Germans. It was the very chance the Romans had been praying for. One of the consular armies came upon Crixus and his followers near a lone mountain in the south, and fell upon them in their thousands. His men fought hard, for they were not minded to walk meekly back to their chains. But cut off and outnumbered, they were overwhelmed at the last, and Crixus himself died upon that field with them. Spartacus met the two consular armies, and broke them both within a single season, the one and then the other. The eagles of Rome, those proud standards before which whole nations had bowed, were taken and carried back in triumph to a camp of slaves, and the officers of the Republic fled the field. He would not let the death of his fellow pass unmarked. He held a funeral for Crixus in the manner of a fallen general, with full rites and honours. But to those rites he gave a turn from which the ancient world would recoil. He had, among his host, a great many Roman prisoners, taken in the long run of his victories, and he chose some 300 of them, and he set them to fight one another to the death in the funeral games, as offerings beside the pyre of his friend. It was the very thing that had once been done to him. He had been bought to fight and die for the sport of Roman crowds, and now the masters found their own sons forced to that same grim sport. There was a terrible balance in it. Rome heard of these games, of her own people dying upon the sand at the bidding of a gladiator, and the news was taken as something near to sacrilege. The whole proper order of the world turned upon its head. Word of it reached the city like a cold draught beneath a door. There had been slave risings before, on the island of Sicily, but those had been far away across the water, and this was Italy itself, scarcely more than a few days' ride from the gates of Rome. Men who kept slaves by the dozen and the 100, who slept behind doors that those same slaves barred each night, lay awake now and listened to their great houses settle in the dark. Each of them knew, beneath the ease of his life, how many he held in bondage, and how very few he would be among them if ever the bondsman chose to rise. The Senate, which had once waved the matter aside as the work of brigands, waved it aside no longer. The man at the head of this host had taken the finest soldiers Rome could field and sent them running. There was no easy way to sit with such a thought. The masters of the known world had been made to look like fools by the lowest men within their borders. And still the host grew, for each victory now drew the desperate in greater numbers. He fed them from the rich estates of the south, and armed them from the bodies of the armies he had beaten. With each fight, his people went better clad and better weaponed, bearing now the mail and the swords of Rome herself. Yet the man who had won all this wore his triumph strangely lightly. He did not set himself up as a king in the conquered south, nor turn in his pride to march upon the city. His gaze had lifted instead toward the great wall of mountains that closed off the head of Italy, and toward the wide free world that lay beyond them. He had marked, perhaps, what came in the end of slave risings that lingered too long in one land, and so, with the whole South lying open and fearful before him, their leader gathered the host about him and set its face toward the north. The army marched north through Italy, a slow river of people miles in length, with its herds and its wagons and its children, and the forces that tried to bar the way were swept aside. In the broad country below the mountains, a Roman governor came against them with a fresh army, and he too was beaten, and his camp taken. There seemed nothing left in all the land that could stand before them, and ahead, at last, rose the Alps. Those mountains were the gate out of Italy and out of Rome's closest reach. Beyond them lay Gaul, and past Gaul the cold forests of the Germans, and away to the east the homeland of the Thracians themselves. A man who crossed those high passes and went his own way might be free in earnest, free to seek again whatever remained of the life that had been torn from him. The whole long march had seemed to point at just this, at the open road north and the scattering of a freed people to the four winds. The mountains stood within reach. The way was clear. And then, with the passes almost beneath their feet, the army turned around. It wheeled about, the whole vast company of it, and began to march back the way it had come, down once more into the heart of Italy. What turned them, none who wrote of it afterward could say with any certainty, and the men who knew the answer carried it with them into the dark. Some who pondered it later thought the fault lay in the host itself, that so great and so mixed a multitude could not be made to climb away from the rich and open plunder of Italy toward cold mountains and an uncertain road home. Men who had been slaves a year before, and who now ate their fill and feared no master, may have had little wish to trade the soft south for a long and hungry march. A leader, however wise, can take his people only so far as they are willing to follow. Others wondered whether Spartacus's own mind had changed, whether the taste of so many victories had stirred in him some larger design. Some thought that Italy itself might be cracked open and remade, the masters called at last to answer for the chains. There were even those, long after, who whispered that he had meant from the first to strike at Rome herself. All the record holds for certain is the turning, that strange wheel back toward the south at the very edge of freedom, and it has puzzled those who study his story from that day to this. Whatever lay behind it, the choice was made, and the host poured back down into the land it had so lately crossed. The mood of the marching had changed, though, in a way that was hard to name. Going north, there had been a destination, a clear, bright end to all of it, the mountains and the freedom past them. Going south, there was only Italy again, and Italy held nothing now but Rome, and Rome would not forgive what had been done to her. Their leader led them on, as he always had, ordering the march, feeding the multitude, and keeping the watch. But the long, easy run of victories had carried them to a threshold, and then back from it, and a venture that turns away from its own goal is seldom quite the same venture afterward. The tide that had borne them up so far had reached its full height. It had not yet begun to fall, but the high mark had been set upon the shore, and somewhere out beyond sight, the ebb was gathering. Rome had run clean out of patience and out of pride to spare. The Senate looked about for a man who would finish the business once and for all, and it found him in Marcus Crassus, the richest man in all the city, whose wealth was past the counting, and whose hunger for glory ran deeper even than his purse. He asked for the command, and it was given to him, along with a great force of legions to see the work through. Crassus gathered an army, such as had not yet been turned against the slaves, as many as 10 legions, tens of thousands of trained men, and he meant to spend them without flinching and without a single misstep. Early in the campaign, a part of his force met the rebels against his strict orders, was beaten, and fled the field in a panic. Crassus answered that flight with a punishment so old and so dreaded that even hardened Romans grew pale to see it brought back. From among the men who had run, lots were drawn, and 1 in every 10 was chosen, and those chosen paid for the cowardice of the whole, put to death before the watching eyes of their fellows. It was a fearful thing to do to his own soldiers, and that was the whole purpose of it. After that day, the men of Crassus feared their general more than they feared any enemy, and they did not run a second time. He turned them south at last, hard and relentless, onto the trail of the host. Their leader drew his people down through Italy, away from the press of Crassus, toward the very toe of the land, where the sea narrows to a slender channel between the mainland and the great island of Sicily. There was good sense in his course. Sicily had risen against its masters twice before within memory, in slave wars that set the whole island alight. He reckoned that if he could only carry his men across that narrow strait, he might kindle such a fire again, and find fresh thousands waiting to join him. But the army had no ships of its own, and so a bargain was struck. There were pirates upon those waters, sea raiders, whose swift vessels were known and feared along every coast, and the Thracian came to terms with them. They were paid, and paid well, to ferry his men across the strait to Sicily. The gold passed from hand to hand. The pirates gave their word, and then, with the payment safely stowed below their decks, they spread their sails and slipped away over the horizon, and they did not come back. The men who lived by treachery had taken his coin and sold him nothing at all. He would not give the crossing up so lightly. If the pirates would not carry his men, then his men would carry themselves. They set to building rafts out of timber and brushwood, lashing barrels and beams together with whatever could be found, and they pushed these rough craft out into the water. But the strait there ran swift and cruel between the headlands, and the current seized the rafts and the heavy sea broke them apart and turned the whole effort back upon the shore. The narrow channel, no great distance at all to the eye, might as well have been a wide ocean. Sicily and its promised fires lay across the water, plain to see and wholly beyond his reach. So the army was held fast, pinned against the sea at the foot of Italy, with the cold and patient legions of Crassus closing off the country at its back. The open road that had once run the whole length of the land had narrowed to a trap, and the man who had outrun Rome for 2 long years found, for the first time, that there was nowhere left to run to. The legions pressed the host down to the very toe of Italy, and there Crassus set his men to a vast labour. Across the narrow neck of land, he had a ditch cut from one sea to the other, with a high rampart raised behind it, to wall the rebels in and starve them where they stood. But on a wild winter night, when snow and a bitter wind came driving down off the hills, the host filled a stretch of that ditch with earth and brushwood and timber, and over the rough crossing a great part of it broke free into the open country beyond. The chase could not last much longer now, and their leader knew it well. Word had come that Pompey was marching home from Spain with a fresh army to share in the hunt, and to be caught between 2 Roman hosts would be the end of all of it. Far better to turn and break Crassus, while one enemy still stood alone in the field. So the Thracian chose his ground and drew up his men to face the legions one final time. Before the lines met, he did a thing his men would long remember. He had his horse brought before him, a fine beast, and in the full sight of the host, he drew his sword and killed it. If the day went well, he is said to have told them, the enemy would furnish him with finer mounts than this, and if it went ill, he would have no need of any. There would be no riding away from this field. The fighting ran long and bitter, for every man among them knew what defeat would bring. In the thick of it, their leader drove forward through the press, cutting his way toward Crassus himself, as though the whole war might be ended with a single stroke at the man who commanded it. He never reached him. 2 officers came against him together as he pressed on, and he struck them both down and forced his way ahead still, until the sheer weight of many bore him under at the last. He fell fighting, his sword in his hand, in the very heart of the struggle. When the field was searched, his body could not be found. So many had fallen, and the ground lay so churned and so heaped, that the man the whole long war had been waged against lay indistinguishable among the fallen. He passed among them without a trace, and left behind no grave and no certain ending, only an empty place where a body ought to have lain. Rome's vengeance upon the captured was a hard one. Some 6,000 of the taken were raised upon crosses along the Appian Way, the great road that led up to the city, set one after another for mile upon mile, so that every traveller might see plainly what came of breaking one's chains. They lined that long road for many days after. A famous film of the last century carried his story to millions, and wove into it a moment that never was, a field of beaten captives rising one after another, each man claiming the name, until the true Spartacus was lost among them. 2,000 years after he fell upon that unmarked field, the name of Spartacus is known in every land, while the consuls who had hunted him are long forgotten. and masters who had once bought and sold him are remembered, if at all, only for having stood in his way. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the Cottingley Fairies hoax, and how 2 young girls in a Yorkshire garden managed to fool their families, the press, the experts, and people the world over to believe in the existence of real-life fairies. It began, as mischief often does, with a harmless fib. In the summer of 1917, in the village of Cottingley, 2 cousins kept slipping down to the stream behind the house and coming home with their shoes soaked and their skirts dripping wet. The 2 girls, Elsie Wright and Frances Griffiths, blamed the fairies, and when challenged, borrowed the family camera to prove it. Such a small tale might have come to nothing had it not surfaced in a Britain still deep in mourning. The Great War had taken so many young men that a grieving nation turned to séance rooms and spiritualism. So when the photographs surfaced at an evening lecture on fairy life, they found a receptive audience. And eventually, they made their way to the famed Sherlock Holmes author and devoted spiritualist, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. It would be easy to file this under superstition, but the photographs had been tested. The experts examined the negatives and found no trickery. And so, Conan Doyle was far from alone when he championed the photographs as proof that fairies were real. A knighted national hero had staked his name on 2 schoolgirls and a borrowed camera, and beneath it all lay a secret that would remain hidden for decades. But how could the mind behind literature's most rational detective be so wholly taken in? And how long could such a fragile deception last? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow this gentle mystery from a mossy Yorkshire stream to the drawing rooms of scholars and skeptics alike. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. By the summer of 1917, after 3 years of war, Britain was already a nation learning to live with absence. Almost every street had its gaps, the empty chair at the table, and the name read aloud in church on a Sunday. The young men who had gone away to France and Belgium and never come home again. Entire households had been hollowed out. Mothers kept bedrooms exactly as they had been left, and the country carried its losses behind a careful, everyday politeness. Across the land, people began to listen for the missing. Spiritualism, which had drifted along for decades at the edges of respectable life, now moved into the very heart of it. In ordinary front rooms, the curtains were drawn against the evening, and families gathered around a table in the low light, hands resting on the wood, waiting for the smallest sign that a son or a husband might still be near. Mediums traveled from town to halls packed with the hopeful. Photographs passed from hand to hand, showing pale, blurred faces hovering at the shoulders of the living, and grieving people studied them through their tears and let themselves believe. Far to the north of those crowded séance rooms, in the West Riding of Yorkshire, there sat a small village called Cottingley, not far from the larger town of Bradford. It was a place of grey stone houses and narrow lanes, with the open moors rising beyond the rooftops and the chimney smoke hanging low on a still day. The mills were not far off, and yet the countryside pressed close, green and damp, and threaded everywhere with running water. Behind one of those houses, the garden sloped away downhill, and at the foot of it ran a stream. In Yorkshire, such a stream was called a beck, and this one slipped along between steep banks, thick with moss and fern, shaded by overhanging branches, cool even at the height of summer. The light came down through the leaves in shifting patches. The water chattered over the stones. It was the sort of hidden, shadowed place that drew children down to it over and over, well out of sight of the kitchen window. The house belonged to the Wright family, and they were steady, respectable people. Arthur Wright was a craftsman, an electrician, and an engineer by trade, a man at home with machinery and wiring, and the careful chemistry of photography. He kept a small darkroom of his own, and he knew exactly how a picture was made, from the coated glass plate to the trays of developer and the image rising slowly out of nothing. His wife, Polly, was made of softer and more searching stuff. She wondered about the things her husband set aside, about the spirit and the soul, and whether the dead were truly beyond all reach. She was drawn to the talks and the meetings, where such matters were spoken of in earnest, though within those plain stone walls she mostly kept her wondering to herself. Their daughter, Elsie, was 16, a dreamy and good-natured girl with a real gift for drawing and a great fondness for the stream at the bottom of the garden. The war ran on in the background of all their days, in the newspapers and the casualty lists, and the long wait for letters from the front. Cottingley lay a long way from the fighting, and yet, like everywhere else, it lived under the same low cloud. That summer, the garden grew green and overgrown, and the stream ran on as it always had, down past the foot of the slope and away beneath the trees. The water was clear and cold over the brown stones, and the shaded banks kept their secrets well. Frances Griffiths had spent most of her short life beneath the wide skies of South Africa, near Cape Town, where her father had found work. When the war came, he joined up and went to fight in France, and Frances and her mother packed up their lives and sailed back to England to wait it out among family. They came to Cottingley, to the Wright household, for Frances's mother and Elsie's mother were sisters. And there, in a cool green northern garden, so unlike the dry one she had left behind, 9-year-old Frances met her cousin Elsie for the very first time. The two of them took to one another at once, for all the 7 years between them. Elsie was old enough to keep an eye on the younger girl, and young enough to be a true companion, and Frances followed her down to the stream at every chance she got. They passed long afternoons among the stones and the ferns, and they came back, time and again, in a dreadful state, with soaked shoes, dripping skirts, and mud to the knee. On their faces they wore the particular cheer of children who had spent the afternoon doing precisely what they were told not to do. The scoldings came, as they always did. It was in the middle of one of them that the excuse first arrived, the excuse that would in time grow far beyond the two girls who made it. They had not gone down to the stream to fall in the water, they insisted. They had gone to see the fairies. The little folk lived along the banks, and watching them was the whole reason for going, and surely no grown adult could be cross about a thing as harmless as that. It was the sort of thing a child says and fully expects to have waved away. But the answer that came back was a fair one. If there really were fairies at the bottom of the garden, then they ought to be easy enough to photograph. Elsie took up the challenge. Her father owned a camera, a fine and costly thing that made its pictures on sheets of coated glass. One Saturday afternoon in July of 1917, she asked whether the two of them might borrow it. Arthur slid a single plate into the camera, handed it over with careful instructions, and told them plainly that he wanted it back before long. Down the garden, the cousins went with the borrowed camera, and they were gone barely half an hour. When they climbed back up the slope and returned it, they wore the satisfied look of two people who had managed something rather grand. Arthur carried the plate into his dark room that evening to see what they had done. The picture showed Frances first. There she sat behind a low screen of grass and leaves, her chin resting on her hand, gazing straight past the lens with an expression of perfect calm. And in the air before her, lit by the soft light coming down through the trees, a row of little winged figures danced, 4 of them, slender and graceful, caught as though in the middle of a measure. A few weeks later, in September, the girls produced a second. This one showed Elsie sitting on the grass, and at her side, A small winged creature, a gnome with a pointed cap, leaning toward her outstretched hand, as if about to step up onto her fingers. To the girls, it was a fine joke, and once the laughter faded, they thought no more of it. Arthur was not pleased by what he saw. He had developed a great many plates in his time, and he knew the look of a thing that had truly stood before the lens. He leaned in close over the fairies and studied them, and the longer he looked, the less he believed. The fairies were too flat. They had the smooth, sharp edges of something cut from paper, and they held themselves far too still. The breeze that afternoon had stirred the grass and lifted the girl's hair, and all of it showed in the picture as a soft blur of movement, and yet the fairies stood crisp and sharp and perfectly fixed, as though nothing on earth could stir them. Arthur came to the truth almost at once. The girls had faked it. They had made the fairies out of paper somehow and stood them up before the camera, and that was the whole of the mystery. Being a thorough man, he set about proving it. He went up to the bedroom the two cousins shared and searched it from end to end. He went down to the stream and searched the banks where the picture had been taken, hunting for scraps of paper, for pins, and for any trace of how the trick had been worked. He turned up nothing whatsoever. The girls had already gathered up every trace and made it all vanish. He could plainly see what had been done. He simply could not lay a finger on the proof of it, and a careful man could not win an argument on suspicion alone, least of all against two children who looked back at him without a flicker and gave nothing away. The method behind it was a modest one. Elsie could draw, and on the shelf at home there sat a popular children's book of the day, a handsome charity volume called Princess Mary's Gift Book. Among its pages was an illustration of pretty girls dancing in long, flowing gowns. Elsie copied those dancing figures in her own hand, gave each of them a pair of dainty wings, and coloured them in. Then she cut them out and pasted them onto stiffer card, so they would hold their shape and stand up straight. To make the fairies seem to hover above the grass, the girls used the most everyday things imaginable. Hat pins, the long, sharp pins that every woman of the day kept for fastening a hat in place. A paper fairy was fixed to the end of a hat pin, and the pin pushed down into the soft earth of the bank, so the little figure stood upright, a few inches off the ground. Seen through the lens of the camera, with its shallow focus and its slow exposure, the thin pins simply disappeared, and what remained was a row of fairies dancing on the open air. Cut paper, a borrowed picture, a handful of hat pins, and a great deal of nerve. There was nothing more to it than that. Arthur, for his part, had had quite enough of it. He did not believe a single word, and he did not much care to be made part of it either. He put the camera away and refused to lend it out a second time, and as far as he was concerned, the matter was finished and far better forgotten. It nettled him for years afterward, like a splinter, that he of all people had been the one to load the plate and hand the camera over. He never did change his mind, and he never did manage to prove what he was so certain he knew. In 1918, the year after the photographs were taken, Frances sat down to write a letter to a friend. The friend was a girl named Johanna, far away in Cape Town, in the South Africa that Francis still thought of as home. The two had been close before the war carried Francis off across the sea, and they kept up the kind of letters that children send when a whole ocean lies between them, crammed with all the small news of their separate days. She asked whether Joe still played with the friends the two of them had known together. She passed on the very best news the war could offer. Everyone was saying the fighting would surely be over within days, and her father had come home safe from France at last, after 10 long months away. To mark it, the family meant to hang their flags upstairs in the bedroom, and she wrote of her dolls, of Rosebud, who was as plump as ever, and for whom she had been stitching new clothes, and she asked how the others were keeping. Somewhere in among the algebra and the dolls and the flags, she mentioned that she was sending along 2 photographs. In the first, she stood in a bathing costume in the back garden, squinting in the sun, an ordinary picture of a summer's day, taken by her uncle. In the other, she wrote, she was up the stream with some fairies, and Elsie had taken that one. She gave it no more weight than any of the rest. It sat there in the letter between the homecoming and the dolls, one more small piece of family news. It was on the back of that second photograph, though, that Francis added the line people would long remember. She had never once seen anything of the kind in all her years in South Africa, and she had worked the reason out for herself. As she put it, it must be too hot for them there. And that was all. No fanfare, no wonder, and no hint that anything strange had taken place at the bottom of the garden. To Francis, it was the plainest matter in the world. In those years, a movement called Theosophy had taken a firm hold across Britain. Its followers gathered in halls to speak of a world that lay deeper than the one the eye could see, of unseen forces and hidden realms, and of the spirits that were said to dwell in wild and growing places, the very creatures the old country people had always called fairies. The talks drew thoughtful, earnest folk, who felt the ordinary world could not be quite all there was, and Polly was glad to count herself among them. One evening in 1919, about 2 years after the photographs were taken, Polly went along to a meeting of the Theosophical Society in the nearby city of Bradford. It would have been a modest affair, rows of chairs, a lantern throwing images onto a screen, and a speaker holding forth in earnest, while the audience leaned in. As it happened, the talk that night was given over to the life of fairies, to the old beliefs about them, and the question of whether such beings might be real after all. Polly sat and listened, and the thought must have grown in her as the speaker went on. She had 2 photographs at home that seemed to show the very thing they were discussing. Her own daughter and her young niece had apparently caught fairies on a glass plate down at the bottom of the garden. When the meeting ended, she said as much to the people around her. She brought out the pictures. Word of 2 photographs of real fairies, taken by children in a Yorkshire village, travelled fast among people who longed for just such a thing to be true. Before very long, it reached a man named Edward Gardner. Gardner was a leading figure in the movement, a serious and well-respected man who lectured up and down the country on spiritual matters, and who took the question of nature spirits in earnest. When copies of the Cottingley pictures came into his hands, he could scarcely believe his good fortune. Here, it seemed to him, was something very close to proof, real evidence at last, for the unseen world he had spent so many years describing to others. Gardner studied the photographs long and hard. He had clearer, sharper copies made from the original plates, so that every last detail of the little figures might be seen, and the more closely he looked, the more certain he became. He wrote letters about them. He showed the prints to others who shared his beliefs, and their wonder only fed his own. The longer he turned it over, the truer the whole business appeared. To Gardner, these were no longer a family curiosity. They were a discovery, perhaps a great one, and a find of that kind was not a thing a man kept to himself. He set about looking for a way to bring the Cottingley Fairies before a far wider audience, and for someone of real weight and standing who might lend a name to the cause and stand beside him when the time came. Edward Gardner did not have to look far for a champion. In the spring of 1920, word of the photographs reached one of the most famous men in the world, a writer whose name was known in nearly every household. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle had given the age its coldest and most rational hero, the detective Sherlock Holmes, a man who unravelled every riddle by reason alone and trusted nothing he could not measure. And yet the man behind that hero was nothing like his creation. Doyle had been drawn for years, ever deeper into spiritualism, into seances and mediums, and the hope of a life beyond the grave. The war had pressed that hope into something close to a mission. He had lost his son Kingsley, taken by the influenza that swept the world after the young man had been wounded in the fighting, and he had lost a brother soon after. Like so many grieving men of those years, Doyle wanted very badly to believe that the dead were not truly gone, and that the world held more than cold machinery and loss. When Gardner laid the Cottingley photographs before him, he did not flinch or doubt. He saw proof. The timing could hardly have been better, for a magazine had asked him to write a piece on fairies for its Christmas number, and now he had something extraordinary to fill it. In the Christmas issue of 1920, the first 2 photographs went out to the whole of Britain, set before hundreds of thousands of readers, and announced as nothing less than a sensation. The creator of Sherlock Holmes had staked his name on 2 pictures taken at the bottom of a garden. There was an irony folded into it that no one could have guessed at the time. The fairy figures Elsie had copied came from the pages of Princess Mary's gift book, that handsome wartime volume of stories and pictures, and tucked away among those same pages, between its own covers, sat a short story written by none other than Arthur Conan Doyle himself. The very book that had furnished the trick carried his own name inside it. He threw himself into the cause completely. He gathered the pictures and his arguments into a whole book of their own, and he defended every part of it. To shield the 2 girls from the glare of attention, he gave them false names in his writing, calling Elsie by the name Iris and Frances by the name Alice, and he disguised the village too. He pored over the photographs for the smallest detail. In the picture of Elsie and the gnome, there was a tiny dot at the creature's middle, which was in plain truth the head of a hat-pin holding the cutout upright. He studied that dot and decided it was a navel, And from there, he reasoned, in all seriousness, that fairies must come into the world much as people do, and he fell to wondering aloud about the question. Beneath the strange conclusions lay something almost tender. Doyle truly believed that proof of fairies might crack open the hard certainties of the modern world and let a little wonder back in. The recognition of their existence, he wrote in his book, would jolt the material 20th century mind out of its heavy ruts in the mud. He longed for a world with mystery still in it, and in the photographs from Cottingley, he was certain he had found the first bright thread of it, and the public was in no mood to argue him down. A knight of the realm had vouched for the fairies, and for a great many readers that was very nearly enough to settle the matter. The little folk of Cottingley had found their grandest believer. Before Doyle ever published a word, the photographs had been put to harder tests than a grieving public might suppose, and they had passed everyone. When Gardner first held the prints, he studied them with the care of a man who knew he would be doubted. He looked for the telltale marks of trickery, for double exposures and pasted-on shapes, and the signs of studio work, and he found none of them. To be certain, he carried the plates to a professional, an expert in photographic work, who examined them closely and gave a verdict that delighted everyone hoping the fairies were real. The negatives, the man declared, were single exposures, untouched and unfaked, with no trace of cardboard or paper models. What the figures actually were, he added carefully, lay beyond his trade to say. He could vouch only that the photographs themselves were honest. That distinction was a fine one, and it was precisely the gap through which belief came pouring in. The expert had not said the fairies were real. He had said the plates were not tampered with, which to a hopeful reader sounded very nearly the same thing. Doyle and Gardner went further still and sent the pictures to the great photographic company of the day, the firm of Kodak, asking for an opinion. The Kodak men examined them and would not be drawn. They could find no clear evidence that the plates had been faked, and yet they declined to put their name to any certificate calling the fairies genuine. A photograph could be made to show nearly anything, and they were not about to stake the company's good name on sprites at the bottom of a garden. It was a careful refusal, neither for nor against. Gardner, for his part, wanted more pictures, and better ones. In the summer of 1920, he travelled up to Cottingley and put fresh cameras into the girl's hands, together with photographic plates that he had secretly marked beforehand, so that none could later be swapped for fakes. It was as neat a precaution as a careful man could devise. Then he left the cousins to it and waited. Doyle himself could not wait beside him. He had a long voyage ahead, a lecture tour to the far side of the world, carrying his spiritualist message to Australia. He set off that year, with the whole business still unfolding behind him, following the news by letter across the oceans. That August, on the secretly marked plates, beneath nobody's eye but their own, Elsie and Francis produced 3 more fairy photographs. A leaping fairy hung in the air before Francis. Another held a posy of wildflowers up toward Elsie. And in the last and strangest of them, a little crowd of fairies sat together in a leafy hollow, in what Doyle would fondly come to call their sunbath. The marked plates came back bearing fairies all the same, and to Gardner that sealed it. The controls had held, the plates were his own, and still the fairies had appeared. By the summer of 1921, the fairies of Cottingley had become a national wonder, and the little stream at the foot of the Right Garden had taken on a strange new fame. Doyle, ever thorough, wanted one more kind of proof, the word of someone who could see the fairies directly, with the gifts of the spirit, rather than the lens of a camera. He arranged for a man to travel up to Yorkshire and watch the stream with his own eyes. The man was Geoffrey Hodson, a figure from the same theosophical world as Gardner, a former army officer of the war years, who now gave himself to the study of hidden things and claimed the power to perceive what others could not. In Doyle's book, he appeared under a borrowed name, styled simply as Mr. Sergeant, a small courtesy of disguise. He came to Cottingley with his wife and settled in for the better part of a week, passing long hours down among the wet ferns and the stones in the company of the two cousins. And see the fairies he most certainly did. His notes filled with sightings, page after page of them. He described gnomes moving among the grasses, elves and slender-winged sprites, water nymphs at the edge of the stream, and woodland spirits drifting beneath the trees, a whole teeming hidden world laid out along a few yards of the bank. He spoke of their colours and their movements as though narrating a pageant that only he and the girls could attend. By the end of his stay, he was wholly persuaded. In his own account, he had come away, he wrote, assured of the genuineness of their clairvoyance, as certain of the fairies as he was of the children who sat watching them. There was, in all this, one detail that would surface only much later, and it was the strangest little twist of the whole affair. By their own telling, years afterward, Elsie and Francis had not believed a word of it. They thought the earnest gentleman from the Theosophical Society a complete fraud, and rather than set him right, they simply played along, nodding at his visions and agreeing with all that he claimed to see, watching with private delight as a grown man conjured nymphs and goblins out of the empty air beside them. The girls who had set the whole thing rolling with a single fib now sat in the grass and let a practiced clairvoyant outfib them all, and they kept their faces straight while he did it. Here was the affair at its strange height. A famous author had vouched for the photographs in print. Photographic experts had pronounced the plates honest. A great company had declined to call them fakes. And now a seasoned clairvoyant had sworn that fairies thronged the place in their dozens. Every kind of authority the age could muster had been brought to bear on a Yorkshire stream, and each in turn had come away convinced, or at the very least, unable to say otherwise. And at the centre of it all sat two girls, one not long out of her teens, and the other barely older than a child, holding fast to a story they had invented to dodge a scolding 4 years before. They had never meant a word of it to travel so far. Yet there it was, grown vast and respectable, and quite beyond their power to halt, carried along now by men far older and more learned and more famous than they could ever hope to be. Whatever unease they felt, they kept it tucked away, and the wonder of Cottingley rolled grandly on. Once the spotlight dimmed, ordinary life resumed. What had blazed up so suddenly died down just as fast. Other miracles and other catastrophes claimed the front pages. Enthusiasm for the little winged creatures withered, and the photographs sank from view. A forgotten footnote that flickered now and then in people's thoughts, before being brushed aside once more. Doyle died in 1930, a believer to the very last, never once knowing he had been fooled. Gardner, too, passed on in time, and the two girls who alone knew the truth grew up and then grew old, with their secret folded away inside them. They did not stay in Cottingley. Both married, and life carried them far afield, overseas for a spell, and the fairies receded into something that had happened long ago to two children who scarcely seemed to exist anymore. Years turned into decades. The cutouts and the hatpins and the borrowed picture book belonged to another century now, and the women who had once wielded them said nothing at all and let the old mystery stand. Now and then the world came knocking. In 1966, a reporter from the Daily Express tracked down the elder of the two, by then a grown woman with a long life behind her, and pressed her about the famous photographs. If a confession was ever coming, here was the moment for it. She did no such thing. Instead, she gave an answer of wonderful slipperiness, allowing that perhaps, in some manner she could not fully explain, she had photographed her own thoughts. It was neither a yes nor a no. It kept the door ajar, let the mystery breathe a while longer, and sent the reporter away with nothing he could pin to the page. The reasons they held the secret so long and so faithfully were tangled ones. Part of it, the cousins later owned, was the sheer difficulty of ever climbing back down. By now, the affair had swollen to such a size, and trapped so renowned a figure within it, that coming clean no longer resembled the simple admission of a youthful trick. It felt closer to tearing something down. There was a kindness in their long reticence, a reluctance to wound a man who had believed in them so warmly and so completely. The elder put it plainly, long afterward. Set against a brilliant man like Conan Doyle, she said, two village children could only keep quiet. That was the heart of it. They had been young and obscure, and more than a little daunted by the size of the thing, and the passing years had only made the burden harder to set down. It was not until the early 1980s that the truth at last came out, and even then it came gently, drawn into the open by a patient photographic journalist named Geoffrey Crawley, who had taken up the old puzzle and worked away at it. He wrote a careful run of articles, picking quietly at the seams of the case, and in the end, the elder cousin answered him in a letter, setting down on paper, at the age of 80-odd, what she had carried in secret since girlhood. The fairies, she wrote, had been drawings. The confession might have closed the book for good, a tidy ending at last to a riddle 60 years in the keeping. It did nothing of the kind, for even as the two women owned up to the cutouts and the hatpins, they held something back, a stubborn last thread they would not cut, however far the rest unraveled. They had faked the photographs, yes, but they had truly seen fairies at that stream. On this point, both of them held firm, to the ends of their lives, with a steadiness that was hard to wave away. The pictures, they said, had been a child's invention, a way of showing grown-ups the very thing the grown-ups refused to credit. The fairies themselves had been real, glimpsed among the ferns and the running water in the long afternoons of that wartime summer. And on one matter, the two could never quite agree. The elder maintained that all 5 of the photographs had been faked, everyone a drawing on a pin. The younger would not go so far. She allowed that 4 of the pictures were the work of paper and hatpins, and yet she swore that the 5th, the strange last image of the fairies in their sunny hollow, was no fake at all, but a true photograph of true creatures. The 2 women who had once deceived the whole world drifted toward contrary ends of the puzzle they themselves had built, each one faithful to her own telling of all that had occurred down by that stream. The younger carried her belief with her until she died in the 1980s, and the elder followed not many years after, and the small disagreement went down with them, never to be settled by anyone now living. The tale, though, had long since slipped free of the 2 who made it, and it never did grow old. Long after the truth was known, the fairies of Cottingley kept their grip on the imagination. In time, the story caught the eye of the filmmakers, and twice in a single year, the cinema told it afresh, in one picture called Fairy Tale, A True Story, and in another called Photographing Fairies. The original prints, those modest little photographs from a Yorkshire garden, passed through the sale rooms and changed hands for many thousands of pounds, prized now as treasures of a sort their makers could never have dreamed. And the cameras themselves, the borrowed camera and its companions, came at last to rest behind glass in a museum in Bradford, not far at all from the stream where the whole thing had begun. Perhaps the deepest part of it was something the younger cousin said, looking back across all the years, about why the world had been so very willing to be deceived. The people of that time, she felt, had wanted the fairies to be real. As she put it, they wanted to be taken in. A long war had broken their hearts, and a little magic was a balm against the grief. So when 2 children offered them a glimpse of something bright and impossible beyond the edges of the ordinary world, a great many of them chose, gladly, to believe. And so, the Cottingley fairies were left where perhaps they had always belonged, not quite proven and not quite dismissed, hovering forever in the dappled light above a Yorkshire stream, exactly as those 2 girls might have wished. A gentle mystery with no tidy answer and no need of one. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the Amazons, those legendary warrior women who answered to no man and feared no army, whose name has thundered through history and legend for thousands of years. For centuries, the Amazons lived chiefly in the imagination of the Greeks, riding down from the distant shores of the Black Sea, raising temples and crossing blades with Hercules and Achilles. The Greeks painted them onto thousands of pots and carved them into the stones of the Parthenon, returning again and again to the same drama, as if unable to look away. They told one another that these women were celibate, mingling with men only on the rarest of occasions, and that they held them in scorn, raising their daughters into fierce and merciless warriors, while sending their sons into exile, or worse. And most famously, were said to do something drastic to their own bodies in order to draw a bow more easily. Most of it was nonsense, of course, though not perhaps in the way you might expect, because somewhere out on the Eurasian steppe, among the prehistoric burial mounds of its ancient peoples, we've begun to uncover something astonishing. Their bones, unearthed alongside battle-worn bows and razor-sharp edged weapons, the curved leg bones of a lifetime on horseback, even tattooed skin preserved in the frozen earth, all of it telling us not only that the Amazons were real, but offering a startlingly intimate glimpse of the women themselves. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll let the old stories rise around us like wood smoke from a campfire on the steppe, the thunder of hooves, an endless horizon, and the slow unraveling of a mystery we're still piecing together. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. In the early light, the wind came across the plain, and the grass moved before it for as far as anyone could see. It was feather grass, with stalks that carried a long silver thread, fine as hair, and the wind did not push it so much as comb it, causing the silver to run in long traveling lines, one chasing the next, all the way to the horizon. The entire steppe seemed to flow like this, so that it did not behave as a field, but as a vast emerald ocean that had forgotten how to be still. This was the Eurasian steppe. A rider could spend months crossing it and still find more rolling land ahead, the same horizon, the same endless whisper of grass in the wind. People had been riding here for thousands of years, long before the Greeks were writing anything down. These were people who lived their whole lives on this ocean of grass, moving with the seasons and following the great herds of horses and cattle across terrain that shifted from green to gold to white and back again. They slept under skies unbothered by anything but stars, raised children on horseback, and buried their dead beneath low mounds of earth. These burial mounds rose gently from the plain, barely noticeable at first, a slight swelling in the land, a little greener than the grass around it, as if the earth itself had paused to breathe. There were thousands of them, scattered from Ukraine in the west to Kazakhstan and beyond, each one a slow and patient record of the people who had passed through. The people of the steppe left almost nothing else behind. No cities, no palaces, and no written language. But what they did have was motion. The horse had been domesticated here earlier than anywhere else on earth, and it gave them a reach that settled peoples could only marvel at. A warrior on horseback could cover ground in a day that would take a marching army a week. They appeared out of the grass and vanished back into it, and the peoples at the edges of their world regarded them with a particular mixture of fascination and unease. The Greeks called them Scythians, though that name covered many different peoples spread across an enormous territory. The Scythians were nomads, herders, and warriors. They had no city walls to shelter behind, because they did not need them. The grass itself was their fortress. They knew its weather and its distances the way a sailor knows the moods of the sea, and they moved across it with the unhurried confidence of people entirely at home. It was a hard life, and it did not divide its hardness neatly between the sexes. A child who could sit a horse was a child who could ride out after the herds. Out here, far from the tidy arrangements of the Greek city, the line between the herding ground and the battlefield was thin, and everyone who lived on the grass lived close to both. Among the Scythians, riding and fighting and being buried beneath those gentle mounds, were women who carried weapons and bore the marks of lives spent entirely on horseback. The story of the Amazons did not begin in the poems of Homer or on the painted pottery of Athens. It began here, in the earth and the long grass, and it lay there a very long time before anyone came looking. The Greeks were not the only people on the edges of the steppe, but they were among the most talkative about what they found there. Their trading colonies dotted the northern and eastern shores of the Black Sea, and through those outposts came reports from the interior. A people on horseback, beyond the horizon, who moved with the seasons and whose women rode alongside the men. The merchants said so. The sailors said so. Occasionally, the soldiers confirmed it too, with slightly less composure. By the time Greek mythology had worked this material over, the Amazons had become something remarkable. A nation of women, entirely self-sufficient, who met with a neighboring tribe only once a year, and kept only the daughters that followed. According to the stories, the sons were sent away, or dealt with in ways the tellers preferred not to dwell on. The details shifted, depending on who was telling the tale and what they hoped to prove, but the underlying message was consistent. Here was a world arranged against everything the Greeks took for granted, and it made for extremely compelling listening. The most famous explanation of the name was also the most far-fetched. The name Amazon, it was claimed, derived from the Greek for without a breast, the idea being that the women removed one to draw a bowstring without interference. Ancient and modern archers alike had found this entirely unnecessary, and no excavated grave produced any evidence for it whatsoever. The name more likely came from an Iranian root, meaning something closer to warrior, or perhaps fighting together. The Greeks had looked at something unfamiliar and reshaped it into something they could recognize. It was a habit they had. But the myths were not only anxiety and invention. Threading through them was something harder to dismiss. The Amazons were placed, in story after story, around the Black Sea, the Caucasus, and the steppe beyond. They were associated with horses, with bows, with the hunt, and with Ares himself. They were given queens with names and homelands, with geography and histories that could be traced across generations. They were formidable in the telling, serious adversaries who required the very best of Greek heroism to overcome. There was a grudging respect in the way the Greeks described them. Their poets honored the Amazons' courage in verse. Their playwrights set them at the very founding of Athens, and their historians tried patiently to work out where they had actually come from. For a people the Greeks insisted were mythological, the Amazons occupied a remarkable amount of very real effort and imagination, generation after generation. According to Greek tradition, the Amazon homeland had a name and a precise location. Themyscira, they called it, a city on the banks of the Thermodon River, along the southern coast of the Black Sea, in what is now northern Turkey. From there, the Amazons had spread their influence across the ancient world. The list of what they were said to have founded was not modest. Cities up and down the coast carried their name, places the Greeks still knew well in their own time, harbours and temple towns scattered along the edge of the sea. The greatest of the temples, a vast sanctuary to the goddess of the hunt that later ages would count among the wonders of the world, was said to have been raised first by Amazon hands, built, the stories held, by the women for the goddess they loved above all others. The Thermodon region was real enough. The river ran through rugged forested country before reaching the sea, and the site the Greeks called Themyscira was placed by later archaeologists on the Turkish Black Sea coast. Whether women warriors ever ruled it was another matter entirely, but the geography of the Amazon tradition was more specific and more grounded than the stories about their social habits, and that specificity had to mean something. The Amazon queens themselves were given names and lives and homelands, and the Greeks returned to them often. Every great Greek hero, it seemed, had eventually to go and do something about the Amazons. In the Greek understanding of the world, a man could not prove himself fully without facing something genuinely formidable, and the Amazons certainly met that standard. Hercules came first. One of the tasks set as his penance was to retrieve the golden girdle of Hippolyta, the Amazon queen, a gift from Ares that served as both a symbol of power and a practical article of war. He sailed to the Black Sea with a company of heroes at his back, which itself suggested the Greeks understood this was not a task for one man, however extraordinary. The earliest version of the story was the most striking. In it, Hippolyta met Hercules at the shore and simply offered him the girdle. But the goddess Hera, who had long set herself against Hercules, took exception. She moved through the Amazon camp, disguised as a warrior woman, spreading the rumor that the Greeks had come to abduct the queen. The Amazons armed themselves, battle followed, and Hercules, assuming treachery, killed Hippolyta and sailed home with the girdle, having done what he came to do at a cost he had not planned on. Theseus followed, and his entanglement with the Amazons was even more complicated. He carried off Antiope, one of the Amazon leaders, to Athens, and kept her there. Whether this had begun by agreement or by force depended on which account one consulted, and the ancient sources did not agree. What they did agree on was what happened next. The Amazons came after her. They crossed the Black Sea, marched through Thrace, and arrived at the gates of Athens. The siege they laid to the city was hard enough that later generations would place it alongside the Persian Wars as one of the great tests of Athens. Some of the Amazons, the stories said, made it as far as the great rocky outcrop at the heart of the city before the tide turned. Antiope died in the fighting. The exact circumstances varied by source. In some versions, she died defending Theseus against her own sisters. In others, she was simply killed in battle. Plutarch, writing well over 1,000 years after the events were supposed to have occurred, described the Amazons as having camped on the hills facing the heart of Athens, and noted that burial markers for the fallen could still be pointed out in the city's streets. Of all the stories the Greeks told about the Amazons, none settled quite so deeply into the imagination as the one about Penthesilea at Troy. She arrived late in the war. The great heroes of the Greek cause were already exhausted and grief-worn, and the dead of both sides had been accumulating for 9 years. The Trojans were fighting with the particular desperation of people who could feel the shape of how things were going to end. Into this, in the tradition the later poets preserved, came Penthesilea, queen of the Amazons, leading a company of 12 warriors from the north with the intention of turning the war. The story of why she came was not simple. She had killed her sister in a hunting accident, and the weight of that grief had driven her to seek either redemption or death on the grandest stage available to her. Troy offered both. She had made an agreement with King Priam, who was in no position to refuse whatever help came his way. When she rode through the Trojan gates, the city gave her the kind of welcome only the desperate can give. The next day, she fought. The Greek poets described the fighting in some detail. She drove back the Greeks. She killed a number of them. Achilles, told of the warrior causing considerable trouble on the plain, came to meet her. The battle between them was brief. He was the greatest fighter in the world, and the story made no attempt to suggest otherwise. He killed her with a spear thrust, and when she fell, he dismounted and stood over her. Then he lifted the helmet from her face. This was the moment that undid him. The poet said that something broke open in Achilles as he looked at her. He fell in love with the woman he had just killed, and the grief of it hit him as fiercely as any grief he had felt before. Whether it was love or simply the recognition of what had been irreversibly lost depended on which poet was telling it. Whatever it was, it belonged to a man who understood he had faced an equal. A soldier began to mock Achilles for it, a man known throughout the camp for his sourness, who never let an unkind moment pass him by. Achilles, still standing over the body of the woman he had killed, turned and struck him down where he stood. The Greeks gave their obsession a name, the battle against the Amazons, and they carved it into the most important buildings they ever raised. When the great temple above Athens was built, its high stone panels were given over to a handful of mighty mythological wars, gods against giants, the long fall of Troy, and set there beside them the war against the Amazons. To place the Amazon war alongside the fall of Troy said something plain about how seriously the Greeks took it. These carvings were not decoration and not entertainment. They were the stories a people told itself about what it had faced and what it had overcome. The Amazons, in that telling, were a power grave enough to belong on the temple wall. The pottery told a softer and more intimate story. Across the long centuries of Greek vase painting, the Amazons were painted again and again, and the women on those pots were drawn with real care. They wore the clothing of the steppe, trousers and patterned tunics and soft pointed caps, the dress of a rider rather than a Greek. Their horses were small and sturdy, the horses of the grasslands. Their weapons were bows and short blades. The gentle clutter of a life lived in the saddle. And beside many of those painted figures, the artists had written names. When scholars came much later to read them, they found something quietly remarkable. A great many of the names were not Greek at all. They seemed to come from the languages of the steppe, and they carried meanings, names that spoke of armor and of courage and of swiftness. The stone coffins of wealthy Romans told similar stories. Scenes of the Amazon War decorated the sides of coffins across the empire for centuries, placing the dead in the symbolic company of the great mythological battles. The Amazon fought on, in marble and in terracotta, long after the last Scythian nomad had been absorbed or displaced by the steady spread of settled civilizations. Long before those carvings, though, one Greek had gone looking for the Amazons in the world, rather than the myth. Herodotus had the most cheerfully curious mind in the ancient world, curious enough to doubt the more fantastical Amazon stories, rather than simply repeat them. He took the stories seriously, in his own careful way. He noted them, compared them against what he had heard from other sources, and arrived at conclusions more measured than those of the poets who had worked the same territory before him. In his histories, he told a particular tale about the origin of the Sarmatians, a people who lived north of the Black Sea and east of Scythia. After one of their early battles with the Greeks, a group of Amazons had been captured and loaded onto 3 ships. On the open sea, they overpowered the crews. After one of their early battles with the Greeks, a group of Amazons had been captured and loaded onto 3 ships. On the open sea, they overpowered the crews. The Greeks who survived those first moments were forced overboard. The Amazons, who knew nothing of sailing, were left to drift, carried north on the current until the ships ran aground on the Scythian coast, near the great shallow sea we now call the Sea of Azov. They came ashore and found horses, which were a great deal more to their liking than ships. They began raiding across the Scythian countryside. The Scythians, according to Herodotus, initially assumed the raiders were men, and it was only the bodies of the fallen that corrected this impression. What followed was more interesting than a battle. Recognizing that these were women of remarkable capability, the Scythians sent their young men to camp near them rather than fight them. A cautious proximity developed, then something warmer, and eventually the two groups agreed to travel together. The Amazons were willing to join the Scythians, but not to live as Scythian women lived. Herodotus wrote that they told their new companions they had been raised differently and could not simply take up weaving and staying close to home. The arrangement they proposed was to ride east together, away from Scythia proper, and settle new territory. Herodotus recorded the Sarmatian custom that followed from this, that a young woman was not permitted to marry until she had killed an enemy in battle. Some women, he noted, died unmarried because they never managed it. The detail had the texture of a genuine report rather than a moral fable, the kind of thing a historian picks up from a careful informant and sets down without embellishment. He had said, too, that these women spoke a tongue all their own, a blend of two languages woven together, the kind of small detail that rings of something truly heard. For a long time, this story was taken for a charming invention. Warrior women who had to earn their marriages in battle seemed too neat, too tidy a tale, to be anything but a story. And then the mounds began to open. The custom he had written down so long before quietly stopped looking like a fable. He had been, as he so often was, listening to the right things. The picture did not arrive all at once. It came up slowly out of the ground, one mound at a time, over the long and patient work of many lifetimes. For a long while, those who opened the graves expected a simple rule to hold. A grave with weapons in it belonged to a man. It was the kind of assumption that feels less like a choice than like plain common sense. And so when a grave held a woman and a weapon together, the weapon was gently explained away. A gift, perhaps, or something that had drifted in from a husband resting nearby. The grass kept its secret a little longer, but the mounds went on, giving up the same quiet contradiction, over and over, across a land too wide to easily set aside. A woman laid in the earth with a bow, a woman laid in the earth with a blade, worn smooth from long use. And somewhere along the way, the contradiction stopped being a contradiction at all, and became simply what the steppe had been saying all along. Women had been buried here with their weapons in numbers far too steady to be an accident. Not a curiosity, a pattern, as wide as the grass itself. And it was not only the weapons that spoke. The bones themselves had a story to tell. The legs of these women carried the same gentle curve found in the men beside them, the slow mark of a life lived on horseback, begun in childhood and never set down. Their shoulders and arms had been shaped by the steady draw of the bow. Some of them bore old wounds that had healed over and been carried for years afterward, and some bore wounds that had never healed at all. She had been laid to rest with iron arrowheads and a small dagger, real weapons, not ornaments. They were given to her with the same care, and she was sent into the dark with the same intention as the grown warriors in the mounds nearby. She had not yet reached womanhood, and she had already been counted among those who rode and fought. And these women had not lived apart, in some separate country of their own. When their kinship could be traced, it led straight back into the ordinary world around them. It led to the men resting in the neighboring graves, to brothers and fathers, to daughters and mothers, all belonging to the same wandering communities. The old Greek dream of a sealed nation of women, needing no one, simply dissolved into the quiet evidence of the grass. These women had been daughters of their people. They had only lived by a different arrangement than the one the Greeks knew. What the graves described instead was a society in which women participated in mounted warfare as a matter of course, not as an exception or a curiosity, but as a feature of how life on the steppe was organized. The Amazons of Greek mythology had been imagined as an inversion of the natural order. The women in the burial mounds had simply lived in a different order, one that the Greeks had caught a genuine glimpse of across the water and translated imperfectly, but not entirely inaccurately, into the stories they kept painting on their pots. High in the Altai Mountains, where the winters were cold enough to freeze the ground solid and keep it that way for centuries, the earth had been doing the work of preservation. In the permafrost of a high Altai valley called Pazyryk, burial chambers had been sealed and slowly frozen, and what was inside them had come down through 2,500 years in a state of extraordinary detail. The Pazyryk people were one corner of the wider Scythian world, a web of related nomads whose territory stretched from the Black Sea to the borders of China. They buried their dead in log chambers, sometimes with horses and household goods, and the clothing they had worn in life. And in several of the frozen graves, what had been preserved was not only bone and metal and leather, but skin. The tattoos were still legible. On the shoulders and arms of the mummified bodies, both male and female, elegant animals moved in the stylized manner of Scythian art. Deer with sweeping antlers, mythological creatures with the bodies of horses and the heads of griffins, and sinuous cats folding around joints and muscle in a way that suggested the designs had been made to move with the body wearing them. The workmanship was fine and deliberate. These were considered art, placed by someone with real skill on people who had chosen to be marked. Women in those graves had been tattooed with the same care and complexity as the men. One woman, sometimes referred to in the literature as the Ice Maiden, had been buried in a way that indicated status and ceremony. Her clothing, her headdress, and the objects placed with her all pointed towards someone of significance in her community. The Pazyryk graves also produced evidence of other habits. The cauldrons found in some burial chambers contained cannabis residues, the remains of a practice Herodotus had described: Scythians gathering beneath small tents and breathing the smoke of seeds cast onto heated stones. The Greeks associated the Amazons most closely with Artemis, goddess of the hunt and the wild country beyond the city walls. On the evidence of the frozen tombs and the steppe graves, that association had not arrived from nowhere. The Greeks let the Amazons go, in the end. The pots stopped being painted, the temples fell quiet, and the steppe itself was slowly settled and crossed and renamed. But the idea did not die with the people who had first imagined it. It went on without them, drifting down the centuries the way smoke drifts off a fire, thinning, changing shape, but never quite gone. It surfaced in the strangest places, long after anyone remembered where it had come from. Long centuries later, and half a world away, it appeared on a river. A Spanish expedition was making its slow way down an enormous and unfamiliar river through the interior of South America, and things were not going well. The men had been carried far from the rest of their party by a current too strong to row against, and they were lost and hungry and harried now and then by the peoples of the riverbank. Somewhere along that vast river, the expedition's chronicler set down an account of a battle in which women were said to have fought in the front rank alongside the men, tall and strong and unafraid. Whether he truly saw it or only thought he did, no one can now say. But the leader of that expedition already had a name waiting for what he believed he had seen, and the name was Amazon. The river took the name and has carried it ever since. It was not the only place the old word came ashore. Around the same time, a Spanish adventure tale told of a warrior queen who ruled an island paradise of women, somewhere out past the edge of the known world. The island in the story had a name, and when Spanish explorers came upon a long, sun-baked coast in the New World and found themselves reminded of the tale, they gave that name to the land. It settled there and slowly spread until it covered a whole western shore. And one of the most populous and golden places on earth now carries, without knowing it, the name of an imaginary island of warrior women. And where there were warrior women who were not imagined at all, the same old word came looking for them too. Far away, in a kingdom on the coast of West Africa, there was for a long time a regiment made entirely of women. They were the chosen guard of the king, trained fighters who lived within the palace walls and set marriage aside for as long as they served. They went to war as the men did, and were expected to fight as hard. And when at last they met a European army, they fought through it with a tenacity their enemies admitted in their own reports, with something close to reluctance. The Europeans who met them reached at once for a single word to describe what they had seen, and the word they reached for was Amazon. It did not truly fit. This was a kingdom with its own long history and its own reasons, but it showed how deeply the old idea had soaked into the way the world imagined women who fought. The word had quietly become a category, a piece of shorthand for something that kept surfacing, in age after age and place after place, with nothing in common but the women themselves. And so in time, the idea came round to where such ideas now live. In the last century, far from any Steppe, a writer sat down and dreamed up a character of his own. She was a princess from a hidden island of women warriors, trained from childhood in the arts of war, who stepped out from her homeland to walk in the wider world. He gave her island a name lifted almost unchanged from that old Amazon city on the Black Sea shore, and handed her to the pages of a comic book, and she became, in time, one of the best-known figures on earth. The story had travelled a long way from the grass, but it was, unmistakably, the same story. And the grass is still there. The steppe still rolls between the Black Sea and the mountains at the world's eastern edge, bending in the wind as it always has. Their burial mounds still rise gently from the plain, most of them never opened, holding quietly whatever they hold. The story that grew from those mounds is still far from told, built up over centuries from the glimpses of Greek merchants and the slow, patient work of those who came after. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of King Tutankhamun, the boy pharaoh whose successors tried to erase him from history, never imagining that his modest tomb would one day yield the greatest treasure hoard the world has ever known. Picture, if you will, 4 chambers packed to the ceiling, with thousands of objects gleaming in the torchlight. Gilded chariots, jars of alabaster, jeweled ebony chests, and at the center of it all, a golden coffin inlaid with precious stones, sealed within a great sarcophagus, and hidden among the linen wrappings at the pharaoh's side lay a slender dagger forged from something extraterrestrial, a meteorite that had fallen from the heavens, crafted into a weapon fit for a king. And yet the boy, surrounded by all that splendor, was in truth a fragile thing. Over 100 walking sticks were found in the tomb, for the young pharaoh walked with a club foot and a curved spine. This was the unhappy inheritance of parents who were themselves brother and sister. But the deepest mysteries did not surface for another 3,000 years. For one, Tut's mummy was found almost perfectly intact, save for a missing heart, something the priests who prepared him for the afterlife were forbidden to remove. Even his iconic golden mask was apparently meant for someone else, altered to bear his name instead of another's. Then there was the man who funded the 1922 dig, who died not long afterwards. a death some newspapers eagerly blamed on an ancient curse. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll wander into one of history's strangest puzzles and the brief but significant life of a near-forgotten pharaoh. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. There is a particular kind of irony that history loves to serve up, and the story of Tutankhamun is perhaps its finest example. The most recognized pharaoh in history, the face that appears on museum posters and in school books across the globe, was a man his own kingdom tried its level best to forget. He came to the throne as a boy and died before he had reached 20. His reign lasted only 9 or 10 years, barely a breath in the long procession of Egyptian kings and queens. Others built temples that rose like mountains, led armies across foreign lands, and carved their faces into the very cliffs. Tutankhamun did none of these things. He left no great victory, no towering monument, no grand declaration of power for the ages. By the standards of his world, he should have disappeared almost completely. But even obscurity was not enough. After his death, the pharaohs who followed took the additional step of removing him from the record altogether. His name was struck from the official lists of kings. His images were defaced. The great administrative machinery of Egypt ground forward, and he was written out of the story as though he had never sat upon the throne at all. The reasons were partly political and partly religious, and those threads will be worth following later. But what matters here, at the start, is the sheer strangeness of what happened next, because the erasure didn't take. 3,000 years passed. Empires rose and crumbled. The language of the ancient Egyptians became a mystery. The gods they worshipped were forgotten. The very location of most of their royal tombs was lost to the shifting sands of the Valley of the Kings. And in all that time, in all that change, the name of Tutankhamun lay buried and waiting beneath a pile of rubble. His fame, when it finally emerged, owed little to anything he had achieved in life. It arrived because of what happened to be sealed inside a small, cramped tomb cut into a limestone hillside in Upper Egypt. If we're to make sense of Tutankhamun, it helps to understand the world he was born into, a world that was, by the standards of ancient Egypt, thoroughly turned upside down. His father was almost certainly the pharaoh known as Akhenaten, and Akhenaten was one of the strangest rulers in Egyptian history. Around 1346 BCE, he made a decision that must have seemed to those around him like a kind of madness. He declared that Egypt's vast and ancient pantheon of gods, Amun, Ra, Osiris, Isis, and the rest of that crowded divine household, was to be set aside. In their place, there would be one god only, the Aten, the sun disk, the physical light of the sun itself, conceived not as a personality or a figure with myths attached, but as a pure, radiant force. He built a new capital out in the desert, a city called Akhetaten. He redirected the wealth that had once poured into the old temples, and wherever the name of Amun appeared, he had it chiseled from the stone. It was a religious revolution of a kind Egypt had never seen, and it had all the hallmarks of a man entirely convinced of his own vision. The child who would become Tutankhamun was born into this experiment. His original name, Tutankhaten, honored the Aten directly. His childhood was spent in that strange new capital, surrounded by the elongated, dreamlike art style his father had also introduced. Figures with long necks and soft, rounded limbs that looked nothing like the formal grandeur of traditional Egyptian sculpture. Then one day, Akhenaten died, and the experiment began to collapse almost immediately. There were 1 or 2 shadowy reigns between father and son. The historical record here is genuinely murky, the kind of murky that scholars have spent careers arguing over. But within a few years of Akhenaten's death, Tutankhamun was on the throne, and the men around him, older and considerably more pragmatic, began dismantling everything his father had built. The capital was abandoned. The old temples were reopened. The priesthood of Amun, whose power and wealth had been stripped away, was restored and richly compensated, and the boy king found a new name, Tutankhamun. The revolution was over. Egypt was returning to itself. How much of this the child understood or directed is an open question. He was perhaps 10 or 11 years old when these changes were set in motion. A stone tablet from the period, known as the Restoration inscription, was issued in his name, describing the temples as having fallen into ruin and the gods as having turned their backs on Egypt. It announced his intention to set things right. The language is royal and formal, but the hands guiding that policy were almost certainly those of the adults who surrounded him. What it must have been like for him is harder to say. He had been named for one god and renamed for another. The city of his childhood was being emptied and left to the desert winds. His father's legacy was being systematically dismantled, and his own name had become part of that dismantling. He was, in many ways, a living piece of political furniture, essential to the legitimacy of the Restoration, but not truly in control of it. The throne gave him status and ceremony and a golden mask for his eventual burial. What it could not give him at that age was power. That belonged to others, and it would for the rest of his short life. The golden death mask of Tutankhamun is one of the most recognizable objects in the world. The face it presents is smooth, composed, and serene, the idealized image of a ruler at the height of his beauty and his authority. It is a remarkable piece of craftsmanship, and it tells a very particular kind of truth, the truth of aspiration, the truth of how a pharaoh was meant to appear. The bones told a different story. When scientists began applying modern forensic techniques to the mummy, what emerged was a picture of a young man whose body had been under considerable strain. One study suggested that his parents were siblings. That degree of inbreeding was not unusual among Egyptian royalty, because the bloodline was considered sacred and marriages were arranged accordingly. But the biological consequences across generations could be severe. Tutankhamun carried a cluster of conditions that together would have made daily life genuinely difficult. He had a pronounced clubfoot, which would have made walking painful and unsteady. His spine showed a degree of curvature. There was a degenerative bone condition in one of his feet, where the tissue was slowly dying. He also carried genetic markers associated with a cleft palate. And then there were the walking sticks. More than 130 of them were placed in his tomb, and this alone might be passed off as ceremonial, a king being equipped for every eventuality in the afterlife. But many of those sticks were worn in the way that objects are worn when they are used regularly, gripped hard, leant upon. The boy king did not merely own walking sticks, he needed them. It shifts the image considerably. The chariot scenes, the hunting imagery, and the athletic poses in which pharaohs were traditionally depicted. All of that was the visual language of royal power, and it applied to Tutankhamun as it applied to everyone else. But behind the iconography was a young man who likely needed help simply to walk across a room. He may have lived with daily discomfort, and still, he was expected to wear the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt and perform the full ceremonial duties of a god-king. Genetic testing also found evidence of malaria in his tissues, not one strain, but several, suggesting he had been infected more than once. Malaria in the ancient world was a recurring visitor rather than a single event, and the cumulative toll of repeated infections on a body already dealing with structural difficulties would have been significant. None of this diminished him in the eyes of his court, at least not officially. He was divine. He was the living embodiment of Horus, the falcon god. His physical limitations, if they were spoken of at all, were spoken of in private. A 9-year-old cannot run an empire. This is not a criticism. It is simply a fact of governance. Egypt in the 14th century BCE was a vast, complex, and militarily significant power. It had foreign policy to manage, trade networks to maintain, temples to administer, and an army that needed direction. None of that waited patiently for a child to grow into his authority. And so behind him stood two figures of considerable weight. The first was I. He was elderly, experienced, and had served in high positions under Akhenaten himself. His exact relationship to the royal family is debated. Some historians believe he may have been the father of Nefertiti, Akhenaten's famous queen, which would have made him a kind of step-grandfather to Tutankhamun. Whether or not that connection held, his access to the throne was undeniable. He held the title of God's father, which was as senior a courtly position as existed, and he was clearly the dominant civilian influence at court. The second was Horemheb, a general of real ability and considerable political intelligence. Horemheb had risen through military service, and by Tutankhamun's reign held the position of commander-in-chief of the army. He was practical, where I was steeped in ceremony, and he brought to the court the hard-edged perspective of a man who had spent his career dealing with the empire's borders and the kingdoms beyond them. Both men would outlive him, but during Tutankhamun's reign, both men stood behind the throne, holding much of the real power, while the crown rested on a boy's head. The restoration of the old religion was managed carefully and thoroughly during this period. The temples of Amun were not just reopened, they were expanded, enriched, and their priesthoods restored to something approaching their former prestige. Diplomatic correspondence continued with foreign powers, including the Hittites to the north, who were a persistent and formidable rival. Some evidence suggests that Egyptian military campaigns were conducted in Syria and Nubia during this period, though their scale and outcome remain uncertain. Through all of this, Tutankhamun appears in the record as a figurehead rather than a driving force. He is depicted performing rituals, making offerings, fulfilling the sacred role that was his by birth. Whether he chafed against the limitations of his position, or whether he accepted them with the equanimity of someone who had known no other life, no one can say. For centuries, the death of Tutankhamun carried the sort of mystery that clings to any powerful figure who dies at a young age. Murder was a popular theory. The elderly Ai stood so obviously to benefit from the king's death, and Horemheb after him, that suspicion attached itself to both of them, almost instinctively. Some early analysts thought they detected a blow to the head in the skull X-rays, a conspiracy, perhaps, involving the men who would succeed him. The forensic evidence, as it accumulated over the following decades, pointed somewhere rather different. The CT scans conducted in 2005 found a fracture in the left leg, just above the knee, a serious break, and one that appeared to have occurred shortly before death. The bone showed very early signs of healing, which told the investigators that he had survived the injury by at least a few days, perhaps a week or two, before something else finished what the break had started. That something else was most likely infection, a compound fracture in the ancient world, before antibiotics, before sterile conditions, before any of the interventions that today would make such an injury manageable. That was a dangerous thing. The flesh around the wound would have been vulnerable to bacterial infection almost immediately, and in a body already compromised by malaria, already dealing with the accumulated burden of bone disease and physical weakness, the capacity to fight back was limited. How the leg was broken remains uncertain. A fall from a chariot is one possibility, and it would fit the activities that a young pharaoh of his era was expected to perform. The fracture pattern was consistent with a high-energy impact, but proof, in the strict sense, does not exist, and probably never will. What is possible to reconstruct, quietly and with some confidence, is a rough outline of his final days. A young man, not yet 20, already unsteady on his feet, suffering the effects of a disease that had visited him before. A serious injury. The long, losing effort of a damaged body trying to recover in the heat of an Egyptian palace, surrounded by physicians whose best tools were poultices and prayers. He was probably dying for a week or two, give or take. Long enough for those around him to know what was coming. Long enough for preparations to begin. The tomb designated KV 62 in the Valley of the Kings is, by royal standards, a modest affair. Egyptologists who have studied the site generally agree that it was almost certainly not built for a king. The layout is cramped, the proportions unimpressive, the wall paintings hurried in places, rushed work, some scholars believe, produced under the pressure of an unexpected royal death. A space intended for a high-ranking nobleman was pressed into service, and the embalmers and priests did the best they could with what they had. The mummification process took 70 days by tradition, and during that time, the objects intended to accompany the king into eternity were gathered, catalogued, and arranged. What was assembled was extraordinary in its richness: gilded furniture, ceremonial chariots, weapons, clothing, provisions, and small servant figurines in their hundreds. More than 5,000 objects in all, crowded into 4 small chambers, everything the young pharaoh might need in the next world. But something was missing. Tutankhamun was buried without his heart. In Egyptian belief, the heart was the seat of the soul, the record of a person's deeds, the very organ that would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at in the afterlife judgment. Removing it during embalming was not merely unusual. It was, by religious law, forbidden. Other organs were routinely taken out and stored elsewhere, but the heart was always left in the body. Always. No wholly satisfactory explanation has ever been offered for why it was absent. The most likely answer, given everything else about the burial, is that something went wrong during the embalming process, possibly as a result of the haste involved, and that the mistake could not be undone. A resin-coated linen package was placed over the chest cavity, perhaps as a kind of remedy or substitution, but it was not the same thing. Whatever prayers were said over him as he was sealed into his coffins, his priests knew the preparation was incomplete. The coffins themselves were a spectacle of a different order entirely. 3 nested coffins, the outermost gilded wood, the innermost solid gold, weighing over 100 kilograms. Over these sat the golden death mask, beaten from thick sheet gold and inlaid with lapis lazuli, carnelian, quartz, and obsidian, with the cobra and vulture at the brow, and the striped royal headdress falling to the shoulders. There is a theory held by a number of scholars that it was not originally made for Tutankhamun at all. The name oval on the mask, some researchers argue, was altered, that the mask may have been begun for Nefertiti or another senior royal, and finished with his name when time ran short. If that is true, even his burial mask was borrowed. In the small side chamber, 2 tiny coffins were placed beside the larger gilded shrine of Anubis. Each contained a smaller coffin, and inside lay the carefully wrapped remains of a child lost before birth. Scientific analysis has since suggested that they were almost certainly Tutankhamun's own daughters. Though their lives had ended before they could begin, they were still given the care and dignity of royal burial. They were wrapped, coffined, and placed near their father, provided for as members of the royal household. Then there was the dagger, tucked against the wrappings of the mummy, with its golden sheath and its iron blade. Iron at a time when iron was rarer and more valuable than gold, because this iron had not come from the earth. Modern testing confirmed what some had long suspected. The blade had been forged from a meteorite, metal that had traveled through space and fallen from the heavens. It was the finest object in the tomb, and it had come from somewhere beyond the stars. Among the ruins of an ancient archive in what is now Turkey, archaeologists uncovered a clay tablet bearing a remarkable letter. It had been written 33 centuries earlier by a young Egyptian queen, and it remains one of the strangest documents to come down to us from the ancient world. She wrote to the king of the Hittites, Egypt's great rival to the north. Her opening lines must have stopped his court entirely. Her husband was dead, she said. She had no son, and she asked plainly if the Hittite king would send her one of his own sons to be her new husband, because she would not, under any circumstances, marry one of her servants and place him on the throne of Egypt. It was an extraordinary request. The two kingdoms had been rivals for generations, sometimes openly at war. For an Egyptian queen to invite a foreign prince to wear the double crown was almost without precedent. The Hittite king was suspicious. It smelled to him like a trap, a ruse to lure one of his sons into Egyptian hands. He sent an envoy south to investigate. The queen wrote to him a second time, insisting she would never humiliate herself by inventing such a request, and repeating her plea. This time, he believed her. He chose one of his sons and sent the young prince south toward Egypt. The prince never arrived. He was killed somewhere along the road, almost certainly murdered, though by whom and on whose orders has never been established. When word reached the Hittite court, the king's grief turned to fury. He launched a war of retaliation against Egyptian territory, a war that would drag on for years and cost lives on both sides. The queen's gambit had collapsed into bloodshed. Who was she? The Hittite scribes recorded her name as Dahamunzu, but this was not a personal name at all. It was a title, meaning simply the king's wife. Most historians believe she was Ankhesenamun, the young widow of Tutankhamun. And now, still in her early 20s, she had lost not only her husband, but the foreign prince who might have saved her throne. After that, she vanishes. No tomb has ever been confirmed as hers. No inscription records the end of her life. A young woman who had been a king's daughter and a king's wife simply ceased to appear in the surviving evidence, as though she had walked out of history through a side door. I, who had taken the throne after Tutankhamun's death, ruled for only a few years before he died also. After him came the general Horemheb, a hard-edged soldier with little patience for what had gone before. He set about erasing the entire troubled period from the record, the heretic father, the frail son, the old courtier, all of them. He did it with a thoroughness none of his predecessors had quite managed. Horemheb acted as though none of it had happened, and for a very long time it seemed that the erasure had worked. Long before Horemheb's chisels did their work, the robbers had already visited the tomb twice. The first break-in appears to have happened within a few years of the burial, while the surrounding community still had some memory of what had been placed inside. They entered through a tunnel dug into the entrance corridor, and they took what they could carry: oils, small portable valuables, and things that could be moved without too much difficulty. Then they were interrupted or lost their nerve, and the necropolis officials who discovered the breach tidied the damage, gathered what had been scattered, and resealed the doorway. The second robbery followed at no great interval. This time the thieves may have been after cloth and fabric, which were valuable commodities, or perhaps further small objects. Again, the tomb was resealed. A docket, left by the officials who had restored order, was later found still inside. A small piece of administrative tidiness that had outlasted every civilization that produced it. Then came the rubble. The pharaoh Ramses VI, who ruled roughly 2 centuries later, commissioned a tomb of his own to be cut into the hillside not far from the entrance of Tutankhamun's. The workmen who built it piled their debris across the ground below, and in doing so, buried the entrance to the smaller tomb completely. The boy king's erasure from the official records was by then well advanced, and his tomb was simply another unremarkable feature of a busy royal necropolis. In time, the new kingdom gave way to later dynasties. The Persian Empire absorbed Egypt. Alexander the Great arrived and was declared a pharaoh. The Ptolemaic dynasty ruled for 3 centuries. When Rome arrived, Egypt became a province of an empire centered on a city the ancient Egyptians could never have imagined. The old religion faded. The hieroglyphic script became unreadable. The pyramids stood, as they always had, but the names and stories that gave them meaning were lost. Tourists came even in Roman times. Their graffiti has been found on some of the monuments, but they walked past a landscape whose deepest contents they could not have guessed at. Explorers and scholars had been poking around the Valley of the Kings since the 17th and 18th centuries. By the early 20th century, most serious archaeologists believed the valley had given up its secrets. Earlier explorers had cleared several tombs. Others had followed. The consensus, shared by many of the leading Egyptologists of the day, was that the valley was essentially exhausted. But one man disagreed. His name was Howard Carter, and he was running out of time to prove it. Howard Carter had been working in Egypt since the 1890s. He was a self-taught man, the son of an artist from Norfolk, who had arrived as a young draftsman and stayed to become one of the finest field archaeologists of his generation. He was also, by most accounts, difficult, precise to the point of rigidity, impatient with incompetence, not particularly gifted at the social diplomacy that archaeological funding required. He had lost a previous post with the Egyptian Antiquities Service after siding with his Egyptian staff in a dispute with a group of French tourists, which was admirable but professionally costly. By 1917, he was working under the patronage of George Herbert, the 5th Earl of Carnarvon, a wealthy English aristocrat who had taken up Egyptology after doctors advised him to winter in a warm climate following a motoring accident. Carnarvon funded the excavations, Carter directed them, and together they had spent several seasons in the Valley of the Kings without finding what Carter was convinced was there. By the autumn of 1922, Carnarvon's patience was close to its limit. He told Carter he was prepared to fund one final season. Carter returned to the valley and began where he had always planned to, clearing the area below the tomb of Ramses VI, where the ancient workman's hut stood. On the 4th of November, 1922, one of his team uncovered a stone step, then another, then a staircase of 16 steps descending into the rock, at the bottom of which was a plastered doorway bearing the seal of the royal necropolis. Carter sent an urgent telegram to Carnarvon in England. Then he did something entirely characteristic. He waited for his patron to arrive before going any further. Carnarvon reached the valley on the 23rd of November, and on the 26th, the sealed doorway was carefully opened. Carter made a small hole in the inner doorway, held up a candle, and looked through. Carnarvon, standing behind him, asked whether he could see anything. There were 4 chambers. The antechamber, which greeted them first, was piled from floor to ceiling with artifacts, and most impressive of all, a golden throne. It took Carter and his team 10 years to clear and catalogue the tomb. Every object was recorded before it was moved, and every fragile surface was handled with care. These were things that had not seen the open air for thousands of years. The burial chamber itself held the nested shrines, the nested coffins, and the mummy within its golden mask. The treasury beyond it held the shrine, the model boats, and the gilded statuettes. Every room offered something that had not been seen since the ancient world. Carter was 48 years old when he finally entered the burial chamber. He had spent the better part of a decade working toward that moment, and he spent another decade afterward completing the work the discovery required. The meticulous records he kept, the photographs, the drawings, and the object descriptions, they form the foundation of almost everything that is now known about the burial. Lord Carnarvon died on the 5th of April 1923, less than 5 months after the tomb was opened. An infected mosquito bite on his cheek had been nicked during shaving, and the infection spread. He developed pneumonia and died in a Cairo hotel, aged 57. The newspapers, which had been following the Tutankhamun discovery with enormous enthusiasm since the previous November, found in his death a story even better than the treasure. A curse, they said, a warning from beyond the tomb, a pharaoh reaching across 3 millennia to punish anyone who dared disturb his rest. The inscription most commonly quoted in those early reports, warning that death would come on swift wings to whoever disturbed the pharaoh's peace, appears to have been largely invented, or at least heavily embellished. No such text was found on the tomb walls. There were protective inscriptions of a religious nature, as was standard, but nothing resembling the dramatic warnings the press reported with such relish. Arthur Conan Doyle, creator of Sherlock Holmes and committed believer in the occult, gave interviews suggesting the deaths might be the work of elemental spirits created by ancient Egyptian priests. The story had everything it needed to take flight, and it did. But the statistics were less cooperative than the headlines. 2 years after Carnarvon's death, a researcher examined the records of everyone who had been present at the various openings of the tomb. The average age at death of those who had entered was well into their 60s. Those who had not been present lived on average to roughly the same age. There was no meaningful difference. The curse, examined numerically, simply was not there. The objects from the tomb made their way to the Cairo Museum, where many of them remain. The golden mask became the most reproduced image of the ancient world. The mummy was examined repeatedly across the 20th and 21st centuries as new technologies became available. Each investigation added something to the portrait of a young man whose life was brief, whose body was fragile, and whose historical significance was entirely an accident of preservation. And yet this preservation did what power had tried to prevent. The child king his successors tried to bury in silence became the most recognizable face that ancient Egypt ever produced. In life, Tutankhamun was a minor king in a troubled dynasty. In death, he became, more than any other pharaoh, the emblematic face of ancient Egypt. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well.